Jorge Luis Borges has a short story about a map of the world which is as big as the world itself, which it has to be in order to be accurate, even though it's accurate only for a moment, because the world is constantly changing. There's an analog of this in the writing of history and in the history of writing. The great Robert Caro began writing a biography of Lyndon Johnson in the 1970s, and he still hasn't finished. 4 of the 5 volumes are out, and the fifth is still being written. One of those volumes, which deals with Johnson's time in the Senate, took Caro longer to write than the time Johnson actually spent in the Senate, and he spent 12 years. This sounds excessive, but frankly, I would say that it's perhaps not enough. When Johnson spent those 12 years in the Senate, time moved at his usual predictable pace. Things happened to him, he lived his one life. But when Caro wrote about it, he had to examine many lives, go back and forth in time, understand historical currents, individual motivations of so many people involved, and go deep in a tapestry that was basically endless. And still, he would have missed many things. That's a strange thing about history. By one definition, history is what happened. By another, history is a study of what happened. That study can never be too deep. There's always more to know, and a good historian can open doors that haven't been opened before. That is why my guest today is so special. So is this episode. I love it. You will too.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Verma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Ira Mukhoty, who's been on this show before talking about her first 2 books, Heroines and Daughters of the Sun. But that was many years ago when the show was in an earlier, shorter format. And we've been talking about doing another longer Life in Times kind of episode. She's written 3 books since that time. I've come to admire her work more and more. And we finally decided to record this online rather than wait for a chance to meet. Now, let me tell you why I both love Ira's work and think of it as important. Indian history has always suffered from the fact that it has been dominated by particular gazes. There is a colonial gaze that the British brought to history, which was always self-serving, always simplistic, often patronizing. There has been the patriarchal gaze, which bedevils history everywhere, which only looks at the lives of men and privileges those aspects of it, like conquest and glory, that really men care about more. Women are invisible, their points of view remain unseen. In recent times, there's been pushback against both these gazes, and Ira's work is an outstanding example of that. All our histories, including that of Akbar, one of the great men in our history, make the women of the times much more visible to us. We see their lives, we understand their importance, and in the hands of a master storyteller like Ira, they come to life. And we sometimes feel that we are inside their heads. She also busts old school colonial narratives time and again and paints us a picture of the world that is richer than I'd realized. I've had many fine historians on the show. I recommend all those episodes, from Ram Guha to Rana Safi to Sapna Little to Manu Pillai to Parvati Sharma to Srinath Raghavan and more. And this was one of my most enjoyable conversations. We spoke not just about the refreshing new gaze which Ira brings to history, but also about the evolution of our clothes and our food and our languages, as well as larger subjects like how Islam adapted to the subcontinent and how feminism expressed itself then and now. I also got to know more about Ira's own life, her battles with bereavement, her evolving feminism, her lessons from parenthood, her incredible work ethic. This conversation is a keeper. But before we get to it, let's take a quick commercial break. Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Verma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Ira, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you so much, Amit. It's a real pleasure to be back here with you again.
It's a great pleasure for me, and so many years have passed. Like, we recorded in 2019, and since then, not only has the podcast changed, the world changed in drastic ways. You wrote 3 more books, or published 3 more books at least. I guess you were most of the way through Akbar by that time. But let's start by talking about how was COVID for you? How have these years been? How was COVID for you? What's been happening?
Yeah, so I mean, unbelievable that it was 2019. I can't get over it. It seems so fresh in my mind when we were talking about Daughters of the Sun. But yes, COVID happened, and it was incredibly hard for me, as it was for so many people. And I think now I'm ready to kick anyone who says that they learned how to bake bread and were very happy during COVID. I think that's just really overstating the thing, and it's just not possible to have been happy during those dreadful times of anxiety, and stress and not knowing what was going to happen. Thank God we didn't know that Trump was going to happen, for example. So for me personally, it was really quite hard because I had been working on this big book for many years, a biography of Emperor Akbar, that we were all very invested in. I mean, in my publishing house, my publisher, David Davida, it was one of his pet projects, and he spent a lot of time working on it with me. And of course, I did too. And then it was, how books, the way in which they are published is that you have to book a slot months in advance with the printing house, and there's nothing you can do once that is done. And it's just so happened that it was booked for March of 2020, and we all know what happened in March of 2020. So we had prepared everything, a launch, discussions. We had written to many people to endorse the book, to tell us what they thought about it. And then we could do none of those things. And Akbar came out right as the pandemic was beginning. So it was extremely hard for me personally, to have, writers have this very visceral connection with their books because, we spend so much time on them, nonfiction especially, I feel. We work really hard to get a sense of what those times are like. It takes us a long time even to disengage, sometimes months, if not years. I still feel sometimes I have the shadow of Akbar by my side. So it is a really, really visceral process. And to be suddenly, told that this book is just there somewhere, but you can't feel it. You don't have it in your hands. You can't go out to your public and talk about it. It was really gutting, I have to admit. But then I was also very surprised by the way in which the world reacted, the literary world, how everybody went online. We discovered this format, that you are such a past master at. There were launches online. JLF, I think, was one of the first to move online, and they had a full-on festival online. So that was incredibly useful for me. Very heartwarming to have that response. So all of that happened. But those years were pretty difficult, as it was for all of us, especially for, I think, those of us who have children. So it was tough for my girls. They were in high school and they were cut off from their peers. And I was able to see firsthand the effect of, lack of sociability on young people. But then also, luckily, I was able to go on writing. That's something now that we can do with the internet, with the archives online, and a lot of work that can be done online. So I began writing The Lion and the Lily, my last book, while we were still in lockdown and a lot of those systems were still in place. So it didn't change my writing life very much, luckily. I didn't have to travel too much in the beginning. I could do a lot of my primary research online. So that's how COVID was for me, I guess.
So I want to examine a couple of dualities here, and the first of them is of being a writer. Like, one thing I've realized over time, and this is actually true of everything that one does, is that wanting to be a writer is actually not one desire but two desires. On the one hand, there is the thick desire of just wanting to write. You like to write, you like to tell stories, you like to go into the rabbit holes of forgotten worlds, etc., etc. And it is a process that is joyful and beautiful, and that's what you mean by wanting to be a writer. At the same time, there's that other aspect of it, that you want to be known as a writer. You want people to read your books, to enjoy your books, to tell you they loved your books, to get signed copies from you, that validation that comes, and so on and so forth. And you've written a bunch of books by now, 5 at last count. And, I speak to so many of my writer friends and I realize how their journey is one of expecting a lot in that second dimension, that I will write a book and finally, and this is the biggest thing in my life, and I'm the main character and it's going to do so well. And then it kind of, most of the time it's a whisper, if not a whimper, and it just goes away and they go on to the next one and they find the motivation and they keep on going. And during COVID, you, I guess, would have been, except for those online events, utterly deprived of the second kind of writerly happiness, as it were, of the validation that you get. But how do these two balance themselves for you? Like, how important is that whole process of going out there and people reading your book and etc etc, and how important in relation to that is just the process of writing itself? Because many writers at some level come to terms with the fact that they're never going to be superstars. In your case, of course, your books have been very popular, and I know you have a fan following, but many writers get reconciled to that, but they don't care, because the main thing is in the doing. It is a process that is a more important part of writing. So how do you think about these two, and how is it for you?
Yeah, that's a really interesting point, that duality and that dichotomy. And I talk about it with my writer friends all the time. And I think Manu Pillai was telling me about this as well, and saying, we were agreeing that for many years, especially writers of nonfiction, so for many years we lived like Neanderthals in our caves, surrounded by books, and entirely self-sufficient. It is amazing to what extent a writer is selfish, egotistical, centered on themselves and their imaginary world, and that can go on for years in the case of nonfiction writers. And we are entirely happy in that space, even though we will go on saying how hard it is to write a book. And it is something that takes something out of you each time you, like when you give birth, it takes something out of you. But it is still something entirely self-sufficient and I suppose satisfies us on some level, that a level that where we are seeking answers for certain things. So that goes on for some years. And then suddenly we have to transform ourselves into these creatures almost of a circus act, entertainment, and to bring the book into the world and perform for people. And depending on your personality, you get more or less satisfaction from that side of writing. So when people come, and when you get actual readers coming up to you and telling you that they have read your book, or that it has had an impact on you in some way. And I think that has been, some of the most moving things that have happened to me in my life as a writer is people coming and quoting bits of passage, or telling me how in specific cases it has helped their own lives in some way. So that is very important. And, as you were saying, I have been lucky enough to strike a chord with at least a small population of readers who have stayed loyal to me and have followed my journey. So I know that to a certain extent, I am being read, The second bit of a writer's life, when you get the book out into the world and you're interacting with, actual readers, is very important. But I feel that it is important now for me, and now that I've written 5 books, more in terms of qualitative feedback rather than quantitative feedback. Now, I think I know that I will never be on par with a William Dalrymple, any of those writers of mythology as well. That's fine. I've reconciled myself to that, I think. I think I have a core of loyal readers, and that's been enough for me. So now what really matters to me is, the occasional individual feedback that I will get. Even yesterday, for example, I was at JLF International here at the British Library, and I was thinking, okay, here in London, I don't know how many people will have read my book. But somebody came up to me after the session to say that they had, there was a particular passage, a particular character, in my new book, The Lion and the Lily, which has really dozens of characters. But there was this one character, the son of Asaf-ud-Dawla, Wazir Ali, who ends up being exiled and then imprisoned by the British. And they were doing some work on that character, and they had used my book, and it had really brought him to life. And for me, he was a very minor character in the book, even though I felt very strongly for him, because of the way he had been treated by the British. So these, individual reactions can carry me through for many more months of then writing, So really, to answer your question quite simply, I think now for me, the writing process has become almost enough, as long as I know that some people will take away some important bits and pieces from my books and find it of importance to their lives.
That's very resonant, and it ties in with something that I often think of when I think about this podcast. Like a few minutes back, you were asking me me, why are your episodes so long? Who listens, etc., etc. And one dictum that I really love and I've adopted actually comes from the startup world. Paul Graham likes to say that it's better to be loved by a few than liked by many. And I have wholeheartedly adopted that. I'd rather have deep engagement from a few people than shallow engagement from many. And I wonder if that's the same for you. I would imagine it is, because your books, may not sell, lakhs or millions of copies and etc., etc. But clearly they mean something to the people who read them. I love reading them, deeply immersive. A lot of the responses that I see coming from out there for all the popular historians I've had on my show in the early days, of course, there was you and Parvati Sharma and Rana Safi, you've all been on my show. Manu Pillai has been on here 5 times, and he's got a massive fan
Wow.
following. And though that's also because, as one person complained to me, that Manu Pillai, he's posting topless pictures of himself on Instagram, which is true, but he's very fetching, so why not? And
Absolutely, more power
more
to
power to
him.
him. And so give me a little sense of that, and give me a little sense of explaining that, like, why people love you, but why not? Why do people love you? But this thirst for popular history, and this is all good popular history that the likes of you and Manu and Parvati and so many, Anirudh Kanisetti, so many others do. Why is there such a thirst for it? Why do people need this in their lives? What's going on here? Give me a sense of what you've picked up.
So, I think what I've picked up on, Amit, is that a lot of what we have been handed down to us as histories have been, as you have discussed this with so many of your authors before and with me, is the colonial interpretation of our past. We have been deeply, shaped by our colonial experience. I think we are only beginning to dismantle that and to understand it, individually, and very far from understanding it as a society. The fact that you and I are speaking in English is because of our colonial past. The sort of books we write is because of our colonial past. So our histories that have been handed down to us have been shaped by that same colonial past. And I think we also, again, underestimate the extent to which our histories actually shape the way we think of ourselves individually as a society. The idea we have of ourselves as a people, our place in the world, is really deeply shaped by our historical myths, by other myths, by the stories we tell each other, within families, within schools, and within the larger context. And I think that is extremely pertinent when we come to the way in which women think of themselves. And I think a lot of women today, young women, even older women, have been shaped by the idea that the British left of us about how femininity, how womanhood was acted out in India, how it was played out. A huge part of that being the interaction of, before the Raj, how the East India Company interacted with the Mughal Empire. And when they came across the Mughal Empire and they were able to survey the harem, this cloistered space of the women, the zanana or the harem, and the way these women within that harem seemed to exercise a power that was almost inexplicable to them. They were men from the Edwardian times, from the Regency period, unable to understand how women were able to control their money, were able to invest their money, were able to exercise the kind of political power and cultural power that they were. So they used a lot of myth making. A lot of really harmful myths came about around that time, that Indian women, therefore, and making it a broader statement, were all cloistered. They were all there to serve the sexual needs of the emperor. They were entirely uneducated. They were helpless, powerless women, so on and so forth. The idea of the exotic harem. Even when I started writing, I had a slight malaise at the back of my mind thinking, what am I going to find when I look at these Mughal women? What were they really doing with their lives? Because I had sort of absorbed, by osmosis almost through my education, the idea of the Mughal woman. And I think what I found when I wrote Daughters of the Sun, and even Heroines, through the works of Ruby Lal, essentially, the feminist historian, is that this was entirely untrue, that Mughal women, as we now know, were very powerful. They had, they could, issue edicts, they could issue laws, they were able to carry out trade, they were very educated, they had money. All these things that I was able to talk about in a way which was very accessible to a lay reader. It was not just in the world of scholarship where it may have been known, but I brought it out, as we all do in narrative history. I made it accessible for the lay person and the lay woman, especially. And I cannot tell you how many women have contacted me after that saying, you have changed our lives. You have changed the way in which we think of ourselves. You have empowered us. We no longer feel that slight sense of shame about how we lived in the past, what was done to us in the past. We were a certain way in the past. We can be that once again. You have, removed some of the veils that were, metaphorical veils that had been cast over the past. So I think, especially Muslim women, of course, and I feel that is, I mean, if I do nothing else in my life, I think that will have been enough because it has resonated so strongly, with women. And so these women have remained my faithful readers, a lot of them, and I think even in the books that I have written after that, which are not quintessentially feminist works in the sense that they are only focused on women, they are still feminist works in that I bring back hidden women into the narrative. So even if I'm writing about Akbar, such a powerful emperor, I will show how he was shaped by the women in his life, how he could not have become the emperor he was without a galaxy of women helping him, showing him the way, bringing in their own influences into his life. And I have done the same in The Lion and the Lily. So I think those readers stay loyal to me because they do see a reflection of that need to see the erasure of women countered and brought back into the spotlight.
One of the great revelations for me when I read Daughters of the Sun and when we did our episode together was how it bust the way I used to think of harems. I had the typical colonial way that, it's an army of women meant to sort of entertain the emperor. Every night he will decide what to do, etc., etc. And the way that you sort of opened up my perspective on that, and you could see the sociology and the politics that was actually inside a harem, and it's not just about sex, the entire family is there, was mind-blowing to me. And I also wonder, therefore, taking off from what you just said about the women who got in touch with you and said that, hey, we don't feel so ashamed anymore, or we feel a sense of pride, or we feel differently about this. I wonder how the way history is written can actually shape society, that it can have, that element of reflexivity in the sense that what is written about us, changes the way that we view ourselves, and it changes then what we are. And I think a lot of us don't realize, a lot of listeners may not realize to what extent, British narratives about who we are and what we are, changed so much in our society across so many dimensions, but especially this. So give me a sense of how this plays out. Like, did it surprise you that the writing of history is not just some arcane thing where you're writing about stuff that happened in the past and a few interested readers will read it and that is it? But no, it's far more important than that. The way you tell your stories determines who you become in the future. So give me a sense of that, and also give me a sense of your journey in understanding that, and any sort of TILs you had during this phase.
Yes, that's a huge question and a really important one. And I've been thinking about this. I think more and more, as I write books and as I begin to think about what I'm reading also and what I'm writing. Therefore, I think we cannot overestimate the influence that books have on the way, or even on what we become in our own lives. So to come to say something like feminist thinking, I think it was in the 17 and then oh god, I'm stuck in the 18th century, in the 1960s, that feminist thinking, the second wave, started saying that you have to reach this feminist consciousness where you just understand the fact that the way things are around you, the way women are subjugated, the way that they are enthralled to the patriarchy, the way that they assume that they must do certain tasks and no other, this can be questioned. This does not have to be how it is going forward. Start questioning your role and the role of women in society. So there's this fundamental consciousness that once you attain that, then there's no going back. Once you see the world and start reading books through that lens, then there's really no going back to accepting things the way they were. So I think we spoke about this way back when we were doing Daughters of the Sun. I think the realization struck me when I became aware as a young adult of the fact that I had read very voraciously throughout my childhood and my teenage years. But the books that I was reading really taught me how to inhabit a space that was not my own. So I was very comfortable with quoting poetry like Tennyson and Wordsworth and all the romantics, Byron and Shelley. And I was comfortable with a mellow, gentle sun and enjoying strolls in that mild summer sunshine, And I was, I think, a teenager, a young adult when I started to realize that this is not my life. This is not my lived experience. What have I been reading? What have I been allowing, my mind to be entirely colonized by, so that I am so comfortable in that world. I could interact, using the terms of that world, but I could not quote Amir or Dag Dehelvi or any of the Urdu poets who actually shaped the history of Delhi, which is where I grew up in. And that really started me along this journey of what do we read, and which truths, what must we accept, The very latest one that I have read that has made an influence in me right now is the book Wifedom by Anna Funder, where she writes about George Orwell's wife, and she says that there's a very brilliant woman called Eileen O'Shaughnessy. She was absolutely instrumental in shaping George Orwell's thinking, because she was a brilliant scholar herself, and she gave him many ideas that he would later use. But she also, in the domestic space, enabled his day-to-day life. And yet his 6 main biographers till date, they had completely written her out of the texts. So Anna Funder has written a new book which completely restores her place in the world. So I think, you see, if you had not read a book like Wifedom, you would think George Orwell was the man. He's this great male hero that the entire Western world looks up to and quotes and puts on a pedestal. No woman around him to talk about. Once you have read Wifedom, you cannot look at him the same way again. It fundamentally changes your experience of viewing not only George Orwell, but the Western world, the way in which they will idolize a person and allow for the erasure of everything around him. So being aware of these facts, you can read any text, you can read any books, but keep this awareness in your mind, this fundamental consciousness. That what we are told is through a certain lens. It's a colonial lens, it's a patriarchal one. And keep that awareness in your mind as you try and go forward deconstructing the myths that you are given.
I'll address the second of the dichotomies I wanted to ask you about before we go on to the story of your life, because yes, I will. You have told the story of so many other women. You've got to tell your own story in this episode as well. But before we get there, the other dichotomy is what it means to write history. Like at one level, history is truth. You are searching for those aspects of the truth which aren't out there yet, and you're looking to get deeper into that. At the same time, you can also look at history as necessary narrative. You can say that, hey, we live in times of great narrative battles, whether it is the political battles that happen in India around us and, the way the Mughals are painted, Akbar good, Aurangzeb bad, etc., or it is the battles that emerge out of these colonial narratives, etc. And that can almost then give you a sense of, almost a sense of the writing of history being something that is politically important. And I wonder how one balances these, because when one chooses to write history, you are obviously choosing to tell some stories out of this ocean of stories out there, and you are choosing the stuff that interests you. And in your case, that seems to be really driven by a strong feminist lens, by the revelation you brought to many of us that the women have just been erased completely from history, and you've gone on a quest to make them legible again, as it were. But how does one sort of then balance that? Because it is both, there is a truth out there that needs to be told, and you can look at history like that, or you can say that these are the objectives in the narrative battles of today, and therefore I must focus on A, B, C, and that carries dangers of its own. So how do you think about that?
Yeah, that's super important, Amit. And the word truth makes me very uneasy because, we all have our own truths with the best will in the world. So when we are writing histories, me and many of my colleagues, I think we very honestly and sincerely try to bring a truth, but it is only a truth, and I am very aware of that. And I will be, no matter the best intentions I have, I will be shaped by my past. I will be shaped by my gender, by my education, by my privilege, by who I am, by my lived experience. So it is impossible for me to say I am going to bring a totally unprejudiced writing or point of view to this story. Given putting that aside, of course, there are, as I was saying earlier, there are two things that I will try and do, I think, now for any history that I write. And I think I have been doing it pretty much from the beginning, is, as you were saying, try to bring back the stories of erased women, because now we know that this is a truth, a fact that is widely known around the world. This is not an Indian issue. It's not an Indian problem. It's around the world. Caroline Criado Perez, in her book Invisible Women, has shown how women are written out of even data processing. The world is literally shaped and fitted for the body and minds of men, not women. So for example, everything I buy, because I'm a petite woman, is much too big for me. Everything, from gardening gloves to seat belts in the cars. That is just a fact. So I will always try to bring women back into the limelight, into center stage, because I know that there has been a process of elimination, where they are concerned. Secondly, I will push back against colonial narrative, because we now know how toxic they have been for us, how obviously the British created a narrative which would suit their takeover of India, right? That is the aim of why they wrote things the way they did. So these two things I will try and do. But there are always, of course, unexpected things that you find. And I think the key word, maybe more than truth, is nuance. So I think what I want to bring, I will never claim that what I write is the truth. Tomorrow somebody will find a source, something which completely calls into question something I've said. And I, completely accept that. But if I can bring nuance into my stories and tell you, listen, hey, keep your mind open, just look at alternatives. So one main thing that I set off when I was writing my latest book, The Lion and the Lily, was that I thought, okay, we have been given a colonial perspective. I'm talking about the Subah of Awadh. I have been shaped by the stories of, say, Wajid Ali Shah, about Shatranj Ke Khiladi. This is what I have in my mind, this very beautiful, aesthetically pleasing, but decadent and end of siècle malaise kind of feeling that was there. So these Nawabs were certainly very culturally, they created beautiful things, but they were essentially powerless. This was something that I thought I knew. And I figured I would use French colonial sources to push back against that narrative. I'm sure we will talk about it, but I do read and write French. So I thought this would give me a little edge and I would be able to find sources on the 18th century. And I did. I found a lot of sources. But what I found did not give me a simple story to push back against the British story. Instead, it complicated the story even more, because then now I could see that the very ideas of French, of British, of Catholic, of Protestant, of what language you were speaking was all completely muddled, that people are not so binary as we think, that a Frenchman could be working for a Nawab, he could also be spying for the British, he could also switch allegiances, pretend to be Protestant on one day, whereas actually he was brought up Catholic. He could learn a language, Persian, and thereby become acculturated to the Nawabi lifestyle. So I think what I have learned increasingly going forward is that I need to bring this sense of a nuance into my writing, that there are many truths and they live along each other depending on whose point of view you are seeing. Even the British point of view, the colonial narrative, is true in quotes to the extent that they actually, I think, tried to believe that they were greater than us, that they as part of the Enlightenment process had certain truths to impart to us. I think they possibly believed that we were a depraved and ignorant race who needed to be shown the lights of the Enlightenment, right? So from their point of view, perhaps this was true, the writings that they left us, right? But we can counter that with other truths to give a much more granular textually rich experience for readers to play with today. And so as they live, because I really hope that I bring my books to life, as my readers inhabit the world of my books, they can take on the different colors that they see lying around them, clothes of different colors. And one day they can try on the Nawabi turban and the Jama. The next day they can try on the British uniform and see how it feels to live in that world that I've created using these different points of view.
So as it happens, I am going to, inhabit that world is very much an apt phrase, because all your books do bring the characters very much to life. And I'm going to even ask you more about that later in the episode. But I'll ask you to double click on the phrase colonial narratives. For the sake of my listeners, can you expand on what that phrase means to you? Like in our last episode about Daughters of the Sun, we spoke about one particular aspect of colonial narratives where the prudishness plays into the objectification of women, and therefore they paint the harem in a particular way, and that's a thread that kind of runs through everything that they write about India. Manu and I have also discussed this in our episodes together. But give me a broader sense of colonial narratives, because I find that those are so internalized and normalized by us that sometimes it is useful to just shine a light on it and say, here, this is what you thought was true of us, but it actually isn't.
Yes, that's very interesting. That's a very interesting part of my life and my working life, is to uncover these, colonial truths in parentheses. And I think through the 18th century, which is the period that I examine in The Lion and the Lily, it's particularly vivid. It's brought out in a very vivid way because it is a time of enormous myth making for the British themselves. So the 18th century begins with the British and the French poised to become global empires. Okay, it is just the beginning of that. And at that point, the French are by far in the stronger position. They are a much larger country. They are on the continent, so they have access to continental resources. They have an enormous army. They are very rich compared to the British. The English at that time, it was not yet the British Isles. The English are a very small nation on their little rocky island, something that post-Brexit may resonate with British listeners today. But they are this small, tiny island at the edge of prosperous continental Europe. So they begin like this. They have gone through the Reformation. They have been, because of Elizabeth I and her father Henry VIII, they have been kicked out by the Pope from trading with continental Europe, which is Catholic. They have become Protestant. So that makes them much more adventurous in terms of looking for global markets. They begin by trading with North Africa, with the Ottoman Empire, and eventually make their way to India. By the beginning of the 18th century, they are poised to really make inroads into India. But France is by far the bigger threat, much more powerful. A much stronger sense of what it is to be French, for example. So this, through the 18th century, as the British make inroads into India and are more and more successful by, it's so funny that a lot of these things are happen chance, are just fortuitous, are just lucky sometimes, and of course sometimes talent of individual talent, or just sociopathic ability like Robert Clive to seize the moment, if you like. And they become more and more powerful, but they have this existentialist sort of worry regarding France. They are really, really worried about what France can do. And as the 18th century progresses, and you have the ideas of evangelical, Protestantism coming up, France being this Catholic under Louis XVI, this very exuberant, confident monarchy, and then under Napoleon, this very ostentatious and opulent, emperor that he becomes, they react counter to this, and they say, we will place ourselves and we will develop our Englishness in opposition to French Catholic excess. Instead, we will become the austere, the truthful, the sober, the Protestant English person. They really go ahead and say, this is what our leaders must be. This is when they found their schools, Eton, Harrow, all the great private schools here in England were built around this time to create a tranche of leading men and women to some extent, but mostly leading men who would take the country forward, carrying forward this legacy of what it means to be English. And therefore, their men, their leaders who are sent to India are told, I have this expectation of them that they will be great evangelical Protestants and they will be upright men. Despite their actions on the ground, being anything but that. So, for example, Warren Hastings is somebody that I look at very closely in my book, The Lion and the Lily. And he will go on, and it is written about him that he is a certain way. He is very sober. He is very incorruptible. He is honest. The way he deals with the Indians, he is absolutely, you cannot criticize him much at all. But when I looked, and this is the story that we are given till today, that Hastings wasn't so bad. Robert Clive, yes, that William has shown us, exactly the sort of crazy sociopath he was. But Hastings is not so bad, is what we have been left with. But when I looked at him, the way he behaved with Bahu Begum, for example, the wife of Shujauddaulah, then the widow of Shujauddaulah, the way he is absolutely horrified that a woman in Parda should have the confidence and the self-belief to want to interact with British men and say, no, you cannot have my treasure. This is my treasure and I have the right to it and I will rule my country. I do not need you interfering. He is so horrified by this and he sends his agents to seize her eunuchs because she is ruling through the intermediary of Khwaja Sara's eunuchs, elite eunuchs. And I saw a completely different picture, which we can talk about at length later, or it's there in the book. But this sort of colonial narrative that I found, where the women were concerned, where the eunuchs were concerned, the way they wrote about the Nawabs as being really effete and by lacking backbone and somehow lacking virility, I really had this in the back of my head. And when I came to examine the figures of Shujauddaulah, for example, he is the great military hero of the 18th century. He is the one that everyone asked for his succor when they needed to fight a battle, whether it was the Mughal Emperor Shah Alam or Ahmed Shah Abdali, the Afghan, invader. They all came to Shujauddaulah because he was the primary fighting man, the warrior, the leader, the charismatic leader of his time. And that was a complete revelation to me, because I thought, oh, Awadh, singing and dancing, good food, maybe biryani. But that's about it. But when I saw the layers behind it, the extent to which the colonial narrative had spent time and resources to write these Nawabs into a certain light, to say that these are just effete men, these are unable to govern their own country, we must come and help them, we need a resident there, we need them to, to spend money on maintaining our own garrisons in their, in their Suba. The way they slowly encroached on their integrity really was an eye-opener for me personally. And I think a lot of that I have been able to write about in The Lion and the Lily.
You also pointed to this lovely painting which shows Hastings meeting with the Begums and the eunuchs, and we'll talk much more about art as we go along, but I want to turn attention now to yourself. So give me a sense of, where was your childhood? Where did you grow up? Tell me about your parents.
Yeah, so I grew up in Delhi. I am very much, a Delhi wali, but I am I suppose, the children of immigrants, like a lot of Delhi people are. So it took me a lot of time to come to this realization, really. As a child, you think your childhood is normal, no matter what it is, even it is, it is entirely different from your neighbors. You think, okay, well, it's normal for me. This is how it is. So my father, was from what he called undivided India. He was from Bangladesh. And at the time of partition, him and his family moved to Calcutta. And he eventually moved to London to become a barrister because, looking for a way forward, having lost everything during partition, he needed to reinvent himself, let us say. And interestingly, in his reinvention, I think, like for a lot of Bengali gentlemen, is that he shed everything that had linked him to Bangladesh. He shed his Bengaliness, at least where we were concerned, the family. He never spoke to us in Bengali. He never wore, Bengali clothes. We were not really exposed to Bengali culture. That whole side of that, which later on I mourned greatly. That was not part of my life. So instead, he went to England. where he met my mother. So my mother was, a French Catholic lady, and she had gone to England she was very good at languages. She loved English. So she had gone to perfect her English, and they met. And my mother found my father very exotic. She had never been anywhere south of Nice, the south of France. So she had an extremely exotic and idealized idea of what India might be. Found my father extremely, romantic and intriguing compared to all the other white men, I suppose. And they got married, and they lived in England for a while when my brother was born. And as I said, my mother had no idea what India was about. And I don't think my father did much to disabuse that notion. So they finally decided, this was 1960s England, when there was a fair amount of racism, and my father was told that despite having become a barrister at last, he would find it very difficult to find a job equal to his education. So he decided to come back to Calcutta. And you can imagine my French mother, who had never been anywhere outside France except for London for the first time, arriving by ship in Bombay and then going to Calcutta. And I think it was, just an existential shock so great that I think after 5 years, she must have given my father an ultimatum of some sort. And they moved to Delhi, where I was born. And she found Delhi much easier to deal with, in terms of the climate. And even in those days, it was, less chaotic, let us say, than Calcutta. So I was raised in this pretty unusual family where my first language was French, because my mother only spoke to us in French. Her way of teaching us French was to only speak to us in French. And if we ever replied in French, she would ignore us, so we grew up with the first language being French. And as a result, I can't pronounce the Hindi R's, the way you pronounce the R in Hindi. Which is ridiculous, really. And I was made a lot of fun of by my school friends. And so that was it. We spent time between France and India, but I never got to explore my father's, family, because he distanced himself. I think the trauma of that separation for him was too painful for him ever to be able to come to terms with it. So he just sort of, left it out of our lives. So we were not burdened with his trauma. But then we also did not get that side of it. So we got much more from my French mother's side of it and her family, and then my Delhi life. So in a nutshell, yes, that was it.
So, by the way, I'm also half Bengali, and I also I can't pronounce that or whatever that. It's like we can just go down in loops if I tell you about what I can't pronounce.
Yes.
But yeah. So tell me about how the way that you looked at the world evolved through your childhood. Like, you've spoken elsewhere about the evolving feminist lens, that first you see yourself as a woman in the world, and then as an Asian woman in the world, and then as a mother of two daughters in the world, and so on and so forth. But even before that, when you are a kid, at one level, you must have been a privileged, pampered kid. You're reading Enid Blyton and talking about cucumber sandwiches, as you mentioned in our last episode, and not reading Ghalib or Mir, but memorizing Wordsworth. And gradually, I guess that begins to expand. You see the larger context of the city you're in, and then the larger context of the country you're in, and then the even larger context of the city you are in, but you hadn't really seen as you begin to figure out the history and all of that, and so on and so forth. So, and that's the journey that I'm really fascinated about, in terms of, I would imagine that the way the 10-year-old era looked at the world would have been different from 15, would have been different from 20, would have been different from 25. Take me through as much of that journey as you can manage to, piece together.
Yeah, so no, absolutely, you're right. We spoke about the first bit of it, at least in our earlier episode. And as a child, so not only was I privileged to the extent that, I was reading, all the English language classics, but I was a great reader, and I was constantly ill. So these two things meant that I read a lot, because in those days, with no TikTok and no Snapchat and no WhatsApp even, what did you do as a kid? And I'm sure this resonates even with you, Amit, youngster though you are. So
I think I'm older than you.
no,
How
no,
old are you?
nonsense. Let's not talk about age, but
All right.
nonsense.
That was, yeah.
So what we did was read books, right, when you were at home. And so there were two things that really made a difference to my reading life. The first thing was that I lived across from a bookstore. And the bookstore owner was my neighbor. They lived above me. So he was very sympathetic to my parents having to spend money on books. So he said, here, borrow books whenever you're ill, and then went off and no doubt sold those books, not telling people they were secondhand. So I was very lucky. So I read a lot of books growing up. But I also, because my mother was at her wit's end with the books, the whole books issue, but she had her whole collection when she came from France of French classics. So she sat me down at a pretty young age, like 10, 11 years old, and said, here are a few basic grammar rules that you need to know about reading French. This is how the accents are pronounced. Off you go. And she gave me Stendhal, de Maupassant, and all the great, À la recherche du temps perdu, Camus, all that stuff, which I was reading as a very young person, made very little sense to me, but still somewhere. I think some of those ideas, some of that aesthetic sense, some of the beauty of the words, some of the complexity of those thoughts, no doubt must have influenced me. But I think one of the biggest changes for me was in high school, where I was very lucky to have as an English teacher. So I had two English teachers which shaped me, who shaped me a lot. The first was a man who believed in my writing. I was writing even as a teenager. I just loved books and writing. And he told me I had talent. That was it. He just wrote in one of my essays, you have a talent. See if you can pursue it. That's it, But that meant a lot to me. I really carried that belief, which sometimes, in the world, it's so easy to lose that belief. That belief was really important to me. The second teacher was a feminist English teacher, So she, for the first time ever in my life, taught us how to question all the books that we were given, and to look at every writing, every great text, what did we read? We read Thomas Hardy, we read Austen, all the great texts. Look at them from a feminist lens as well. See the regular classical interpretation, then look at it through a feminist lens. And I think that stayed with me, because in high school, very influenceable. It makes huge influence and impact on the way you see the world. So that has stayed with me. That was the one big change to my reading life. And after that, I really tried to do that and look at things through a feminist voice. And then later on, it was not, as you said, not just the feminist angle, but I began to see the world not just through Delhi, but India and the broader context. And that's when I realized that there were many different ways of writing about the world. And when I read Chimamanda Adichie, and she talks about the danger of a single voice, Maya Angelou, the way she writes about her lived experience. And I realized it was okay. Even Salman Rushdie, the way in which he played with words. And suddenly I realized, you don't have to be given permission. These people are writing the English language using those same words, but twisting and shaping them according to the way in which they inhabit the world, according to the way in which, what are the fruits they eat? It's not just apples and cucumbers, as we talked about. Chimamanda Adichie, she talks about mangoes, and that resonated with me, about hibiscus flowers, about how our sensorial world is different from the Western world, and how even that shapes the way we write and shapes the way we are as, human beings. And I think even beyond that, Amit, today, there's a book that I've just gotten at home, which I haven't gotten around to reading. I think it's called An Immense World. It's newly out. It talks about how animals see the world. Or see is not the right word. It is how they experience world, sometimes through the sense of taste, of smell. Any of us who has dogs will know that dogs only experience the world through smell. That is their primary sense. And how we are surrounded by these millions of creatures who inhabit the same environment that we do, but they are interpreting their world in these ways. So I feel as a human being, I need to go beyond even my gender. I need to go beyond even my Indianness, beyond even being a human being. And now I think it is almost necessary for me to take on the fact that there's a different way to be alive. That every creature that inhabits the space that I do, has a right to be part of my journey. And I need to therefore bend my experience to take on board those ways of being. It's not enough to be just an Indian woman in the world. It's far more than that now, I think. So I don't know. I probably have gone very far away from the original question you have asked me, but I feel that every such experience that I have, every such book that I read, which enlarges my own sense of who I am and breaks those borders between, I think, in the end, what it is, it's trying to break, create a continuum between our inner selves and every other human being and life form that exists. I should not be just who I am in this body, a woman, a certain type of woman, a privileged woman. I can be beyond that. Ultimately, I would like to efface all signs of who I am exteriorly, so that as an inner self, I can really bond with, say, Amit, who you are inside, and who everybody listening to us and beyond that.
I can't wait to pick up An Immense World. I remember being deeply affected by Thomas Nagel's essay, What Is It Like to Be a Bat, where his argument was that, bats navigate the world not through sight but echolocation. And his argument was we can't possibly put ourselves in the shoes of the bat or the ears of the bat, as it were, and sort of imagine that. And I also remember, when I was a kid, coming across the concept of the expanding circle. Like the philosopher W.E.H. Lecky had written this book called A History of European Morals in the late 19th century, where he came up with the concept of the expanding circle, where he said that from prehistoric times, the circle of those we consider worthy of moral consideration expands and expands and expands. So you begin with a family and you go to a tribe, and that might go to a region, and that might be a nation state, and it expands. And his funda was that it just keeps expanding till all of humanity is within it. Peter Singer later argued that all of animals also should be within it. But in the times that we live in, it often seems that expanding circle is not inevitably going to expand, that it contracts in different ways, where we are beset in these times by tribalisms of different kinds, identity politics of different kinds, and so on and so forth. And to that, I then want to turn to you and ask that as you made this journey where you're intellectually expanding and also at the same time empathetically expanding and feeling for more people, and broadening your narrative of what it means to be a we, at the same time, there is so much in the world, either the stuff that we had normalized and stopped thinking about or taken for granted, or the new developments that happen around us in our society, both in India and elsewhere, that must have really troubled you. So take me through the things that made you angry while growing up and through your journey. What were the sources of your anger? Some of which might have erupted in front of you and been new things, and some of which would have been stuff that you had just normalized and taken for granted, and suddenly you saw it with new eyes and you were like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I think the source of anger for me really became when I saw the world through my daughters, because I had, as you were saying, I had internalized so much of this misogyny that we have in, say, a city like India growing up. I had normalized so much of it, despite having, coming from a family where this was not at all the norm. The first great feminist icon and example for me was my father. He was a complete feminist. But nonetheless, through society, through culture, through the movies, through songs, through the interaction with your peers, you normalize a lot of behaviors growing up as a woman in Delhi. But it was really when I was experiencing this a second time through my daughters that I became just filled with a sense of rage when these were again shown to me in the mirror through my children. So things like, for example, very basic things. The racism we have in our society, just the color racism, this color of your skin will determine how people react to you on even a degree level. Somebody who is a tiny bit darker, tiny bit fairer, and you will be treated a different way, So that was something that horrified me. The things that my daughters were told about how they were meant to behave, the things that it was accepted that they be, a little quieter, that the laughter should not be too loud, that they should sit with their legs together so that nothing should ever show that, preferably they should wear these clothes, and preferably they should not sing too loudly. They should not be seen. And I don't know if men really truly can understand the extent to which we have to repress ourselves just to live a normal life and not be assaulted, not be raped, not be attacked, not be killed, not be, some way violated. But whereas I had internalized a lot of those things for myself, I really was not ready to do that for my girls. And that was what really got me writing, because I saw that a lot of the examples that were very subliminally almost fed to us culturally through cultural norms were things like the Sita story. We were told to be, perfect exemplars of Indian femininity by emulating the example of Sita. And the more I looked at the story of Sita, the more I was horrified, and the more I was absolutely determined that I would not offer this as an option for my girls or for any 21st century young woman growing up in India, that this should not be the limit of her ambitions to be someone like Sita as she is represented to us, this fair, quiet, domesticated, perfect, patriarchal, Brahminical woman, really, which is the way in which she is interpreted to us in popular culture and popular writing, even in children's books and things. And that got me started thinking about angry women. How is it how can you direct your fury in India? What has happened in the past? And I came across the example, of course, of Draupadi. I read Iravati Karve's Yuganta and books like that. And that was like, it just blew apart my mind, and I was like, okay, now I have license to say what I want to say, to examine our myths, which I thought till then untouchable. I thought they were monoliths presented, that they had never changed through time. I realized this is completely untrue. They have been added to over centuries, interpreted, reinterpreted. Brahmins have added lines to it, choruses and verses. And that was very liberating to me, because I was able to go to what is more or less understood to be a core story of the Mahabharata and extract this figure of Draupadi, who is so powerful, but is so angry. She is really a fiery woman. And I use that to navigate the sort of very loaded landscape that we live in India. For example, it was around the same time that there was an incident that happened in Delhi where young college-going women, going out at night were, I don't know if they were assaulted or molested, and there was a big hue and cry in the papers. And an Indian politician, a woman, said that they should have observed the Lakshman Rekha. They should have stayed within the bounds of their hostel at night, not stepped outside. That enraged me so much, this idea of the Lakshman Rekha, using cultural norms and to pretend that this has existed forever, to pretend that this represents Indianness, Indian womanhood, to the extent that you cannot challenge it today in the 21st century. And so all of these thinkings led to my writing what was my first manuscript, but was eventually my fourth published work, which is the Song of Draupadi. And even till today, I find that when I read it, I can, I am sometimes amazed that book doesn't burst into flames, because it is so filled with anger. Mine, and I think channeling the character Draupadi's anger. But for me, it is my most controversial, let us say, book, because I really have tried to challenge a lot of what we consider are cultural norms. Why are they considered cultural norms? Is cultural norm something that can never be challenged? That is patently untrue. To fight back against things like today, this excessive, valorization of being a wife and a mother in India, so that you have this this festival. Oh God, it's completely slipped my mind, where you worship the long life of your husband by fasting, Karwa Chauth.
Karwa Chauth.
Yeah, Karwa Chauth. So, I've seen this in my life, where initially I've never heard about it. My Bengali father had never heard about it. We never did anything around that. Obviously, my French mother knew nothing about it. But even in Delhi, we didn't speak about it much. Then it started to appear in Bollywood movies. And now in my community, every Karwa Chauth, the ladies very proudly go to the middle of the community garden and sit around and, sing songs, and no doubt feel very valorized in their role as perfect Brahmanically, using strictures that have been given by the Brahminical patriarchal order, internalizing these things, being very proud of it and feeling fulfilled in their roles and feeling that this is what we should be telling young girls, So given half a chance, I am enraged every day if I stop to think about these things. But the only way that me individually I can do something about it is to write about it. So yes, many things that are enraging, and you are right that we are becoming, it seems to be, more and more tribal in the way in which we seem to get our sense of worth, our sense of identity from our tribes even more than before, which is really puzzling. There's now, I don't know if you've come across it, a sort of a new wave of in the West of women being trad wives, where they are almost like Mormons. They are stay at home mothers. It's become very glamorous to take TikToks of yourself in your kitchen with your many beautiful blonde children around you, and you are going and milking the cows, and you are doing all these lovely things which apparently harken back to a happier time of bliss where men were not challenged in their roles, right? And I'm like, come to India if you want to see trad wives. This is nothing new. Trad wives have been going on a long time, So it is a mystery to me, But I think also that it is normal when the world is in crux, when there are many, like feminism has brought men maybe to a sense of reckoning where this is now the pushback against many waves of feminism, where much was obtained, much was celebrated, and there was going to be an inevitable pushback. So I don't feel despair when I see this. I feel that it is perhaps somewhere a measure of the success that we had, that women had, that their power was finally out in the open enough that a lot of men in the cultural, in the traditional modes felt challenged and had to kick back and push back against that. But there will be, again, another movement. I am quite sure of that.
A mirror of the whole tradwife thing is what happens in the manosphere. I've actually entered a rabbit hole where, out of horror, I know those ecosystems so well because in a horrified way, I've just gone deeper and deeper into checking out what they look like, and it's mind blowing. But we won't go there. But no. I must point out something else to you, that this whole Lakshman Rekha thing, in a sense, Bengalis are responsible for it, because the concept of the Lakshman Rekha was not in the original Ramayana. It came about because of Krittivas's 15th century Bengali translation of the Ramayana. So I think both you and I, on behalf of our ancestors, owe a mea culpa to the world. But here's what I want to ask you, that you're absolutely right that whole tradwife manosphere thing is happening over there. But even over here, there is an embrace of this kind of thinking. Like throughout, of course, we have glorified Sita over Draupadi, but at the same time, Draupadi's been outspoken and externalized her rage in many, many different versions of the Mahabharata over time, thus indicating that strand also exists. But what we have seen in recent times is exactly what you pointed to when you said that, hey, the Karwa Chauth became a national phenomenon as opposed to a regional one, partly because of popular culture, because popular culture embraced it, and popular culture would have embraced it for a reason, because society was a particular way. And in many different ways, we are regressing into worse kinds of misogyny than before. And by the way, I once quoted in a column of mine from Iravati Karve's Yuganta and got threatened on Twitter with lynching because I had the temerity to quote the particular words I did, but I have survived. That was a long time ago. So why do you think there is this sort of tendency? Because sure, patriarchy is all pervasive, but why would it be worse today? Or is it that social media empowers those who are most willing to scream into a megaphone?
I hope it's the latter, Amit. And somehow, subconsciously, I think instinctively, I feel it is the latter. It is the fact that social media and just the way media is today, it amplifies the voices of hate because they are the loudest. Good people tend to be quieter. They tend to go about their lives not looking for too much trouble and, staying under the radar and not feeling the need to go and, screech and shout about their feelings on social media. So I think there's some part of that to play, because in my day to day and in my research, I come across so many extremely fine and good people who do not stand with the current dispensation, who do not stand with, the voices of hatred that seem to, be spewing everywhere. But there are also people, I think, who feel, who don't want to risk too much, who would rather play it safe than go out and challenge the status quo. As you were saying, this has always happened. We have always had voices of women who are far more, powerful than we think acceptable today. So even the whole Lakshman Rekha issue. When I was talking about it earlier, I remember at one point I mentioned the example of Mirabai that I talk about in one of my books. And I said, we had a movement called Reclaim the Night, because women needed to reclaim outside spaces because they felt so threatened. But I was like, look at the example of Mirabai that we have, 16th century Rajput elite woman. She just leaves the comfort of her privileged life and goes out into the dusty hinterland of North India. What a dangerous space we believe it to be. But she was completely accepted by that community in that time. Today, when we look at her myths, she has been re-sanitized, brought back into the safe space of family temples, of the Rathore Sisodia temples, and, made again that untouchable, perfect woman that she sought to break the bonds of, caste and gender so strongly, so vividly. But yes, so these examples have been there to, throughout history. But yes, today we live in this bizarre time where the voices that act against it, that are feeling threatened by all these advances that have been made, are the loudest. And unfortunately, also what we have, is then the exposure of people who do not want to risk what they have by standing against it. And I think because things are getting so extreme everywhere in the world, perhaps what it will bring out is it will push people into taking a stance one way or the other. So we know that the loud, noisy, hate-filled ones are taking a stance, but I think it will push the others into maybe, taking on roles in the public space that they would not have done otherwise, making statements that they would not have otherwise, becoming more proactive in fighting for democratic rights, into gender free, rights for gender norms. So I'm hoping that happens, that when things become too extreme, that even those of us who would be quiet, who would want to stay, quietly living our lives, will be pushed out into the open and forced to take a stand. That's not necessarily a bad thing. And I do see it happening in the circles that I share on WhatsApp groups, and my family, and my extended colleagues. I do find that people are now almost forced to take a stand, and they are doing that. They are cutting off with family members who are too extreme in their hatreds, who are not willing to, negotiate, to talk about things. So I think a crisis point is being reached, and so there will be hopefully a reversal eventually.
I want to double click on something you mentioned a while back, where you spoke about the rage you would be filled with, where you saw how much that was normal for you was actually not normal, that your daughters were also having to go through it, and that was unacceptable for you. And this extra layer of awareness that, women have to live with, and how many men don't realize that. Like, I think it took me into adulthood to realize that every woman I know, without exception, walks around the world with an extra layer of awareness that I just don't think about at all. When I enter a lift, I don't have to look around to see who else is there. If I want to go for a walk at night, I just go for a walk at night. I don't have to think about which neighborhood I'm in or what I'm wearing and shit like that. And women go through that, and that kind of makes me wonder. And this is a question I've asked previous guests on my show as well, that how do women deal with the rage, right? The rage surely has to be ubiquitous among women. it's just a freaking horrible world. How do they deal with the rage? Like in your books, you've referred to, different characters like Draupadi and Radha and Lakshmi Bai and Mirabai, and how they deal with their different kind of rages, but always there is a larger kind of cause out there. But I would imagine that in those times, it would have been even harder for a woman to even be able to make coherent sense of a rage, because you would not have those feminist frames that we are all fortunate to have today, where you can make sense of the world. So something normalized would be normalized forever. You would never ever question it, perhaps through a life. But nevertheless, there would be some subdued rage there. So maybe therefore enlarging my question, how did women deal with their rage, and how do women deal with their rage even today?
I think a primary way in which women have dealt and continue to deal with it is that patriarchy is a very, very clever in a sense and flexible system, in the sense that it valorizes women. So it will, of course, subjugate you in enormous ways. It will take away many of your freedoms. You will not be able to travel, for example, freely. You will not be able to marry the man of your choice. You will not be able to work in certain areas. But it will also give you what is seen as great gifts. It will, at certain times of the year, worship you as a goddess. So little girls, will be, prepubertal girls will be worshipped during a festival, right? At other times, you will be told, a woman's honor is above and beyond everything. We will fight for you for that. We are there, your brothers. This is Rakhi. We will tie this. You tie this thread around us. We protect we promise to protect you throughout your life. Most women will not stop to think, why do we need protecting? Why can't we protect our own honor? What is our honor? Wherein does our honor lie, right? So a lot of these so-called, gifts and things that society offers to women is enough to offset a lot of the subjugation, a lot of the violence that is enacted against us, right? And the rest of the stuff, the really, really dark stuff, is too shameful to be even, I think, called rage. So whether we talk about the fact that marital rape is not recognized in India, what does that say? That means that a woman is meant to not even think of her own body as her own once she is married. That means she gives up not just her objects, her possessions, her body, the integrity of her body. So that is the extent to which we are told we must internalize the lack of agency and ownership over our own bodies. So in those circumstances, where is the outlet for rage? There is none. We would combust if we were able to do anything with that rage. So occasionally we have something, we have that amazing movie that I was late to the party and saw only recently. The Great Indian Kitchen, the Malayali one, I think, where it shows the everyday life of a woman from a middle class, South Indian family, and how her life is just effaced and crushed by the day-to-day chores that she has to perform, the kitchen chore, the no recognition, the no praise for that, the very slight praise of, okay, today it's not so bad, and that is enough to valorize you, and you take that and you hold it in your heart. Then, of course, now you have Banu Mushtaq's book, right? Lamp Heart, and that is one way for you to express your rage. So Banu was able, as a journalist and as somebody who came from that disempowered, otherwise background of a poor Muslim woman living in South India, how did she deal with her rage for the years and years of her being a journalist and observing those stories? So there you have it. She was able to write down those words, write down those stories, and today she has won, the prize with Booker and Translation. And these words are now going to go to millions of people and give hope to millions of women. So it's not easy, Amit, because it is not just a question of the stick. There is also the carrot. And often that carrot is enough to keep a lot of women quiet and living their lives. But it is hopefully sometimes when that tipping point is reached, that a woman will come out and say, okay, I have this story to this, I have this movie to make, I have this other thing that I want to share with the world. But it is it is not easy, because what you give up when you talk out against patriarchy is a great deal. It's your place and your standing in society, is your, even not just your standing, but as a, as a woman in Indian society, you are given, you are given a lot of bhav, as we say in Delhi. You are given respect, you are given a certain dignity. Now, when I walk around in Delhi as an older woman, it's no longer as dangerous as it was when I was young, and I am given respect. People will talk to me a certain way. The shopkeepers have respect for me because I'm a privileged older woman. So you are constantly given sort of little tidbits to keep you part of the system and not fight too hard against it.
A great example of how patriarchy can frame women in apparently complementary ways comes when you speak about Lakshmi Bai in your books, where you point out how the British painted her as a kind of Amazon, and the local Brahmin folks painted her as a sort of Mother India, and both of those are deeply reductive and almost offensive to any women. And I remember, the column for which in which I quoted Iravati Karve was one about our adultery laws. The main adultery law has been struck down, but there are a couple of other laws like it on the books. And the way those laws are written in the Indian Penal Code, they treat women as a property of the husband. Yeah. So the adultery law specifically spoke of the husband as an aggrieved party and aggrieved by the guy his wife was having an affair with, as if it is a matter of theft. Yeah. That guy has interfered with someone else's property, and just the wording was so bizarre and sort of shitty. And, in your studies of the women of centuries past, what did you observe of what today, from today's prisms, we would not describe as feminist acts, but in their own ways were little acts of rebellion? Like one of my earlier guests, I think it might have been Mukulika Banerjee, with whom you did an excellent podcast episode, yes, by the way, a few weeks ago. I'll link to that from the show notes. Mukulika told me about how her mom once in the 90s, 50s or 60s, when she was a young woman, did a Tonga trip from one city to another city just with another female friend. And I thought that was so incredibly awesome. I hope I'm remembering this right. But, age does strange things to memory. But a story of that sort. And it struck me as she spoke about her mom that, and with many guests this has happened, Shanta Gokhale, Mrinal Pandeyji, when she spoke about her mom Shivani, is that these were not women who were, that stereotype of the bra-burning feminist. Yes. But in quiet ways, within the constraints of their lives and their environments, they were asserting their agency and their independence. And, if you just look at that a little more closely, it can be so inspiring. Yeah. So give me a sense of the lived feminisms, as it were, of all the women who lived in those years, say, in Mughal times, and not just the women who were royals, who obviously also had a lot of power to go with being a woman, but give me a sense of what life would have been like for the normal woman, as it were, the citizen, and how they would have had, the kind of small compromises and rebellions that their lives would have involved.
Well, now you've put me in a tough spot, Amit, because when I have written about, Mughal women, when I wrote especially Daughters of the Sun, and I was asked, why do I not talk about everyday women? Is there something that I can say about that? And I said that the lives of women is so erased, it is so normal for women's voices to be lost, that it is only elite women who have a chance of being recorded at all, even if it is in a cursory manner. It is only elite women. So there is very little that I can say with certainty that this is how ordinary women, live their lives, and these are the sort of ways in which they could, combat, the challenges in their life. But I can do that in a sort of oblique manner, which is often how one accesses women's stories, is in an oblique way. You're looking at the sun to look at a man's story, and then on the side you see the clouds and you see something else. So we have, through the way in which, say, Akbar talks about women, So he is somebody who has a lot of compassion and sympathy for women. We know that through the laws he enacts, through the way he writes about them, through Abu al-Fazl, is that he has a lot of sympathy because in his own life, as you have said, the royal women have a lot of freedoms. Even when they don't have that freedom later on in his reign, they will still insist on exercising it. So he is very sympathetic to the way in which women live their life, and one of the things he says that, listen, let us try and increase the age of marriage. Marriageable age should be increased to 14 for women and 16 for boys, for example. He goes from being somebody who is quite impressed with the whole notion of sati, saying these women love their husbands so much that they can't imagine a day without them, to realizing that it is often not their own choice, that they are being forced into making these decisions. And he starts, acting out against that. So we see the challenges that women have to face, that, sati is not something that they willingly go into. They are often forced by their menfolk who would rather that they, not carry on living because it's too dangerous to control their sexual chastity once their husbands are dead. But an interesting thing that he then comes about in his writing, and we see what women were up to, is that he is very annoyed at people who drink too much. Okay, so drinking is part of courtly culture, absolutely, and it is part of the way in which you enjoy an evening. It is the way in which your experiences of art are enhanced by having a little bit of alcohol, but everything in moderation. That was really, the Mughal way and what Akbar believed in. It shouldn't be to excess where your senses take leave of you. You should be the one in control always. So finally, he realized that he could not stop his people from drinking. He could not put an outright ban because people would find a way to drink. So he opens these little distilleries and little shops, alcohol shops at the entrance of Agra, where you can buy alcohol, but he makes the seller of the alcohol a woman. He says a woman should be there because she will make sure that the men are well behaved. So clearly, when women were around, men, tended to be on better behavior. It brought out their better instincts. They made a better effort to be well-behaved men in the company of women. The other thing that I found interesting was that he wants to encourage women to remarry. He finds it very regrettable that Hindu women are not encouraged to remarry, that they are in fact, encouraged to commit sati among certain, of course, certain sects. But he finds it very regrettable that they're not encouraged to remarry because the women in his family have always been remarrying. Divorce is not looked upon with shame. It is a very acceptable part of life. So he encourages women to remarry. But he says, we should try and ensure that the age difference between the husband and the wife is not so great, because a lot of older women should not be allowed to marry younger men. So the fact that he has had to bring out a law trying to ensure that older women do not harpo young men and marry them clearly points to the fact that a lot of older women were marrying younger men, right? You're only having to bring a law if that is actually happening in society. So, in these oblique ways, you see that actually a lot of ordinary women are not having to live by the stringent laws that the elite women are meant to aspire to. And of course, we know that even those laws are simply laws. Often the women do away with that. But ordinary women are not bound to the same extent by these sorts of rules and regulations. They will remarry. They marry older men if they fancy, younger men if they fancy them. And they, clearly are used to being around alcohol and men who drink alcohol, pretty regularly. So I think perhaps it is less difficult in those times to be a non-elite Mughal woman than it is to be just an ordinary woman.
I was, fascinated by the story of Khanzada Begum and what it indicated about the shifting landscape of morals at the time. Like Khanzada Begum, as you've pointed out, was abducted when she was very young, and after 10 years, she comes back into her family after 2 marriages and etc., etc. And she is treated with complete respect, even devotion, and is incredibly respected, even goes on a mission for Humayun, I think, at the age of 65, and is like an elder elder statesmanly figure, despite being a woman and despite having that past where she had been abducted and forcibly married to two other people, etc., etc. There is no blemish of honor, and you contrast this in your books with some of the Rajput customs, Johar and Sati and all of that. And at the same time, like you just said, for ordinary women, if elder women were marrying younger men and this stuff was going on, it's a multitude of sort of moral codes that are coexisting at the same time and evolving over time. Give me a sense of this shifting landscape, because today what has happened is that one of the things that we have normalized, which perhaps comes from a different kind of colonial narrative, is that we have normalized that the term sanskari refers to a woman's sexuality being controlled and chastity being important, and all of this is really Victorian prudishness, perhaps of the 19th century. Manu points out in his books that in Kerala the custom was that women would basically go around bare-chested. For someone to cover their chest was considered rude, and it simply wasn't done. And within a few decades, the British inverted this completely, and the notion of shame and all of those things came into play. So give me a sense of what are the moral landscapes of the time, because you have different cultures, different people from places. It's a melting pot, not just in terms of the clothes and the art and the language, all of which we'll also come back to, but also in terms of morality and what is acceptable and women's sexuality and the way they can express themselves. So give me a sense of the different sort of influences on all of this and how things are changing.
This is a really interesting facet as well to look at through the ages. So as you were saying, when the Mughals come into India, they are proud descendants of Timur. So they consider themselves Timurids. They do not even call themselves obviously Mughal. They call themselves Guregan, which means in-law dynasty, because Timur referred to himself as an in-law because he married Chinggisid women. So it was his wives who were of the great lineage of Genghis Khan. But the Timurid element is what the Mughals were very proud of. And so Timur himself, because he was a recent convert to Islam, he was very pragmatic about the rules of the Sharia. And he knew that he conquered an enormous empire. He knew he had to bring in a diversity of peoples into the fold. He knew he couldn't be, too intransigent with people on religious basis. So he accepted, he still had the Yasa laws that Genghis Khan had, in which a man's honor is determined by how well his household is kept, how well his tent is run by his wife, things like that. So the Yasa laws were in play. They were semi-nomadic, so you had a semi-nomadic sort of lifestyles where women were, riding alongside the men. So no sense of a settled space, no sense of a sequestered space for women. So all of these different facets. Also, the Persianate element, because this was the time of the rise of the great Persian city. So the idea of a great Persian capital city like Samarkand, this was something which was important to Timur. So all of these different factors were what made a Timurid landscape. And it was what the Mughals were very proud of. And they were very clear that this was their inheritance that they brought into Hindustan. So this idea of a woman who is very lightly veiled, hardly veiled, with a very thin muslin cloth through which you can see her face. This is the ideal. This woman is very educated because she must also contribute to the culture that is passed on to the children. So highly educated woman, a woman whose counsel is sought, because when all your allies, all your kinsmen are potential threats, because remember, there was no law of primogeniture. Any sibling can say that I want to be king next. So you can never trust your brothers or your uncles, but you can trust your women. So the counsel of women, extremely important in war and peace. All these elements come down to us. And so we have a figure like Hanzada Begum, like you were saying, a woman who was married off to Shebani Khan Uzbek against her will, and then was cast off by her, married a second time to a lesser man. Finally, 10 years into her exile, rescued, brought to the court of Babur, and reinstated with great honor and dignity. And throughout her life, she is, respected enormously by all the Padshahs and is given diplomatic roles. you have this entire generation of matriarchs who are like this. I can quote many of them, Dildar Begum, even, and then you have Gulbadan Begum, who lives into Akbar's reign, who goes on a Hajj unaccompanied with the only women in her group. So many other examples like this. Then slowly what happens is that, as we know, Akbar marries a number of Rajput ladies. They bring their culture into the harem because for the first time, they are not required to convert to Islam. So they remain with their culture, with their traditions. Not only that, they bring their households with them because, an elite woman is hardly going to come on her own to her married house when she is marrying the emperor. So she brings her masseuse, she brings her chef, she brings her physician, she brings her priest, she brings all women. She brings her dancing girls, she brings her singing girls. All this, slice of Rajput culture is brought into the Mughal harem. So how can it not have a huge impact on Akbar, who was only 20 when he marries Harka by his first Rajput wife? We see him almost immediately changing in the way he views, for example, he does away with the pilgrimage tax immediately, because until then Hindus have to pay a tax when they go and visit, Mathura, Vrindavan, all the great centers. And he says, no, this is absolutely sinful to do this. Clearly, it is an influence of his Rajput wife and her, her family that she brings with him, his in-laws. He does away with the jizya very quickly. His food, eating habits change. So we see this influence. But the Rajputs also have parda, because they have been living in the northwestern regions of India, a very fractious, volatile environment. Many invaders have been coming through. They have been fighting each other as well. Clans have been fighting each other. They have invested very heavily in the sexual purity of their wives, which is equated to male honor. Therefore, they have brought in this system because they have polygamy, because they need to produce many, many boys to grow up and become virtuous warriors, because they are constantly fighting. So they have polygamy, and they have invested heavily in the sexual honor of their wives. So they have parda, so they have a zenana. Okay, so these ideas travel into the Mughal harem. I'm not saying that the Mughals did not also have parda. They had veiling, but it was far more cursory. It was far more incidental to their identity. With the coming of the Rajputs, this becomes an elite thing to aspire to. Abu al-Fazl, who is Mughal's biography, starts to write about this very perfect space. Now he writes about, in the next few decades, he will write about an emperor who is almost superhuman, who is beyond being a normal mortal human. He is beyond the gaze and the touch of an ordinary man. And therefore, his wives are far beyond the gaze of ordinary mortals. And so they are hidden behind high walls also. And their names are effaced behind titles. So we no longer know who these women are. These two things happen, the Rajput influence as well as the wish of Abu al-Fazl and Akbar to develop this idea of the insan-e-kamil, this perfect man. And they form and fuse together to bring about a system of parda and invisibility of women, which is far more entrenched and far harder to pierce. And then in the later generations, it is much harder to see who these women for who they are. As time goes by, this loosens to a little extent, so that in the later Mughals, say a woman like Jahanara Begum, even though, there are certain things about her that we will never know because they are hidden. She is able to exercise far more agency. This daughter of Shah Jahan, by the time of Shah Jahan, it is far less necessary for women to be invisible to that extent. So we see, her agency through her building commissions, through her journey as a Sufi murid. She writes 2 biographies, an extraordinary thing for a 17th century Muslim woman to do. And so we have, again, a far greater sense, as these women are now living in Hindustan, where things are changing constantly, it is less necessary for them to remain completely invisible all the time. And they are clearly busting the bounds of those, boundaries which have been imposed on them. By the time we come to where my next jump is into the 18th century, when I write The Lion and the Lily. So now I come across somebody like Nawab Begum and Bahu Begum. So Nawab Begum is the mother of Shujaruddaulah, the Nawab of Awadh. Bahu Begum is his wife. And so here we have women who, once again, are supposedly in parda. You are not supposed to see them at all, and we have no paintings of them at all. which purports to show what they looked like. That was not allowed. They're meant to be completely in parda. So this parda for elite women has become very strict. But they are far from lacking an agency, because they not only say that we have our own money, which we know in Islam, the women inherit money. They are able to control. They do not have to give it up to the husbands the way Victorian women will have to do later on. They can, keep their treasure for themselves. And when Shuja-ud-Dawla dies eventually, Bahu Begum says this to the British East India Company men. She says the land that he was given after his defeat at the Battle of Buxar was given to him only because he paid this huge war indemnity of 50 lakhs. And guess where that 50 lakhs came from? It came from me. It came from my jewelry. It came from my nose ring, which I gave up, my sign of a married woman. I gave up all my treasure. So you will jolly well not ask me for my treasure. It is mine. It is mine to control and to do with as I wish. Look at the, confidence, the self-belief that this woman has. She has not come out of nowhere. She has come out of a system in which it is understood and accepted that women can reign, women can exercise power, women have wealth. It is accepted within the boundaries that society will impose on you. So if you continue to maintain those boundaries, if you live a good moral life as a good Muslim woman, if you keep the parda, if you do your prayers, if you do the few things that are expected of you, you within that system can exercise a great deal of power, far more than the British were willing to tolerate. For them, it is unacceptable to hear of a woman saying that she will exercise power. Eventually, Bahu Begum realizes the sort of man she is up against, and she changes her wording. She says to Warren Hastings, I am a poor, helpless woman. You must protect me. And never was there a less powerless and helpless woman than Bahu Begum. But she has understood the sort of men that she has to deal with. She has understood their thinking, that they can be knights in shining armor for a poor, downtrodden brown woman, but they can't be the same for a powerful brown woman. So we see how things have changed, so that women in the 18th century, which is a very interesting time because things are changing all the time. Cultural norms are changing. The players are changing. Now we have a cosmopolitan world of Europeans, French, Portuguese, British, as well as Armenians, as Sufis, as Shias, all kinds of people, Deccani people. So things are no longer black and white. Things are no longer the way they were in Akbar's time. Everything is up for challenge. You have a case to make for any sort of way in which you want to navigate the world. It is far more, I find, liberating for a woman to be in the 18th century to try and exercise power, say, than it was either earlier or later, once Victorian norms come into play.
All of this is so fascinating. And, there are these, one of the common tropes in the manosphere is there'll be these threads on Twitter about how not to be manipulated by women. And had Warren Hastings read that, he would not have fallen for the helpless woman trap. That's one of the common traps, by the way, that
oh my God.
you're warned against. I'll send you some links.
Please,
there's a whole history waiting to be written about that as
yes.
well. Before we get back to your life, since we are on this period and we are talking about the shifting landscape of morality, I also want to dive into the shifting landscapes of all other elements of culture in this time as well, because I'm really curious, because there's so little that one finds often even in books. And to begin with, I sort of want to talk about the evolution of clothes. Like, we often assume that certain dresses which are Indian have always been thus, and we the fact is stitched clothing came from outside. Our Prime Minister's elegant churidars definitely have an Islamic origin. I was looking into the history of salwars, which in the West will only be described as loose baggy trousers,
yes.
which is so inadequate because there are such a variety and complexity of them. So all the way from Turkey to the Middle East to here. And so I find the evolution of fashion interesting. And yet what we see in the paintings of that era are people wearing courtly dress in the court. And I often wonder that outside the court, what are they chilling in? They're surely not wearing these long robes all the time. What are they how are they going about their business? What is the loungewear of that era? In The Lion and the Lily, you have this fetching picture of Mirza Jawan Bakht in a tight diaphanous tunic, and I was very curious about that because I don't imagine he would wear that to relax in, but he's dressing up for perhaps just a portrait being taken. So give me a sense of how clothes evolved, because I imagine that when the Mughals come in, and of course there are people coming in from everywhere. I mean, India is basically all migrants, all of us, and so there are all these different fashions that come in from different places. So how does one get a sense of that? How does one decode that? How does one begin to go into social significance of some of these things, what you're supposed to wear, what you're not supposed to wear? I had an episode with the great Dalit scholar Chandrabhan Prasad, and he always wears a suit. He will not wear Indian clothing because Indian clothing always carries connotations of caste to it, which he's explained in a number of pieces. Equally, for that reason, he will always speak in English in all the interviews and public facing stuff that he does. So there are layers and layers of significance behind this also, and you've gone into a tremendous amount of detail and nuance when it comes to art, and I'll come to that also later. But just in terms of clothing, what have you learned about how people used to dress in that way and how it evolved and changed over time?
Yeah, that's a whole fascinating area, Amit. One can just go on, and it is also, though extremely fascinating, it's the most fragile one because clothes do not remain, fabrics do not remain. So when we have, a full set or a full piece, an item of clothing, it is guarded with, just everything that a museum has at its command because it is so precious. So we have a hunting jacket, for example, of Jahangir at the V&A, which was exhibited during the Great Mughals exhibition. You have a few such items, not very many, but it is a fascinating history. So when the Mughals first came into India, Babur was shocked by a number of things, as we know. He was shocked by the lack of tidy gardens. He was shocked by the fact that streams do not flow in a straight line, that they go higgledy-piggledy in his own words, and he tries to straighten everything. He may have been a man who suffered from some degree of OCD, I think, the amount he tried to rearrange things in his life. So the fruits were not good enough, the melons, etc. Also, he found that people really did not dress the way they should. He said they are half-naked people because what Babur and his companions were wearing as they rode down the Hindu Kush would have been these long, heavy garments which came down. Their sleeves would have come down to their hands, almost covering the hands. Long, trouser-type things on the legs which cover their feet, boots over that, a cloak over everything else. Similarly, the women, very long, loose clothes covering everything, and a conical hat. When they came into North India, the people were quite reasonably dressed in a lungi type thing and no upper garment, because how else do you deal with the conditions and the weather and the conditions in North India? And of course, Babur found this absolutely outrageous and unacceptable, and a sign of just the backwardness of Indian people. Though eventually he would change his mind on that and find them quite honest and loyal after all. But so the Mughals bring in this system of having so we often had till that time Rajput kings as well. They would wear a lungi, a lower garment, a voluminous lower garment, and they would often be bare chested, except sometimes for a cloth thrown around the shoulders, because according to the Hindu tradition and Hindu scriptures, the human body is a reflection of the divine. So there's nothing that needs to be hidden there. It should, in fact, be openly shown. So you put it to good effect by wearing gold jewelry and, ornaments, certainly. But that is all that is required, and then a lungi. When the Mughals come in, so they bring in an upper garment. And we hear it written about at the time of Akbar. So Akbar says, I have developed. Akbar is somebody who will fiddle in every aspect of his administration. There's not one aspect that is too lowly for him. And he really gets involved into everything. And it amuses me to wonder what his craftspeople, what his administrators was, it must be difficult to deal with a man like that, who anytime can barge into your room and look at what you're doing and find a novel way for doing it, right? So he says, I have developed developed a new type of garment. It is on the Hindustani model. It is now I forget the exact word, it is in my book, a choga or something like that. So it is something which to our eyes looks like a jama. So it is an upper garment which is tightish till the waist, and then flares out a little bit and ends at the knees. So at the time of Akbar, it ends at the knees, and below that are, as you were saying, a sort of pajama. Now, Akbar himself likes dhotis. So he is often to be found like a good Bengali gent wearing a very, elaborate dhoti in muslin cloth with a jama on the top. Now, Akbar has found a system so that you can wear this jama, whether you are Hindu or Muslim or Shia, Sunni, wherever you come from, Dakkani, or, wherever you are from, you can wear this costume. What had happened little earlier in his reign is that an Orthodox Muslim gentleman, he was sitting in his home and somebody walked in. A Hindu gentleman walked in. And because this Hindu gentleman was very well dressed, this Muslim person stood up to greet him. When he realized he was Hindu and had inadvertently offered him the dignity of standing up for him, he was outraged. And he was like, this is not right. People should not be, passing themselves off as Muslim gentry. I should be able to make out what people are from what they're wearing. He made them wear, I'm sorry, abhorrently, a patch on their clothes like the Jewish star. What else can I say? It was a tukra. He was in fact called something, I forget his first name, Shehbaz Khan Tukriya, because he made Hindus wear the tukra. Okay, so shocking that there were people who felt they should be able to tell Muslims and Hindus apart. Akbar would have none of that. He said, no, everybody is going to be the same, my Hindu courtiers as well. Here's the difference. The Hindus will tie the jama under their left armpit, and the Muslims will tie it under the right armpit. So you can instantly see who is Muslim, who is Hindu, but overall they are the same. So it is extraordinary that if you look at Mughal miniature paintings, even today, you can use this technique and see who is. Otherwise, you can't make out. For a non-connoisseur, you cannot make out who is the Mughal, Muslim courtier, who is a Hindu courtier, who is Shia Sunni. But by using the way that the jama is tied, you can actually make it out. So this jama, because the Mughal court is wearing it, the courtiers are wearing it, it becomes something that then spreads out to the whole of North Indian courts, because it is carried along by the Mansabdar to whichever courts they go to, and it is taken on as an elite symbol. Everybody starts wearing the jama and the pajama with shawls in the winter. So this is pretty much your standard, dressing for that period. Then through the centuries, it stays more or less like this, but the length of the jama extends so that it slowly gets longer and longer, so that by the time the 18th century comes around, when I am writing again, it is floor length. So the jama is still the same piece of clothing with the kamarband, which I forgot to mention. There's so the jama could often be a simple white muslin or a simple embroidered cloth, but there was a very elaborate, often, silk brocade embroidered kamarband that was tied around the waist. This is your basic outfit. This is what the Nawabs also wore, except that then they extended it till their floor length. As the 19th century came about, because they wanted to be more ostentatious, because they wanted to differentiate themselves from the Mughals at Delhi, because they were saying now we are semi-independent kings, that floor length became longer and longer. The women wore a similar thing. Often through the centuries, through these clothes, women and men wore pretty much the same clothes. So the women also, Peshwas was a similar thing, tight, a top tunic tight till the waist, and then flaring out in a voluminous skirt. This skirt became longer and longer as the 19th century progressed and became the farshi pajama, so that it was literally dragging along the farsh as they walked past, and they had to fold it over their arms when they stood still. So you will see in portraits of the tawaifs usually that they're wearing so this is the pajama which is getting longer and longer. They're wearing it folded over their arms. So this is the farshi style. Now, the Lucknowi court, especially Faizabad and then Lucknow, which were the capitals of Awadh, in these courts, it became very fashionable for the entire elite society to be well dressed. So while the Nawabs are wearing particularly beautiful clothes, often in muslin, so what you are seeing, that translucent material, is the very expensive and coveted muslin. Okay, and because the weather is so hot, it is something which is very popular. So even women will wear muslin clothes. So in their homes, they might be wearing, say, just a tight top and a long, loose shalwar, so that they are really, when they are in their zenana, they are in a state of undress, which would be entirely unacceptable for any outsider. But should anybody enter to come and see them, a visitor or, some other member, they immediately wear like a very heavy embroidered veil or a dupatta, but a dupatta which is really heavy and covers almost their entire body. So the minute they have to either step out or somebody comes into that inner sanctum, they just get a hold of this dupatta, throw it over their head and shoulders, and immediately, lo presto, the inner wear has been transformed into a perfectly acceptable outer wear as well. Men similarly, when they are inside the homes, will obviously not be in as beautiful, an achkan or top or jama as they would when they're going out. That is the only time when they may not be wearing a turban. So they might be wearing a small cap, embroidered cap on their heads. They will be just wearing like a loose kurta and a loose pajama to be in their house. But the moment they step out, they will be wearing a turban. The most important thing is a turban for the men. They must always be wearing a turban, which often is a sign of their own individuality. They'll have a particular way in which they want to wear it. Then they will be wearing an embroidered achkan. And the fashionable men would have long hair. They will have mustaches, and they all really pride themselves on being always immaculately turned out and immaculately presented. What is really fascinating to me and really amusing is that the British never understand this. They just never are able to crack the code simply of what people wear. Because when they first come into Hindustan, they are told, oh, if you want to approach the emperor, you have to take off your shoes. Because as every good Indian knows, it is filthy to wear your shoes, not just in the royal presence, but in any clean space, in any clean indoor space. The British fight this tooth and nail, and they say our dignity cannot be compromised. We will wear our shoes no matter what you say. So finally, the Indians are at their wits' end. They say, okay, fine. Then what compromise can you do? They say, we will remove our headgear. And for the Indians, that is horrifying, because no man ever takes out their turban unless they are in the inner sanctum of their own homes. So they say, okay, fine. But that is, in a sense, that is much more demeaning to your honor as men than taking off your shoes. The British men never understand that. So you will notice in portraits, they are bare of head, whereas all the Indians are wearing these gorgeous, voluminous turbans, which signify their origins, tell us where they come from, tell us their standing in society. The English men idiotically are showing their bald heads, and they're insisting on wearing their shoes. So these are the tropes that are very interesting to decode when we look at Mughal miniature paintings. The Nawabs often also are shown with a little fur element which shows their Persian origin. So they will be wearing a fur stole around their shoulders or a little edging of fur on their turban, which tells us that their origins are Persian, because they came, the founder of the Nawabi dynasty came from Persia, Saadat Khan, in 1722, and they are very proud of this Persian origin. So in their paintings, they are very quick to pull out, and take out from the mothballs the Persian stole and the little fur-lined caps.
Listen, for all the fun you make of the British, they won. Indian men are wearing shirt pant everywhere. So they won, and we should grant them that. And it's interesting how fashions, keep changing with the times, because I recently noticed on Instagram that farshi shalwars are trending in Pakistan. It suddenly become a big thing over there.
Yeah.
Though they go till the ground wide-legged this thing, but they don't. You don't have to hold them up when you stand. They're not that. They're not that crazily long. And the anecdote about how how Akbar deemed that the Jama has to be worn differently by Hindus and Muslims is interesting, because it brings me to the thought that therefore every Hindu, when he looks in the mirror, sees a Muslim, which is also a sort of an alluring metaphor, as it were.
Yes, very
Yeah.
true. I hadn't thought of that, Amit.
Tell me about food. What are they eating? Because, I did an episode of my YouTube show, and I think I had Vikram Doctor on the Scene and the Unseen as well, and Pushpesh Pant chatting about how so much of what we consider our food comes from outside. Potato, mirchi, tomato, amrood, all of that came from the Columbian exchange. There's hardly anything that is here. Give me a sense of what are the Mughals eating? What are the common people eating? How is that changing? I mean, that is literally a melting pot. So what's going on there?
Yeah, so I'm not an expert, and you've had some real experts on your show. So, but broadly speaking, what they say is absolutely right. A lot of what we consider quintessentially Indian came through the Columbian exchange, came from the Portuguese, from South America. So, whether it is chilies, chilies is not indigenous to India. Potatoes, pineapples, also paneer. I heard recently, cottage cheese. It is the Portuguese who started making it. So there you have it. But what the Mughals were eating, therefore, would have been what they had, in Central Asia. So it is far fewer spices, far more fruit in their diet. So you would have like a rice dish with apricots, with figs in it, with raisins, so far more likely to use those kinds of additions to their rice dishes. They would have used cashews, dried nuts. Fruits were a big integral part of their diet. You will see even in Mughal miniature paintings, there will often be, if it is, they are greeting an outsider, there will be trays of beautiful fruit like melons and mangoes when they're in India, figs, pomegranate. All of these are very sought after. The emperors write about them as well. There's, of course, kebabs. That is something that they would have brought in, that they would have been cooking, and meats of various form. But not only meats, they also have vegetables in their diets. When Humayun goes for 2 years, he is in exile in Persia. It's a very interesting episode because he goes there with his wife, Hamida Banu Begum, and only a handful of courtiers. There's a total of 35-40 people. So his wife is traveling with him. Humayun and his wife are greeted as honored Mughal guests. They are greeted as kings and queens in exile, not as parvenus who have just arrived upon the Hindustani scene. And so they are feted and banqueted and feasted all the time. So I feel that when they return to India, no doubt Hamida Banu Begum would have brought with her tales of the feasts she had. And tales of the sort of cuisine, the sort of techniques, and the sort of ingredients that they had tasted. So that when they return to Kabul, where they live for very many years, that is really one of the first melting points in terms of cuisine, because they bring back not only their own traditions, but also the Persian ones that they have experienced for 2 years. Things like, the shirmals, the very beautiful white breads that are appreciated in Persia, the drinks. So they have a lot of sharbats, which are also greatly appreciated, filled with ice. And the Mughals start bringing down ice from the Himalayas, which is, a fascinating thing. They would have ice brought every day from the Himalayas by runners and by boats. So they would just basically load them onto boats and push them downstream till they reached Agra. And so you had ice every day, which was a real luxury. They had these sharbats, and they had the kind of cooking techniques, which would give rise to biryani was brought in as well. And so these are the, essential basis of the food that the Mughals would have liked. But then immediately there was the Rajasthani food that they were exposed to. There were the spices that they did not know about, that they were slowly incorporating into their cuisine. And it became a melting point, which when then it goes to Awadh as well. And we know that food becomes, of course, a very great place not only of enjoyment of luxury, but also of contestation, of a way in which the Nawabi Awadhs would be able to make a claim to independence from the Mughals at Delhi by developing their own cuisine. And so initially it would have been Mughal food because the best cooks were Mughal. And when all the crisis of the 18th century happens, whether it is Nader Shah's invasion in 1739, Ahmed Shah Abdali later on, and all the great cooks, the poets, the painters, the musicians and the dancers start moving away from Delhi. They look for patrons in other places, and one of the main places is Awadh. So we know that great Mughal cooks came to Awadh at this time, but they are encouraged by the Nawabs, as the Nawabs would encourage every aspect of culture. They would do it the same thing in architecture, in painting, and in music, is that they would encourage innovation. So they would tell their chefs, create something new for us, create something really outstanding. And you would have the tradition of the chef who would cook only one thing, but to extraordinary extent and to a great amount of diversity. So one would become, a chef of dal only, but he would cook so many different dal that he could present a different one every day. And then they brought in innovation to an extent where it became almost a sort of mimicry or almost a charade. So you would have an entire meal which looked like a delicious savory meal, but it would be made out of sugar. So when your guest came and he tried one mouthful of the delicious biryani, it was sweet in his mouth, and he would be either outraged or amused depending on his personality, right? So this kind of element of farce, of elaborate chicanery of sort became almost a calling card of the Nawabs, and then others would try and do the same thing and do, carry out a one-upmanship on them. So this became very much part, and even decoration using vegetables and fruit to mimic flowering plants and to decorate the table very extensively became a Nawabi speciality. So we see how this entire culture of what the British considered excess, but we can say is a novel and creative way to react to the pressures that you are under by creatively addressing the problem, by going above and beyond what you have known till then, even infuses the food which is brought out at this time. Even things like the kebabs, which apparently they have ingredients that run into the hundreds, and they are secret ingredients. You would probably have to kill the person before you got the secret ingredient out of them. But that is how much they invested into the secrecy, into the elaborate sort of just the creativity that surrounded their cooking as well.
This is so fascinating, but I'm completely horrified by the thought of biryani made of sugar. Like, don't tell me we did molecular gastronomy first. I don't know. Should we be proud or ashamed? No, and I was listening to the legend about the Galavati kebab.
Yes.
That apparently a Nawab who lost his teeth said, "Give me a kebab I can have," and they made this really melty, nice Galavati kebabs for him. I am going to ask you a quiz question, and as a historian, you should be ashamed if you don't get it right. Though no doubt you will get it. It's not exactly your time period.
Yeah.
So in the middle of the 19th century, the factories all across America came up and started doing really well, providing something to the British Empire in India, which was a result of what was a problem to begin with. So what am I talking about? Big source of industry in Middle America, who were making something and they were shipping it to India.
Oh my God. Because the British in India didn't have it, or it was a problem for them?
Let us say that they could access it, but not in the quantities they needed for that particular activity they wanted to indulge in.
Oh, not opium, not tea?
No.
That they wanted to indulge in. Oh God. Gosh, you've got me there, Amit. No clue.
I'll give you a clue. Think mosquito.
Think mosquito, not gin, not mosquito nets.
Actually, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you because the way to fight malaria was with something called quinine,
Quinine,
quinine, and
yes,
the palatable way to have that was as part of tonic water, and the
yes.
palatable way to have that was as part of gin and
Gin and
tonic,
tonic.
and the palatable way to have gin and tonic is ice, but they couldn't get ice from the Himalayas in quantities large enough, so these factories in America were manufacturing ice.
Oh, that's
So that was
amazing. Oh, yes, I did read that the ice came from America somewhere in the 19th century. Fascinating. Thank you for that.
I've learned a million more things from you than you have from me. So thank you for that. I want to now talk about another place where this cultural intermingling was taking place, which is art. Like you've spoken about this 1545 painting that I will link to from the show notes because it's so fascinating. I looked at it for a long time. It's this large Mughal painting where Akbar is going to his mother, like Humayun and his wife have come back after ages, and Humayun decides, I will trick this child. He's only 2 years old, and a whole bunch of women, including his mother, are all
Yeah,
dressed up in similar clothes, and Akbar straight away goes to his mother, and this
correct.
painting depicts that.
Yes.
And you speak of the seminal painting as not just in the context of depicting this event, but the fact that until a while ago we couldn't name all the women in the painting, and today we can, thanks to historians like you and Ruby Lal and all the stellar efforts of the people who've delved into that era. And so I'm fascinated by Mughal art as it was then, and also by the change that begins to happen a few years after this, where Akbar commissions a Hamza Nama, where he's listening to these great stories, but he's saying, ki, bring it to life, show, don't tell, I need visuals. And then he decides to get a whole bunch of art commissioned to
Yes.
portray the stories he's being told. So as the story is being told to him, the appropriate panel can be held up. And there aren't at this point enough Persian painters who are there, who can, painters who've been brought from Persia to continue with the kind of, to deal with the quantity, as it were, similar problem much later with quantity of ice, but right now quantity of paintings.
Yes.
So all these local painters, Hindus, Rajputs are brought in, and their influences come into Mughal art in terms of color and so on and so forth. And you've written and spoken eloquently about this, and I find this so incredibly fascinating. So give me a sense of how Mughal art is evolving and the lens that we can bring to it when we look at works from that period sitting today. Because the issue with art always is that if you just see a painting or a particular work out of context in a museum or somewhere else, it may make no sense. Maybe viscerally something might appeal to you, but it may make no sense. But when you talk about art of that period, everything comes to life. It is like I'm inhabiting that world. So give me a sense of how you got into art to be able to engage with that kind of nuanced understanding, and give me a sense of how it evolved, because that again is this fantastic melting pot where so much is happening.
It's fascinating, Amit. I think perhaps the most rewarding aspect of my journey as a writer has been my discovery of paintings through art history. And I have to say straight up that art historians are my favorite historians in the world. They are just the most generous people. They are the most enthusiastic about sharing their knowledge and their information. There is no gatekeeping that happens with art historians. At least that has been my experience, and they have been incredibly generous with me. And there's a whole list of art historians. I'll give you a list later on. You can put it in your show notes that people can discover for themselves. Young writers, older scholars. Kavita Singh from JNU, who so unfortunately passed away while I was writing the book, and absolutely brilliant woman, and I cannot recommend her highly enough. Any work of hers, even for a lay audience, and a whole host. I will give you the names. So these, we think, I think started off our conversation somewhere along the line saying that we think that history is unchanging. We think the facts are there. They have to be discovered or not discovered or seen, but that's all that there is. Now, one source of history that is constantly evolving is art history, because scholars are constantly re-examining images with new information, with new breakthroughs that they have made, with also, things like forensic science is improving, so they can even analyze now the pigments used. So, for example, I am going to digress for 2 seconds, but there's a tomb outside the Humayun tomb complex in Delhi, which used to be called the I think it used to be called the Green Tomb, or the one just outside it. And a scholar has analyzed the paintings inside that mausoleum and has seen that they use lapis lazuli, which is a very, very precious pigment that they use to paint the sky. So it is now being deduced that possibly this is actually the tomb of a royal woman, because there's only a royal woman would have had these kind of, access to these kind of pigments. The men are all accounted for. So very exciting things happening in the world of art history. So I have learned enormously through work that has been done already in art history. But what I do is I try and link it into my stories so that a lay reader can access it side by side along with the stories to bring things to life, And just yesterday, I did a talk on The Lion and the Lily at JLF here at the British Library, and a scholar came up to me, a friend later on came up to me and said, "You really talk about art in a way totally different to what an art historian would probably ever dream of saying," right? Because I'm saying it for a lay audience, I'm saying it to bring the humanity of people to life, I'm saying it for a different reason, So that has been extraordinary for me. So that information is out there. It is wonderful to access, and I have been really privileged to be able to do that. What I have learned is that we must begin with Humayun and give him the credit that he is due, because he is often given a hard rap for being the Mughal who lost the empire, right? Now, stuck between men like Babur and Akbar, as a son, it is very difficult, and the father then of Akbar, it is very difficult to make a name for yourself, right? So I have a lot of sympathy for Humayun. And I think what's important to remember is that Humayun was someone who really appreciated art. He was one of the first Mughal emperors to do so. He had an atelier which he carried with him everywhere, even in the most dire of circumstances. So we are told of an incident that happens when he is being chased out of India by Sher Shah Suri, and he has almost nothing to his name. His men have all abandoned him. They have understood that he is on a losing wicket. So all his great generals have defected to other parties. He has only a small core group around him, including, of course, his family members and the women. But here's the thing. At one time, he has given his only pair of clothes that he has given them for wash. He is sitting in his dressing gown in his tent. Look at how impoverished he is at this point. He has one set of clothes. He is waiting for them to dry in his tent. A beautiful bird flies into the tent. He has this bird caught, gently pulls out a feather, releases the bird, and gets his artist to paint a painting of this feather, which he finds so beautiful. Now, what does this tell us about Humayun? It tells us that he was a great aesthete, that in the middle of the most trying circumstances, when he is losing the empire that his great father has gifted to him, when he is really on the run, he has the ability to admire beauty in a bird. And secondly, he has an atelier. He has enough artists, he has pigments, he has resources enough to have an atelier traveling with him and painting pictures as they go. So really, the Mughal atelier begins with Humayun. Humayun, who will travel 2 years in Persia, as we said, comes back to India with not just a taste for good biryani and for sharbat and for ice, but having pinched two of the best painters from the court of Shah Tahmasp, because Shah Tahmasp at this point is going through a bit of a midlife crisis and has turned away from his youthful exuberance as a patron of music and dancing and art, and is slowly becoming a more austere man. So he gives two of his great Persian painters to Humayun. He comes back to Kabul and sets up this atelier under the direction of these two great Persian painters. Now, the Persian style is a certain way. It is very intricate. It is very aesthetically pleasing. There's nothing jarring about it, but it is also to some extent very still, very self-contained. The colors are slightly faded to our eyes, whereas when you say, then Akbar inherits this atelier, he inherits these two great painters who survive and come into his court, but he decides that he wants this enormous commission, the Hamza Nama, which will take 15 years, which ends up being 14 volumes of enormous paintings. He has to hire a lot of other artists, and the numbers vary. Artists are not quite sure, between 30 and 100 painters. So obviously, a lot of these painters are Indian painters from the Indian, Gujarati, Rajasthani traditions of art. And if you look at the Hamza Nama, you can immediately sense that change happening, because you have the same, finesse of the Persian artists, because they are often giving overall directions to the artists. But you have this exuberance of color. The colors just pop out of there. The action is happening everywhere. It is not a self-contained sort of work which is very neatly and orderly following certain rules. It is almost bursting out of those pages. There is life, there is creativity that is coming from the Indian painters. And this continues through the hundreds of paintings of the Hamza Nama. What happens after the Hamza Nama, after the 15 years are over, is that Akbar lets go of many of these painters. He cannot afford to have such an enormous atelier. He is also interested in other things as well. So these artists who have now developed a style that combines Persian finesse, Persian delicacy with Indian exuberance and Indian sense of color and Indian action to create now a Hindustani style. So they take this style and they go to other courts who will employ them, namely the Rajput courts. And so we have the so-called Mughal Hindustani style, which will now go into the so-called sub-imperial Rajput courts. And thereby this sense of a new way of painting will go little by little to all the other courts. So something fascinating happens in the 1580s, the court of Akbar, is that the Jesuit missionaries arrive. So this is the time in which the Jesuits are coming out to India to try and convert all the innumerable heathens who were in desperate need of being saved. Akbar hears of them being in Goa under the Portuguese, and he invites them to his court. And they bring a number of gifts with them, including some beautiful oil paintings of the Virgin Mary. Now, the first time that one of these paintings, Akbar is absolutely enamored by these paintings. He calls all his courtiers. He tells them to come and bow before this painting. He himself bows before them, shows it reverence, holds it to his head, because he accepts that it is a religious figure for these Jesuit missionaries, and he gives them the same honor and dignity he would for, say, an Islamic place of worship. So he calls everybody to see this painting. It is said that there was an absolute pandemonium amongst the people who are convinced that this is a living image. It is miraculous, because never have they seen an image in oils, three-dimensional oils, a large painting, till then Mughal art, much smaller, water-based colors. So people rush up to look at this painting, and it is said that there is, absolute pandemonium for a few days in the city. But what also happens is that Akbar shows it also on an aside to his Zanana, who may have had a slightly more nuanced reaction, saying, we have had enough of these missionaries telling our king to divorce his many wives. But he also shows it to his many painters. And his painters learn more about three-dimensional art, about the art of perspective, and they incorporated it into their own Mughal Hindustani traditions. And so, again, after the 1580s, we see that the artists from the Mughal court and later Jahangir's court will start experimenting a lot. You see in the margins often astonishing images from Christian biblical imagery. You kind of wonder what that is doing alongside a beautifully attired Mughal woman. But they start experimenting with this different genre, and this in turn, this will tell you, if you are, a lay person, that you are looking at the late 16th century, early 17th century. This is when this is really happening. And then you see the Mughal artist beginning to, now that he has a full command over things like, two-dimensionality, three-dimensionality, over perspective, he uses it for for his own, to convey certain tropes that are only then visible to a Mughal connoisseur, no longer to the Europeans who will criticize Mughal artists for not being able to use perspective and realism in the way that they would expect it. But Indian artists use it in a completely new and experimental fashion, which people like Kavita Singh have written about, and we can talk about endlessly.
I find this whole the evolution of Mughal art and the way you've spoken about it, and I've learned about it from your readings and the talks I've seen on YouTube. Obviously, I need to go out and read Kavita Singh and everyone else whose name you will give me. But I found it completely fascinating. Like I came across this, another step you talk about is when Jahangir shows his own taste in painting, and you pointed us to this painting where Jahangir is shooting Malik Ambar in the head by Abu Al Hassan. And I looked at that and I thought that this dude could have used Canva, because you have this plain green kind of background and you have the elements like the globe and the fish and the chain and everything, which is you go to Canva and you say create element and it'll give you all these options. So it is in that sense it shows a very modern kind of sensibility in how clean it is and not or packed with different elements everywhere. And I was thinking about the question of how the evolution of art through those centuries, not just here but everywhere in the world, was dependent on royal patronage, and therefore the tastes of the royals and where that takes you. Like I traveled to Spain recently, and I was so struck by all the museum visits I made that I came and recorded an episode of my YouTube show on my favorite Spanish artists, and two of them were court painters, Velasquez and Goya, and
Yes.
they both found it very constricting to do the kind of work they were commissioned to do and paid to do. But both of them found their own ways to sort of rebel against it. Like Velasquez would paint the court jesters and the dwarfs in a very humanistic way, almost humanizing them and not as a form of caricature, which was not there till then. And Goya's silent rebellion towards the end of his life was to paint on the walls of the home where he lived, not for anyone's eye. There's a series called The Black Paintings. I don't know if you've ever seen them. It is so mind-blowing. They're in the Prado in Madrid, and just one of the most moving experiences of my life. Like, he had gone deaf 30 years ago. He was in his mid-70s, and he made these remarkable works on the walls of his house. And in a sense, people say modern art begins there, that he was the last of the old masters and the first of the moderns, except that the rest of the moderns actually begin some 30-40 years after he dies. But leaving that tangent aside, how was it for the development of art in what we call India today? That, on the one hand, royal patronage is playing a big part. All of these people, not just the Mughal emperors, but certain Rajput rulers as well, are connoisseurs of art and they're doing everything they can. But at the same time, what does this do for the individuality of the artist? Like, I'm ashamed to say that I don't know enough about that period to be able to point to an Indian Velasquez or an Indian Goya, though I'm sure they must have existed. People kind of breaking away and making their own little radical departures, as it were. So give me a sense of, what that ecosystem was like. Because for an artist, it must have been incredibly frustrating that you can't survive and do your own thing without royal patronage, and then you are tied to a particular kind of taste. But at the same time, once you get that, it can also be really empowering and you can do funky things within those constraints. So give me a sense of what that world of Indian art was like.
Yeah, so you have hit upon the key problem for anybody looking at the history of art in India and wanting to write something like a biography of Velasquez or Goya, is that you can't do it in India, because we know almost little to nothing about any of the individual artists who worked in Mughal ateliers and then the sub-imperial courts and then in right up till the 18th century. For the simple fact that they were not, their names were often not written down. Nothing was told to us about, no details were ever recorded anywhere about their lives, about who they were. Under the reign of Akbar, he started writing down their names, at least. Abu al-Fazl has a list of first great painters, so we know how many Hindus there were. There was Basavan, there was a number of them, Dashrath. But we know nothing else apart from the fact that they were painters at the royal court. So we will never be able to write a history like Velasquez and Goya, unfortunately. That kind of detail was never thought necessary to write down anywhere. It was really uh, curated to be the biographies of royal elite people, usually men. So the lives and times of these men, it is only, I think, we recently have the lineage of one of the, I think the great Rajasthani art painters. There is a lineage has been created for them. So we know who the father, the son, the grandson. That's about all that we know for one great family of Indian artists. For the rest, for the ones who worked at the Mughal court, I can say almost nothing. The most I know about in terms of individuality, now I know, as you were saying, it is really the individual personalities of the Mughal emperors. Sometimes the women, we have a few indications that the women were patrons. So very interestingly, we are told that probably Hamida Banu Begum, the story of the Ramayana resonated with her. Now, we know that Akbar had the Mahabharata and the Ramayana translated from Sanskrit into Persian. First time ever that this happened. He had it translated into Persian so that the Muslim gentry could have access to these great Hindu texts, so that these sources of misunderstanding between Muslims and Hindus could be done away with. This was the aim of translating these texts. And apparently the Ramayana became very popular, the Persian Ramayana. Hamida Banu Begum was particularly fond of the Ramayana. She had an imperial copy in her possession. So possibly she commissioned personally some of those paintings. So that is a very intriguing thought. It is believed to be the last manuscript, the last album that she asked to look at upon her deathbed. And it is believed that the story of Sita being in exile is something that resonated with her, because for 2 years she was in exile in Persia, not knowing if she would ever come back to her homeland. So these are the connections very tenuously that we can make to suggest that perhaps Hamida Banu Begum commissioned some of these paintings. For the rest, it's mostly the men. So when the personality of the men shines through very strongly, then I think the artists are given free rein. So like you were talking about the painting that Jahangir commissioned, so for a layperson, anybody trying to understand which is an Akbari painting, which is a Jahangiri painting, here's a trick. A painting which has dozens and dozens of people engaged in all sorts of activities is an Akbari painting. You can almost 99% say that. All the Hamza Nama paintings, many of the later paintings, the Razam Nama paintings, they are all full of life, full of activity, loads of people doing all kinds of stuff. That's Akbari. By the time we come to Jahangir, who is his son, they are much, much quieter. They are much more about one single figure. They are more introspective. They are more psychological paintings. They are trying to deconstruct something about the person being painted, often Jahangir himself. So a very interesting series of paintings happens between 1600 and 1604. So this is the time when Mirza Salim, as he then was, rebels against his father Akbar, because he decides that this is time for me to become emperor. I will not wait endlessly to become emperor. My brothers, of his 2 brothers, one is already dead, and his sons are of an age to mount a challenge. So he is like, I am going to make a bid for the throne. So he leaves Agra, goes to Allahabad, and sets up court as Emperor Salim. Okay, so he proclaims himself emperor. He issues edicts in his name. He holds the Friday prayers in his name. And of course, this is an act of treason. Now, what does Akbar do? One of the things he does, he mostly ignores his son. One of the things he does is he sends, I think now I don't want to get it wrong. Which painter does he send? I think he sends Abu al-Hasan's father, who is a great Mughal painter, to Jahangir's court to parley with him as a diplomat. As you will know if you've read Akbar, is that if you were part of the Mansabdari system, part of the imperial administrative structure, you were not only an administrator, a warrior, but you also had your own job which you continued doing, whether you were a painter, calligrapher, or what have you. So this painter was an important man, an important courtier. He sends him to Jahangir's court. Mirza Salim, and says, please bring him back to Akbar, bring him back to Agra, make him see the folly of his ways. Instead, he is won over by Mirza Salim because the two men have grown up together. He is a young artist who has grown up alongside Mirza Salim. They have a lot in common. The artist probably thinks, okay, Akbar is now nearing 60. He's nearing the end of his life. Perhaps it's better if I stay on here in Allahabad. So he stays on at Salim's court and oversees a number of paintings which are a clear challenge to Akbar. So I find it very amusing that these two imperial men are fighting by creating different sorts of paintings and kind of throwing it at the face of the other. Because whereas Akbar had created this great melting pot of Hindustan at his court, and even his paintings reflect that these are Hindustani paintings, right? Mirza Salim goes back to the old Timurid ideals. He uses Persian tropes, as his forefathers would have recognized, to say, I am distancing myself from this, Hindustani experiment of my father Akbar's, and I am going to create this pure Persian tradition. Look at my paintings. Can you get any more pure and any more Persian? So anybody who sees these paintings who are suddenly inexplicably more Persian in nature, and they are suddenly more subdued, very fine paintings, but very different from the exuberance of earlier, you will know that they have been made during the 1600 to 1604 period, because once he becomes emperor in 1605, he goes back to the Akbari style, because that is really what he also understands. It was only part of his challenge to say that, hey, hello, I am here. I want to call to my court all the people who are disaffected with my father's experimentations in this syncretic culture. I am calling to those who would want a return to the older order. And it is reflected in the art. So these are the artworks that are created. Then he will concentrate on these very individualistic, psychologically heavy imageries, which show him, with, as you say, with all these objects around him, which are really heavy in symbolism, and you can decode them endlessly for the meanings that they try to convey, because Jahangir is trying to convey all sorts of things about the sort of man he is. But I found it very amusing that father and son were to carry out this clearly a very bitter battle through the painters that they commanded.
This is so fascinating. The canvas as a battlefield, and Akbar having age on his side and throwing all the multitudes of India into his canvases, and Jahangir just using Canva. So, yeah. Before we go in for a break, a last culture question. I've always been curious about how people of that age entertained themselves. Like, I think in my episode with Parvati on Jahangir, I think it was in that episode, I keep forgetting, but we were discussing how, most of these Mughal royals, the brothers and cousins and all of that, about half of them would die just through drinking, because that is all they had. Like, I think of our brain's dopamine centers today, we have like 100 things to get addicted to, whether it is social media or online games or whatever. And back in the day, all you could do is, take a swig, which is why, museums are so full of wine glasses from that period, because what else are they gonna do? But so my question there is, forget the angle of, addiction and wine, but what did people do to entertain themselves? Like, what would the texture of a normal day have been like? Akbar, being an emperor, could order someone to tell him stories while the paintings of the Hamza Nama are shown up as a visual guide, and it's almost like proto-cinema, as it were, of the time. But otherwise, how did people entertain themselves? What kind of music did people listen to? Was there a culture of live performances, singers? What sense do you have of this?
So, yes. So my sense of this, at least amongst the elite, once again, I must point out that it is much easier to deduce things about the elite, is that they had these, so evenings were very much, so either you hunted, if you were, if you at all had access to that, if you were an elite person, a Mansabdar, anybody, even in the countryside, Talukdar later on, you would hunt. For men, that was a big part of their outdoor life. Another thing was they really traveled a lot. People traveled, a lot. They would travel, of course, for for war, but that aside, they would travel to just keep an eye on things. They would travel for pilgrimages. They would travel to beauty spots. And in that case, the entire family would go to pilgrimage. This was happening, from the time when I start, say, in the 16th century, people are traveling for pilgrimage. People are traveling to see a beautiful area. So that would happen during the cooler months. The rest of the time, evenings were often set aside for things like poetry and for music and dance. And this happens at whatever period I look at, whether it is from the 16th to the late 18th century, which is what I have covered so far. Without fail, when something has to be done, somebody has to be entertained, somebody is visiting you, or you don't know what to do, you have some resources, you will ask for a singing or a dancing troupe to entertain you. So people are really invested in music. They are poets. Poetry is actually, quite easily available. It is a more democratic thing than we imagine. People are storytellers. I think in India, there has always been storytelling. So even in the zananas, women will tell stories to each other. Mothers will tell stories to their children. This is a tradition that is very strongly held on to. And dancing and music, where it's true that dancing is set aside for different communities. So it is often not the Sharif women who will be dancers themselves. So in the late 18th and 19th century, when the Sharif Indians see British women dancing, they are horrified, and they are very sympathetic with the husbands, saying, we are very sorry that your wives have to dance for us like this. They obviously have no dignity of their own. In our system, there is a separate caste of people who does dancing. So you have the wives, you have courtesans, and they provide the singing and the dancing. And this can be quite widely spread in society for those who can afford it. It is not just the king. It is also all his courtiers. It is also the people that he rules in other regions, Gujarat, Rajasthan, etc., Bengal. They all do this. They all have singing and dancing of an evening at their courts and at their estates for those who can afford it. So these are the ways in which, music, poetry, and then dance is very much a part of elite life, at least. And you are educated in a way in which you will gain the most from these entertainments. So you will be educated so that when you are listening to a rag, you understand all the emotions that this is meant to provoke in you. You will have the correct fragrances being lit so that your experience as an aesthete is amplified. You know what smells, nargis, champa, gulab, etc., etc. It's a very complex and dense olfactory world. It is a dense auditory world as well, because music, really, singing, rags, music, it starts from the morning, like at least at the emperor's court. It starts with a particular rag. So, Draupadi, that a particular rag is sung out in the morning to wake up everybody. I am recently looking at the 19th century for a new book I am writing on. And in Delhi, for all the people, life starts with this rag being sung everywhere, with the watch, for example, during Ramzan. Very, very early, the watchman goes around with a drum, waking up people, calling them to prayer. So the auditory world is something that I think, we have lost touch of how rich the olfactory and auditory worlds were. And therefore, how people's lives were already very rich. They did not always need TikTok. Their lived lives were full of sound and fragrances and music and dance. So I think these are the ways in which they lived their lives.
I'll recommend a couple of my old episodes here. I've done an episode on Tawais with Sabah Dewan, which, speaks about that period, and it's a lovely episode. And I'd also done a recent episode with Sapna Little on her beautiful book, The Broken Script. And one of the things that took me by surprise there was how popular poetry, shairi was among the masses, that every day it was published in the newspapers, and that was the first page people would turn to, and it was such a big deal, and mushairas were so popular. And she speaks speaks of another fascinating angle, which I'm sure you're also studying since you're writing about that period, which is about the shifting landscape of language. Like at the time her book begins, Persian is a court language. All the elites are learning Persian because that is a lingua franca, that's the official language. And by the time the book ends, English is a lingua franca, and everyone who learned Persian is redundant, and the landscape has changed. And equally, you have the stirrings of the politicization of language, where what we could call Hindustani is being politically driven into two separate directions of Urdu and Hindi. And, those are the very, very early days of that. Give me a sense of how, what the shifting landscape of language looks like in those years from 1500, 1600, 1700s. What's going on there? What are people speaking? What is emerging out of that? When does Hindustani, as we would recognize it, begin to emerge? Are there connotations of class and politics embedded into how you choose to speak? Give me a sense of that.
Yeah, that's an interesting area as well. And linguists have pored over this, and there are many theories. And with the Mughals, it's very fascinating to see that for them Turkey is it is the language of their heart. It is the language of their emotions, because it is what they used to speak in Central Asia. So we can see how they hold on to Turkey for a long time, but in a different form. So we know that Babur, when he writes his biography, he writes in Chagatai Turkey, linking it back to the clan of Genghis Khan. So that for him is his mother tongue. It is what he is most comfortable with. Obviously, he has lived there most of his life, and then in Kabul. Then, as they come into Hindustan, we see that the hold of Turkey, it begins to loosen a bit. So we know that Humayun speaks it. We know then that Akbar can speak it a little bit. Gulbadan, who is Akbar's aunt, writes in very robust Persian, because by then, even though she is a matriarch of the older generation, she clearly has learned Persian, but she writes it in a very robust style, so not in a very rarefied, fancy way. So her style of speaking Persian is in this kind of very everyman sort of way, interspersed with words of Turkey. So we see that Turkey is still being spoken amongst the women. Right? And women are often the purveyors of culture and language in a family. So they are still trying to teach the children Turkey. But by the time Jahangir speaks of Turkey, he says it as something that he's very proud of. He says, I can speak a little bit of Turkey. And then by Shah Jahan's time, it is pretty much over. And he says, no, I want nothing to do with Turkey. By Akbar's time already, we know that he is born and brought up in India. So though he learns Turkey with his family, he speaks, I suppose, what we would recognize something as Braj Bhasha, perhaps, as Braj, a sort of a Hindustani, which would be familiar to us, because we know this because of the way in which Abu al-Fazl writes his histories. And he admits to, very amusingly, he admits to certain very bad language that Akbar uses when he is extremely angry. And we can recognize them for insults that we would give today, and we may hear on the streets of Delhi today if we are walking.
Like what?
No, I daren't say this. I have internalized misogyny to a far greater extent than is correct. I cannot be saying those things, but it is in my book. So it is a phrase that in Hindi you would say quite easily to somebody that you really detested. Luckily, Abu al-Fazl kept that. But what we know that is happening also at Akbar's court in the 16th century through the scholar like Audrey Trishke, for example, in her earlier work when she has written about Sanskrit at the Mughal court, is that Sanskrit also enters the vocabulary of the Mughal elite, because they recognize, Sanskrit text as being sources of elite knowledge. They bring it into the court. It is used in a way that is integrated then into language at the court. Similarly, Persian is taken over into Sanskrit text. And when you have charans or bards writing the stories of various Rajput kings, for example, they use Persian terms to denote certain things. So they also, it's not just the Mughal court, it is also Rajasthani language, which is influenced by its contacts with the Mughals. And they start integrating and using Persian terms for the first time in their stories, in the bardic poetry that they start creating at around this time. So this is a very fascinating way of seeing how language is crossing over both ways. So Sanskrit is entering the Mughal court, but Persian is also going into the other Indian courts. But Persian as a lingua franca really holds sway for a long time. It becomes the language of the elite. It becomes, like English is today, a way for you to move forward in life, for you to sort of go up in the ladder. So if you have a poor Brahmin scholar somewhere, if he wants to really advance in life, like Chandraban Brahmin, for example, who becomes a very famous writer, he learns Persian and he offers his services to the court at the time, and he will be taken on. So across North India and even in the Deccan, Persian is the language of the elite, and it really binds together. It is also the administrative language, and it binds together the world, the administrative world, the cultural world throughout India. And this goes on for a very long time. It's happening in the 18th century that the Lion and the Lily talks about. It is really in the 19th century that the break begins to happen, when the British realize that they can, this whole divide and conquer idea comes into play, and they're like, okay, they begin initially. They were also enamored by the Persian text. So one of the figures I talk about is a man called Antoine Paulier, who is a Frenchman who works for the British and also spies for the Nawabs. He is initially, like his English counterparts, enamored by Persian. He speaks, reads, and writes Persian beautifully. He tries to understand poetry at the court. He tries to become part of that Persianate culture. And he patronizes Persian albums, paintings, and writings. Then, during his own lifetime, which is simply over the 1780s, 1790s, he realizes that the British, under William Jones and others who create the Asiatic Society of India, they have now discovered Sanskrit texts, and they now feel that the future is through the understanding of Sanskrit text. They take on certain, so the Brahmins tell them certain things. So they tell them their Brahmin truths, in inverted commas. They give them the Manusmriti, and the East India Company officials are convinced that this is what everybody speaks and listens to. They are all quoting the Manusmriti morning and evening. This is what we will base our law books on. And Manusmriti becomes the basis for a lot of the laws that are enacted at that time, which is why homosexuality was illegal in India till very recently. So it is really this liminal period, late 18th century, early 19th century, where they discover Sanskrit texts. They realize that they can actually bring in this divide, force Persian into being the language of the others, whereas really it was, say Persianized Urdu was spoken by everybody, even by the hopaloi, by the gentry, by every person. And they say that it is the language of the Muslim, it is the language of the other. Instead, it is a language that will be pushed forward, which is Sanskritized Hindi, coming from Khadi Boli and more that sort of language, which becomes more acceptable. And then, obviously English becomes the lingua franca.
This is also incredibly fascinating. I will now share something with jingoistic pride that I know that you will share, which is that in all this turmoil, with all this nonsense, British doing divide and rule, Bengali survived. Amader কিছু হলো না. Like they say, you can take the Bengali out of Bengal, but you cannot take Bengali out of the Bengali. Do you know Bengali, by the way? আপনি কি বাংলা জানেন?
No, unfortunately not. I understand a little bit, but really the ignorance is complete.
Oh my God, I need to recover from the shock. Let's do so by taking a quick break. And on the other side of this break, we shall get to talking about your life, because you can't just talk about other people's lives. What is this? You have to talk about your own life after the break. Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I loved the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back to The Scene and the Unseen. I'm still chatting with Ira Mukhoty. An entire day has passed since we took the last break. We like to take long breaks at our age. Also, we are Bengali, which helps. Between us, we are one Bengali. So
Correct.
that's a lot of breaking. But leaving aside, that particular hyphenation aside, I want to tell you that everything you told me about your background yesterday was a lie, because it appeared that you were talking about your love for reading, your love for literature. You became a historian. However, the newspaper Mint describes you as, quote, a French Bengali scientist at Cambridge University who worked in pharmaceutical consulting. Stop quote. And this is you, and you cannot deny it. I have done my forensic investigations into the past. So,
What can I say, Amit? I have multiplicities in me.
Yeah, much like Emperor Akbar, which is...
Exactly.
Yeah. So, but on a serious note, that's where we stopped our biographical musing, so to say. So I want to ask about that period of your time, that when you're growing up, what is your vision of yourself? What is the story you're telling yourself? And how is it that, you land up in Cambridge and you studied natural history at one point, but then you're a scientist, you're in pharmaceuticals and whatever. What was going on there? Like, were you just going down paths that you were naturally good at, or was that also a passion? Take me through that part of your journey.
So natural sciences actually is what I studied. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Is that growing up, I was, a very capable student. And in those days, even though I was, I loved literature and I liked writing, and, I was, I think, pretty good at it. But since I was also good at the sciences, in those days, it was considered, a much better bet to go into the sciences, And I was very driven, very ambitious. I wanted to do well. I had, the beginnings of feminist, input from my school teacher. So I wanted to do as well as the boys, So I was very driven in that sense. And so I thought, okay, then I'll do sciences, since I'm told it's a better bet. It's, better option for careers. It's something that girls don't tend to get into. So I should go against the tide. So all of those, all of that thinking was in my mind, that I need to do something. So I studied zoology honors at Delhi University first, and then went on to Cambridge, because at that time it was considered, how it is, the hang up we have about Oxbridge. It was like, okay, that's the best. If you're a good student, aim for that, So I did that, and I got into natural sciences. So I actually have 5 years of scientific training, all told. And for a little while, I did work in that area. And then actually, there was a combination of factors, but essentially, the big defining event of my 20s was that my father very unexpectedly fell ill and died very quickly. So that sort of really threw me off course. It completely changed the direction in which I would go. It changed, as it does for many people, going through bereavement at that age, is that it changes you very essentially as a human being, and also your path in life, the choices you then choose to make. So I felt after that I had lost a lot of that ambition, that driving force. And I think that's when I realized that, I guess, as children, you often do things for your parents, no matter how old you are. You want to make them proud, and you do things for their approval, constantly. And once my father died, and then, unfortunately, 2 years after that, my mother fell ill. and would eventually pass away. So these twin events kind of completely changed, what I would go on to do and become and think was important in my life. And I kind of completely, it made me, rethink what was important for me and what I needed to do. So that is your answer in a nutshell, is that I have done these two things actually.
So, one of the themes I explore constantly in many of these sort of longer episodes that I do, the life and times kind of episodes, the oral histories, is how people relate to their parents, which fascinated me so much that I'm actually making a documentary on it right now. And,
wow.
talking to a whole bunch of people, including many people who've come on my show. And what kind of fascinates me is that is a one relationship, especially in Indian society, we simply haven't sorted out, that people go entire lifetimes without having honest conversations with their parents
Yes.
and sometimes their kids, and often they go entire lifetimes without relating to them as real human beings, where they always see them in the role of father, mother, and all of that.
Yes.
And bereavement, and I have personally found this, is almost impossible to deal with in a sense, no matter how old you are. I mean, my parents, of course, died when I was much, much older, but whether you're young or old, it's really difficult. And you've spoken in the past about how some of your refuge and understanding came from books like the Tibetan Book of the Dead and the Year of Magical Thinking by Joan Didion, and you just said that it changed you as a person completely. So if it is not too painful to talk about, can you elaborate a bit on this?
Yes, no, absolutely. You are absolutely right. And I think despite, having lost my parents at a young age, especially my father, I was lucky in that I had 1 year when I finished what I was doing in London. I finished my education at Cambridge. I was working in London and I came back for no ostensible reason. I just thought, let me go back. And I got that 1 year to be with my father. And, all these questions you have brought up about how we do not have relationships with our parents in India beyond the child and the parent. It was that during that 1 year, it was almost a kind of grace that I was given, that I was able to interact with him as an adult. I saw him as an independent adult of his own who was doing marvelous and remarkable things in the world. He was a human rights lawyer, so I accompanied him on a lot of his talks, his involvement in People's Union for Democratic Rights. I got to see him other than just as my father. I saw him as other people saw him. So I feel that this was really almost the universe giving me this year of grace, to have that time with my father. But then he passed away, and I have to say, for about, let's say, almost a decade, I could not relate to people or thinking or writing that was anything other than dealing with grief, because it took over my life to such an extent that all I wanted to do was either talk to people. I found people who had not undergone similar experiences utterly, on a different plane to mine. I realized they could not understand me, and I could no longer understand them. And as for writing, yes, I read the Tibetan Book of the Living and the Dead, which was very, very helpful. It's a way for the layperson to understand lots of issues around grief. So I used that a lot. It was by my bedside for many years. But then I also read fiction around the issue, like you were saying, Joan Didion, the Year of Magical Thinking and Blue Night. The way she writes with so much beauty and eloquence and power about losing her daughter. Then I read like a number of books which dealt with the issue in different ways, fictional just as much as non-fiction. A lot of people actually deal with grief as writers. So whether it was H's for Hawk by, I think, Helen MacDonald, that was also beautiful. She deals with the loss of her father by taming a hawk, and you would think that this is like, it makes no sense, but you read her book and she goes step by step, and her journey into the life of, she becomes almost cloistered from the outside world, and it's just her and this wild creature in a closed space, and she begins to understand this animal, and the animal seems to respond to her, and slowly she, in quotes, domesticates it to the extent that it is willing to hunt for her. And this extraordinary journey that takes almost a year helps her process all the grief she has for her father's loss. And seeing how human beings have done this in the past helped me understand, my own humanity, that of others, and how essentially at the end of it, we are all so very similar in the face of the events that define us, like grief. So yeah, for 10 years, I mostly read, books that helped me understand how other people coped with similar situations as well.
How did it change what you wanted in your life?
So, as I said, the earlier, very driven, ambitious person, like, simply seemed to die, because there was like no need for me. Early on, I always felt I was like on a treadmill, or that I was, looking at the clock and I had to do certain things by 18, I had to do certain things by 21, and then by 25. And suddenly all that didn't matter, wrongly or rightly. It just felt that without my parents there to, I don't know, to validate what I was doing, it didn't seem to matter anymore. And also, obviously, it showed me that instantly things can change completely. So it really matters what you spend each precious day doing. Whether you are old or young, the world can turn upside down, without you ever having planned for that eventuality. So what do you do with the time you have? You may have a day, you may have a decade, you may have 50 years, but you don't know that. So it really did change the things in which I wanted to pour my energies. And so initially, after, all that happened, I had my two children, one after the other. So I was focused on that. And I was raising them. And it was when they were small, then this whole issue that we talked about earlier came about, that I was thinking about what kind of girls do I want to raise? What kind of human beings do I want to raise? What are the influences I want them to see and to absorb? What books? And that's what got me first thinking about the way in which we portray women, two young girls in India, two young women, and how problematic it continues to be and what we can do to counter that. So that's really when I started writing, and I wrote Song of Draupadi at that point.
Tell me about how your thinking about parenthood, about your being a parent, was shaped by this. Like, I remember, one of my favorite episodes of the show is with Mrinal Pandeyji, and Mrinalji was talking about how once she and a bunch of ladies had kind of gathered, and they were all young mothers, and one of them brought up this newspaper item about some mother who had strangled her kid to death.
Oh, God.
And they were all saying, what a horrible thing, what a horrible thing. And then one mother said, you know what? I felt like doing that sometimes. And then one by one, they all admitted that they had felt like that. So motherhood, despite the halo around it that only men really believe, is actually bloody difficult.
It is.
It is difficult. It is traumatic. It completely changes your life. It uproots you from where you were before and puts you somewhere else. It can bring about resentment. You can approach your kids with that resentment. You can approach them with a sense of parental duty. And maybe you can begin to approach it as connecting with two people who are unique. They might have come out of you, but they are unique individuals, and that can be so much fun also discovering that.
Yes.
So take me through how your, being a parent evolved through all of this.
Yeah, those are wonderful thoughts, Amit, and we could talk endlessly about all of that, because it's something that, has also, I have developed my thinking about that, in the last 10, 20 years. And definitely initially, it was, nobody prepares you, and they should, for how awful it can be to be, especially a first-time mother, when you don't have the blueprint for how you do that, when you are in a nuclear family, when you don't have all the support that, women used to have with extended families, with, that kind of support system, which takes over for you when you can't do anything. So firstly, you have the loss of the integrity of your body as you knew it. Your body overnight has changed. It will never be the same again. So you have to come to terms with that loss pretty early on. You could be a very young woman and say, okay, I'm never going to be the way I was before. But secondly, it just takes over all the time you have, all the energy and the patience. And I found that really challenging, and I have been saying that whenever I have been questioned about it, because I don't think we say it enough. You were mentioning how motherhood is valorized to the extent that it is meant to be the end all of a woman. That is meant to be her goal. And we really need to push back against that. There are many ways of being happy as a woman, of being fulfilled, of having a productive life without having children. I think we need to say this much more, especially in our society. But for me personally, so my, the early years, I was very keen to put into practice all my feminist ideals, and I had two girls, so this was perfect. So I remember me and my my friend in the neighborhood, we had the same sort of thinking. So we said, okay, we are going to give them gender neutral toys. So she had a son and a daughter. I had two daughters. So we tried to give all the children the same sort of toys. So we gave them trucks and we gave them cars and we put the dolls in the background, and didn't encourage the use of dolls. We used all these kind of things, wondering how they would, how it would work out. We did not want to impose our expectations of how they should be as little girls. And it was so hilarious because my girls at least completely ignored the trucks and the, steamrollers and all the other such things, went straight for the dolls and started telling stories. But so did her son, So it was interesting to know that small children like storytelling. And because dolls represent human beings, they were able to use them in all sorts of situations and ways, right? So that was very interesting for me to note. And then I used to, keep encouraging them to be whatever they wanted to be. I would say, why not be astronauts? Something which is always, at least, when they were small, considered typically male. And like, girls, you can be astronauts. I'm behind you. We will, let you study whatever you want to study. Till one day when they were like 8 or 9, they turned around and said, Mama, this terrifies us, the idea of going into space. Please stop telling us that we can be astronauts. We will never be astronauts. So, I realized that I was also, in a sense, putting my own expectations, even if I thought they were feminist ideas. And I was like, okay, I have to stop doing this. I have to just present to them an even playing field, and encourage them to be whatever they want to be. And from then on, I think it worked pretty well. And I have always had the thought, like you were articulating, is that I have not created my daughters. I feel that really strongly, is that they have come through me, yes, but they are their own people. They are that slice of divinity or whatever you want to call it, that spark of life. It's not something I could have done intentionally. So I do relate to them as individuals in their own right, who are in my care for a while. They have been, bestowed upon me for a while to look after as best I can, but they are really fundamentally their own human beings, and they can later on choose to do with that what they will. So that has been my journey, and it has been very fulfilling in that sense. But I have understood the enormous pressure that comes with people like myself. So people like myself who are perfectionists, who like to do everything really well. We are very educated, privileged, So we want to do motherhood in the same way, which means that it taxes us to the extent that we have nothing left to give apart from that. And if I were to do it again, I would tell my younger self, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if for half the day you actually leave them with somebody else who is caring. They will not remember it at age 2, 3, 4, 5. They really won't, but you will have had time to do something else with your life, which will have, fulfilled you as a human being. So that is almost society's way of acting against very educated, high-performing women like myself, to sort of, amongst women, we will tell each other, are you using a maid? No, I will not use a maid because I want to do everything. I want to change every last nappy. And I was like, if I can go back, I would be like, leave the damn nappies. Let somebody else, if you are lucky enough, do that. And you do the chatting, you do the storytelling, especially as they're growing up, So that is the sort of, I feel, dichotomy that we are stuck in sometimes.
Let me think aloud now and ask you a question that I haven't really ever considered in this context. When I sort of talk about discipline and how I do my work and all of that, I refer to something called the Eisenhower Matrix. Have you heard of it?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, so the Eisenhower matrix, you must have seen it. It's all over popular culture. It's basically a matrix of 4 quadrants where you have important on one axis and urgent on the other axis.
Okay. Yes.
And I, for example, am 90% of the time I'm doing things which are not important, not urgent, and 10% of the time I do important and urgent. But the place where I would love to spend my time, which I think is the most important for us to grow as people, is important but not urgent. Things like reading a book, learning a musical instrument, even watching good world cinema, all of it falls into important but not urgent, but we tend to procrastinate because, hey, it's not urgent.
Yes.
And I wonder, in the context of parenthood, like just now you said that you don't have to change nappies all the time, right? Nappies would really fall into not important but urgent, and you are supposed to delegate those, assuming you have the privilege, of course, to be able to do that. So, and I'm thinking aloud when ask this question, it may have no correlation to motherhood itself, but if I ask you also to think aloud with me, what do you think are the things which are important but not urgent, and important and urgent? Like, important and urgent would be, oh, she's ill, she's got a fever, you got to take her to the doctor, that's important but urgent. Or
Yeah.
you've got to, she's got a school exam coming up and you got to help her out with that, that's important and urgent.
Yeah.
But important but not urgent would be stuff which, neither you or her may realize at the time is important but plays a part in shaping a person. So
I think it's a tough one, but for me as a parent, what has been important, I suppose not urgent in the terms that we are describing, but important has been developing a sense of, I think, compassion in the girls, and I think that takes a lifetime to cultivate. It doesn't come overnight. Some people are born a certain way, but others have to cultivate. I think these habits of compassion, empathy, even a word like nice, which is so underrated in today's world, just being willing to go out there and just spread some positivity. I think that has been something which has always kind of driven some of the stuff that I do with them, which may not be urgent at all on a day-to-day basis, but things like that's why I think reading books is important. I think reading certain types of books actually cultivates compassion, because you learn to put yourself in somebody else's. It is the ultimate act of giving up of your own selfhood and putting yourself in somebody else's shoes, right? So reading good books, that is something I never compromised on. We read together when they were small, and then they read on their own. I made sure that they did that. I was an extremely unpopular mother in their early teenagers because I controlled the number of hours they'd spend on their phones, because phones had just come into the thing. I think I was the only mother who was, doing that, because I saw the dangers of, young kids getting onto social media and all of that thing. So that was not urgent at the point. A lot of mothers were like, it's okay, it keeps them quiet, put on lagalo, some laptop, something or the other. I'm like, no, it's hard graft, but if they can't sit and talk to me about their day, or we can read something together or discuss something, it'll be so easy, to just give in and let them get their phones, chat to their friends, or do whatever it is that they do on social media. So urgent, but not urgent, but important has been a lifelong thing for me with the girls, is inculcating these sort of ideas, which, not just the academic stuff. The academic stuff, I really try to push on the back burner, because, I figure they're clever girls, they'll do what they have to do. So I really tried not to be that hovering mother who's making sure that, they're doing their homework. I always told them, leave your homework, marks don't matter. It really doesn't matter, especially in the Indian system. We know how it's done. So fighting against that tendency and instead maybe broadening their horizons, I think those are important things to do.
There's possibly no generation in human history where a parent's childhood was so different from a child's childhood, because so much has changed. And I want to ask you a little bit about that also, because when we were growing up in the 70s and 80s, we obviously didn't have the internet. We didn't have all these ways of entertaining ourselves. I'm guessing we were both privileged enough to have plenty of books at home. But apart from that, you had to spend a lot of me time forcibly.
Yes.
That's all you kind of had. And the rhythm of life was much slower. Whereas today, the rhythm of life is choppy. Despite the great good fortune of having all art, all entertainment, all music, all cinema available to them at the click of a button, the rhythm of life has become very scroll, swipe. Jonathan Haidt once pointed out that 90% of the content we consume has been produced over the last 3 days.
Oh my God.
That's the rhythm of our lives.
Yes.
So when you contrast your childhood with the childhood that your kids have and how they grew up and what their rhythms were, how do you feel they were different? What are the pros and cons? I mean, the pros obviously are that everything is available to you. In terms of knowledge and information, we are in a post-scarcity world. Whatever can be there in bits is there. But there are cons also, like attention spans and so on and so forth. So give me a sense of the differences you've observed.
So I'll tell you the thing that I've observed the most with, being a parent. So firstly, I think what I experienced as a child, and you may have, Amit, I don't know how much, is a very precious thing, which was boredom. I was allowed to be bored. So if I was hanging around the house, kicking my heels and saying, "Oh, ho, I don't know what to do with myself," my mother would be like, "Too bad, figure it out. Either go look for a friend somewhere, find a book, draw a picture, do something." So you were left to your own devices, right? With none of this, obviously, the entertainment that is available to our children. So we had to create entertainment. And I remember, with my friends, just, putting up theater, the horrible things, no doubt, imposing these on our parents, having to come and watch all of this, doing little shows, finding ways to entertain ourselves. Sometimes, often doing very little, just scuttling around the place, at the park, whatever was available, and then reading a lot. So my kids were very rarely bored, is what I found, and they had low tolerance for boredom. So sometimes they would be like, okay, we finished this one book. There's this much time before the next activity, because yes, they had many activities, what do? We are bored. And I'd be like, wow, that's, my entire childhood seemed to be one long boredom, and you are complaining about half an hour. So that's the big difference. The other main thing, I think, being especially the mother of girls, is how much anxiety social media puts upon young girls. So for example, in our childhoods, me as a girl, if I made a mistake, one day I wore something which was not flattering, or I said something stupid, I got into a fight with somebody, people would talk about it for one day, maybe, if they were bothered. By the next day, they had forgotten, they'd gone on to something else. These kids from school age, if one thing happened, the most minor thing happens, oh my God, your kajal has smudge on your face, it will be news on social media, it will go to the other schools, all the schools in Delhi will know about it, they will be talking about it. Something happens with a boy, the whole world knows. You know what I mean? There's no space for making mistakes. We made all our mistakes. We did all our foolishness as young people. We, made the wrong choices. We drank too much, perhaps. We went out with the wrong people. Whatever we did was within bounds. Nobody would be bothered too much about it. Maximum, we had one love letter to show for it, right? Which you could tear up and throw away. These kids, especially the girls, are examined and scrutinized with a scientific forensic intensity which is frightening. They can make no mistakes. They have to be thin, they have to be beautiful, they have to be charming, they have to be not too loud, they have to not offend the boys, they have to be willing to go out with boys but not go out with the wrong boys. I cannot tell you the scrutiny, Amit, it is relentless. So it makes them very anxious. That's why I really wanted to control the time they spend, but even so, and now most parents can't do that. So you have to really watch out, and I'm sure boys have, all kinds of issues coming around that, but it is the anxiety arising around the sense of being constantly surveilled, talked about, gossiped about, and that this information will remain in the ether forever. This is the huge difference that I can say.
Yeah, Jonathan Haidt talks about this actually with particular reference to teenage girls today, and the fact that you are constantly on Instagram comparing your real life with the projected lives of others, and it's just impossibly hard. But thankfully, that wasn't there in our times, and we kind of escaped it.
Yes.
So I'm going to take you back to your times. You mentioned that you're a perfectionist, and I'm guessing that that's something that comes naturally to you. It's evident in your books and the rigor of your research and all that. I wonder to what extent your 5 years of scientific training helped you in what you were to do subsequently. Like, is it something that fit the way that you naturally were in terms of the perfectionism and the care that you took over the small things, or did it enhance those qualities and make you a better historian?
I think it did, actually, Amit. I think it helped me become a better historian. And, for a long time, after I'd done my studies, after I'd worked a little bit, when I had that, decade of not doing a great deal, later on, I would think back on it, and I would be, dismayed sometimes that, I've had an expensive, privileged education. I was not able to use it. What have I done with that? I have wasted, good opportunities. But then when the chance came around to write history, especially, I really seized upon that. And I feel that it has definitely given me that rigor, that ability to do research, in libraries, in museums, museums, analyze manuscripts, understand peer reviews, understand what it means to have a reliable source. All those things really came in handy to me. And that's when I realized that no hard work actually ever goes wasted. You always do use it in some way or the other. And in my case, I think it worked out perfectly, as I think it does for many people in the end. Sometimes you don't see the sense of it when you're actually going through the process. But I do think that things work out for the best eventually. So I was able to, in my writing of history, able to combine the two great loves that I had, which I would not have been able to if I had followed a traditionally scientific career. So I had the rigor, the research, which I do love doing. But I also had the chance to use my love of literature so that I can write history almost lyrically, so that I can create, beautiful worlds that people can immerse themselves into. So I was able to combine science and literature finally in writing narrative history. So I think, it worked out for the best for me.
And did it help that you weren't actually a trained historian? Because I think it can often be a bug if you study history and you come up in the academia, because there are certain frames that become fashionable, certain fashions you have to follow. You have to write in a particular way to get published in the journals and so on and so forth. And academia can be a big trap. And there's this lovely phrase coined by the writer Janan Ganesh called partial outsider, where he says that you need to be an outsider to be able to do great work, because then you are not bound, you don't take for granted and normalize the conventional thinking of the day and question its flaws. But at the same time, you can't be a complete outsider, because then you won't be able to get anything done. And I'm just wondering if you were a partial outsider in the sense that you weren't trained in history, but
That's right.
you were from that elite speaking social class in India where if you wrote a book, you could meet a publisher and people would take you seriously.
Yes, you're absolutely right. In fact, I've felt like a partial, that's a very good phrase, and I felt like a partial outsider almost to my life in India, because of my background. It wasn't quintessentially Indian. So I always had this feeling of looking in from the outside on people's lives. And as a writer of history, that has definitely been the case. I have certain privileges which are undeniable. I have access. I can travel. I can get to museums. I can get to those spaces. At the same time, not being trained within the silo of, historical thinking means that I approach everything with wide-eyed wonder each time. Each time I have that amateur's amazement at something and that desire to share it with the world and be like, hello, do you know that this is what happened? Can we talk about this? Can we examine it through this lens, So I think that has worked out for me in that sense, in that I take nothing for granted when I read history. I'm constantly amazed that things have not been said, things have not been done, that certain angles have not been looked at. When I wrote Daughters of the Sun, there was Ruby Lal's work, but there was very little around that about talking about women. It was people came up to me saying we had not thought about this. Historians whom I approached before writing Daughters of the Sun told me, don't waste your time. There's nothing on women. There's nothing on Mughal women, So I'm amazed constantly that I am able to enter this space at a time and place in which it is possible to discover new things. So I'm constantly filled with that joy and that amazement, which I think translates into my work as well, which perhaps if I was, a trained historian would not be the case.
But you didn't start with history. You started with what was ostensibly fiction, where you mentioned that your daughters were growing up and you were bringing your feminist lens to bear on, the Mahabharata. And then you wrote Song of Draupadi, which came out later, but was the first book you wrote. So tell me a little bit about that. Like, why fiction? How do you arrive at finding a voice? Who were your role models in a sense? And it's an audacious task, because it's not only the Mahabharata through the eyes of Draupadi, but also various other women within book. And, and what a wonderful way to retell that story. So to take me through how that came to be.
So that came to being, again, when my daughters were quite young. It suddenly, looking around for role models and for stories that I could tell them to sort of counter the Western narrative, to have something a little bit, more steeped in Indianness, let us say. I found that we have this bizarre thing in India where we treat mythology as history, and yet we are constantly, deriding historical figures themselves. We will somehow nullify their effect in our lives. We don't talk about them. We don't talk about real historical people, but mythology is quintessentially sacred. It is there. It is to be followed. We are to follow the examples of these people. And we are, it becomes very much part of everyday life in India, in one way or the other, through the rituals that shape our seasons and our lives. Constantly, I found, okay, so we don't talk about the historical aspect of it. There aren't many women figures that I can find out there to talk about, but look, there's Sita being, shown to us all the time. There's the Ramayana told to us all the time. This is the way to be, even for the men. This is the perfect man, and so on and so forth. So I had been also reading, books like Hilary Mantel, who is, of course, fiction, but it is historical fiction, which is really steeped in as much authenticity as it is possible to bring into writing. And I was very admiring of that ability, I was reading, of course, I read Iravati Karve's book, Yuganta, and I started reading alternative ways of writing myths in different countries. There's Pat Barker, I think, who has written Silence of the Girls about Greek mythology. So I started to realize that there are other ways to tackle this. Initially, I thought this is not possible. It's completely beyond my ken, and how can I aspire to such a thing? When I saw that other people had done this in other genres, in other countries, I thought perhaps we can actually sincerely look at the way the Mahabharata has been brought down to us, but also perhaps what it was at its core. Because, I was troubled by the fact that it is all... Somehow it seems at the end of the day, like a big battle over property rights. Two warring brothers, cousins who are fighting over one property, And I thought, what if we invert that gaze? Who is paying the price for those battles? Whose bodies are being fought over and through to get to justice, And I realized it was the women. All along it was the women. They were rarely asking for war, but they were the victims of war. They were the bodies through whom war was carried out. Right from Ganga, if you start with Ganga and Satyavati, Kunti, Amba, Ambika, Ambalika, all these fascinating women. So I set myself that challenge of saying, let us turn the lens around. If you are looking through a telescope, let's look through the other end instead. Let's put the war in the background, and let's put the human drama front and foremost instead, and see what the women are saying to each other. What are they thinking? What is actually their life? What does it mean when you say that, Kunti, Pandu couldn't have children? What is going on? Invoking a mantra? What probably happened was instead that, they had a system wherein if somebody was barren, a man was barren, you could have a sadhu or somebody who was considered, very virtuous, come and impregnate your wife, and that child would be yours. You would adopt it like yours. So I figured this is probably what happened instead. Draupadi, what happens to her? She was going to marry one man. Suddenly she's marrying 5 men, and she has to adjust to that terrible reality. How do you do that? So this fight over women's wombs is what seems to me the crux of the Mahabharata. And how do women bring any sort of agency in their life when their wombs are constantly being fought over by elite men? So that was the sort of, challenge I set myself, and by looking at as early a text as possible in the Mahabharata, there has been work done on this to show which are the later redactions using the study of language, and which are the earlier verses that remain in the Mahabharata. And from that you see a very different picture. You see women who articulate their thoughts, their emotions, their anger, and also they are much more manipulative than we realize. People like Satyavati, for example, she knew what she was doing. She wanted to ensure her lineage would survive, So you can bring out remarkable women and get away from that unidimensional Sita figure that we have been given, this homogenized, sanitized, literally whitewashed. Because today, if you look at Sita in popular culture, she is this impossibly fair woman with the jewelry, which is a sign of domestication, with, always impeccably dressed. So we are to counter that, I wanted to give a messy woman like Draupadi, angry women like some of the other women of the Mahabharata, unconstrained, undomesticated women, women who spoke their minds, and women who would be better role models, I felt, for young women in the 21st century.
The interesting thing about the Mahabharata and the Ramayana is how many versions there are. So it's not just a snapshot of how a society was at a particular point in time, but it shows you the evolution of that. So what did your readings really tell you about Indian society? Like the point you made about so much of the fighting being over the control of women's wombs, that's been controlling women's sexuality has been a common theme through the last 2000 years, especially since the caste system really kicked in and you had caste endogamy and,
Yes.
that played into it, obviously. So including that, but also apart from that, what do you learn about Indian society and how it's changing and the multitudes it might contain from the different versions and how the different stories have evolved? Because while it is true that you did have Sita and so homogenous and, such a big figure, you also had Draupadi doing all the things she did with her wild hair and so on. So give me a sense of that.
So, Amit, what interested me was, not simply academically looking at all these versions. It was really looking at the 21st century and seeing what are we being told today. Yes, we have all these examples. We also have historical women, which I then discovered through my first published work, who are very different from the versions that are presented to us, from Mirabai to Rani Lakshmibai, Hazrat Mahal. They have been completely altered. So what interested me was this sort of cauldron that happened in the 21st century, in which all these women from Mirabai to Amrapali to Sita have all ended up looking and behaving a certain way. I wanted to examine the forces, the patriarchy, or whatever, however you want to examine it or talk about it. What are the forces that are bringing about this homogenization in the way we are presented women's lives, and what is the purpose behind that? The purpose being that we still require women to be a certain way, despite the fact that in the past 50 years we have made so many changes, so much progress has been made for women. Now it seems that there is a pushback against that progress, and therefore there's almost, in a sense, like you were saying, yes, there are different ways of even looking at Sita. There are different versions of Sita, right, which show her quite different from just this Pati, Pavitra woman, and who is, accepting her husband's every decree. She is challenging him. She goes into the forest. She raises her sons. But why has all of this been written out of the, let us say, the standard text, what we are given in the urban cities today? Why is that in Bollywood we are only being given one version? So that is really what the focus of my examination was. Whereas you are completely right in that there are different versions of the Mahabharata. Through the centuries, there have been different versions. People in the South have been telling the story differently, because there are so many multitudes in the Mahabharata, so many anecdotes. You can keep reading into each anecdote and seeing things differently, right? So, for example, that episode of Bhim going into the forest and meeting Hidimba and Hidimbi. I thought about this a long time, and I thought, okay, so these were probably tribal folk living in the forest, and when they came upon these valley dwellers, they perhaps attacked them, and the Pandavas then massacred the men, right, and abducted and raped the women. How else can you see this, right? Then you say that they are demon, they are this and they are that. So these are interpretations that have come about much more recently. Early on, there was a lot of space for resistance. There was space for pushback. There was a space for a multiplicity of voices. But what has interested me is the way in which those have been denied, how certain caste norms seems to have become even more rigid. There is a refusal to address those issues, gender norms, and why that is happening, and the ways in which we can challenge that today. So really that is more the crux of my work.
And one would think that at some level this naturally takes you to a desire for writing nonfiction now. So was that at the back of your mind all this time, or did it happen when you took Song of Draupadi to your publisher? Tell me about
Yeah.
how that transition began to happen.
So it happened when I took Song of Draupadi to my publisher, and so David Davidar, who eventually went on to publish 5 of my books, and he was wonderful. And he said, "Look, I've given it to my editors, and they love it, and we love your writing." But they had just had that unfortunate incident with Wendy Doniger's The Hindus, where when it was published first in India, it was Aleph who published it, and it faced so much controversy that they had burnt the books, and the fledgling Aleph company almost went under because of the pressure of that controversy. And so naturally enough, David was like, look, in today's day, and it came as a complete shock to me, Amit, to be told, this was about 15 years ago, right? To be told, oh, you can't just write anything you want to do, because I was raised to believe that you could say anything. A Bengali father who was also a human rights activist, he would be like, you can say what you want to say, let them come and arrest me if they dare. And for all its faults, India never arrested my father, and God knows he said many outrageous things about the ruling parties. So I was raised with that thinking, and I was so shocked, so taken aback, because I really honestly believe that in India you could still say what you wanted to say. Right? You still had a space in which ideas could be discussed, alternative views could be, aired quite freely. That was the first time that I came up against censorship in this form, when my publisher said, listen, right now is not the time, we can do it, later. Perhaps, why don't you think of writing history? I think you have the potential. You are able to, understand people's lives. Try and put your mind to, whatever subject you want to write. Women, if that interests you, but try writing history. It'll be easier to publish, And that's how I wrote Heroines, my first published book, and Song of Draupadi was 4th to be published.
Yeah, and we discussed both Heroines and Daughters of the Sun in our last episode, so I'll spend a bit more time on the other books. But first, let's talk about how you began to learn how to do history. Like, how does one read? How does one research? How does one even find sources? You've described yourself elsewhere as a medieval detective. What does that mean? It sounds like so much fun, but what does it mean? What does it involve?
It is fun. It is fun. It is just the most fun one can have, I feel. So how to do, I'm asked this constantly. And of course, first you read, and you make sure your sources are absolutely, as unbiased as possible, though it's informative to read the biased sources as well to see what they're saying, but you try and find academically sound secondary research, historians who have already been writing about the period you're interested in. Then in their bibliography, in their endnotes, they will tell you where to go and find the primary sources. If you are able to follow those tracks, go to the primary sources, because it always makes a big difference if you're able to access primary sources instead of the interpretation of historians, because they're already you have a layer of subjectivity coming in, no matter how honest and sincere the writer. So tracking down primary sources, but then there's so much that informs the writing of history, especially I find where women are concerned. It is not so simple as to find a written source, because 99% of written history concerns the lives of men, and that is simply a fact around the world, right? So you are looking for that 1%. That 1% you may find not in a regular history of the times, but you might find it in a collection, say, of rulings, of edicts. So I found a lot of Mughal women's edicts in just a collection of edicts of their times. One by one, all the edicts are listed. Another really important source is architecture. Now, the books may say one thing, then you go out and you see a piece of architecture that has been built by a woman, and that can be very surprising. That's what happened to me when I was looking at Daughters of the Sun, is I came about in Delhi. Now I'm, a Delhi woman, grown up all my life in Delhi, and there are all these buildings I never knew were built by women. So I was doing a tour, just a walking tour of Delhi one day. And we came upon this building called it's Maham Anga's Madrasa and Mosque complex. It is just close to Humayun's Masjid, and I wanted to find out more about it. It was in a derelict condition, even though it's an amazing building. When I found out more about it, turns out that one of Akbar's milk mothers, foster mothers, right, had built this, what in its time was a spectacular mosque and madrasa complex in a very politically significant zone, which was next to Humayun's mausoleum, which is really the center of, at that time it was the center of Mughal buildings. It is next to Nizamuddin Aulia's Dargah, which was also a spiritually very significant area. So you have this woman who has no important husband or son at that time, who is building this monument in her own name, because there is an inscription in Persian that proclaims her name. And that's really rare, to have a woman having it written out on her building saying, it is I, Mahamanga, under the blessings of Akbar, I am building this building. So I had been told till then there's nothing on Mughal women, and here I find a foster woman having built a whole structure, which is clearly something which was very significant and potent in its time. Now it has been forgotten. So buildings like that, the fact that Jahanara built a huge swathe of territory in what we call Old Delhi today in Shah Jahanabad, that was destroyed by the British. Little by little, you have to almost tease out elements of history. That's why I call it medieval kind of detective work. And then you look at the paintings. You look at the paintings, but with a different gaze. You count how many women are painted in an entire album. In an entire album, you will have 4 or 5 women painted, where you have hundreds of men painted, right? So clearly there's an attempt to physically write them out of not just the writing, but also the paintings. Then the ones that remain, they must have been very powerful to remain that, to resist that censorship. So you look at them, you reinterpret them, you try and find a name for them, you find out what they've done, because clearly they're significant. So you work backwards sometimes, so it requires enormous curiosity and an openness of mind, thinking, okay, I might find my information in the most unlikely sources, so I'm going to go out and look for it. Objects, sometimes you have objects that remain with us, which can tell us so much more than, reams and reams of writing. So Jahangir's, his jade cup, or drinking cup, with all the inscriptions on it, such a powerful symbol that, that remains with us. The rubies, the textiles, very few remain, but you can, almost imagine the person in it. So when I recently went to the V&A Great Mughals exhibition, I looked at Shah Jahan's armor. They had Shah Jahan's actual armor with beautiful Persian inscriptions on it. And I looked at it, I stood before it, and I saw how large it was, because they had actually displayed it as it would have been on him. And I remember that I had seen in the in Mumbai, the museum there, I had seen Akbar's armor when I was writing Akbar. And I remember when I saw Akbar's armor, I was struck by how small he was, right? He was not a very tall man. He was large. He has broad shoulders, which even his son writes about. But he was not tall because he was Turkish origin, so Central Asian, smaller, broad-shouldered, he was bandy-legged also. Shah Jahan, tall, strapping man. Why? Because he is 3/4 Rajputs. So it really brought home the fact that Shah Jahan was a different man physically, genetically from his father, through the women who married into the house. So an object can bring that home with so much greater force than just reading about. Academically, I knew, of course, 3/4, his mother is all Rajput. But here I was struck by the fact that he was a physically very different man to his father as well. So you have to be open to receiving these influences from many different sources before you can sit down and write and then bring together these various threads to create something.
That's such a lovely observation about the armor and, him being 3/4 Rajput. Tell me about how Delhi changed for you. Because at one level, when you're growing up there, it's a city, it's got wide roads, it's got cool buildings, it's very hot, etc., etc.
Yeah.
But then you realize what I think Rana Safi would call the 9 cities of Delhi that were there before it, and they all become a presence in your life the more you kind of go through it. And everything suddenly then begins to have more meaning and can be so much richer. And And I just wish I live my life like that, where I can imbue meaning to everything and kind of get, because all of us are so jaded. We take everything around us for granted. Half the time, everything is literally unseen to us. We are just walking through the world like zombies. So tell me about Delhi, that relationship with Delhi, and how that changed as the history of Delhi became so real for you.
Oh my goodness, yes, absolutely right, and Rana is so right as well. And as you were saying, the Delhi I grew up in was the Delhi of firstly in the 70s and 80s, of wide avenues, very little traffic, being chauffeured everywhere, leafy avenues, club culture. We used to go to the IIC, very genteel, but modern. So this was modern Delhi. This was Lutyens Delhi. The villas, the bungalows, all of that, post-colonial nostalgia that Delhi was built in. And I knew nothing of anything else because my father felt that all of that was far too dangerous. Old Delhi was, very crowded and messy and a source of many diseases, no doubt. And he was certainly not going to send his cherished daughter anywhere close to that. And then as I started writing and started visiting, and I discovered Shah Jahanabad, Old Delhi, and to my great delight, there is a tube stop right outside my house in Delhi, in Gurgaon, which goes and you can get off, Chandni Chowk. And it is like time travel in 45 minutes. So in 45 minutes, you sit, you read a book, or you chat to your neighbor, because in the ladies' compartment, everybody is always ready to chat. You get off and you have gone back 300 years. You have gone back 400 years. It is such a privilege, a wonder, and I don't know where in the world, in another city, you can do something like this. You can go from a glittering 21st century city to one that was created in the 1650s. I mean, where can you do that? And so I go, and now with what I've learned about history, I look at the Jama Masjid, look at the Red Fort, I look at just the little gullies, the little houses that still exist, the little Jain temples. What does it tell us about society in those days? All those bazaars, those markets, the marketplaces, often endowed by women. And I have completely changed the way I look at Delhi. I often go also now to Nizamuddin Aulia's Dargah, and that has been an absolutely mind-bending experience, to go to that dargah, to see the ecstasy that surrounds it at all times of the day, night, any time of the year, to see the kinds of people, Hindu, Muslim, Shia, Sunni, everybody comes to the dargah, Christians, Europeans, everybody comes to seek the blessing. This living source of blessing and divinity, syncretic across all culture, that has been living for centuries. I find it the most marvelous thing in the world. And New Delhi, with its wonderful new restaurants and cafes and pubs, holds no allure for me. Half a chance I have, I'm going to go to one of these places, and there are many Humayun's tomb. I've conducted now tours over there, to talk about women's influence in Humayun's tomb. So it has completely, and I'm so grateful to history, because it has completely changed the way I have seen my own city. And I wish we were taught history like this a little bit, at least in school as well, so that we learn it as we are growing up, so that we don't have to by chance stumble upon the enormous legacy of history that we have.
I want to ask you sort of two questions in one now, because they're kind of related. And one is about getting comfortable in your own skin as a historian. Like when we start out, especially since you didn't have a formal training in it, there would have been a little bit of the imposter syndrome, and women anyway suffer much more from the imposter syndrome than men do. So there would have been a sense of, do I know how to do this? Am I doing this right? Will they take me seriously? And gradually, as your books proceed, it's like very obvious that today you totally own the space, and you are completely, those insecurities, if any, have vanished. And my second question is about the communities that one builds around one in the writing journey, because writing is deeply, deeply solitary. But at the same time, when I just look at the acknowledgements of your books, for example, I think in The Lion and the Lily, you mentioned Rana Safi and what a help she was to you. And I wonder if there is some kind of solidarity that comes over time with fellow travelers who know the space, who are also, they could be historians or they may just be history enthusiasts or whatever. What role does that play in the life that one lives? Because writing books is terribly solitary and can even feel tortuous at times. So what has that been like for you?
Yeah, that's a great question, Amit. And imposter syndrome is very much, part of one's life, I feel. At least I speak for myself. I shouldn't generalize. I still have it to a lesser extent. It's not necessarily bad in the beginning because it makes you just that much better. You want to be that much more prepared than anybody else. You want to be doubly, triply sure. So you want to look at 3 sources, maybe 4 sources to make sure that what you are saying is absolutely correct to the extent that you can have it be correct. So that was definitely there, in my first books, especially. Then as time goes by, as you say, you begin to develop this community of writers and travelers, which is really essential because I can't overstate how solitary you are. You obviously are very aware of this, but not everybody is. That writing is solitary, not just physically, because we lock ourselves up in our spaces. We have to be disciplined. You have to shut the door and tell the gas wala he'll have to come another day, and tell the delivery man that too bad the package will have to stay outside. So you are literally physically cordoning yourself out from normal human interaction, but also intellectually in your mind. You are making arguments with yourself. You're following thoughts down certain passages by yourself. You are very much in your own head, as it was. So it is really important from time to time to reconnect with this community of people, which I have found, you can look at from the list of, acknowledgements that I give has been getting longer and longer. It has been absolutely, essential for my writing. I do not think I could write the way I do if I didn't have that backup of people who have my back. People like Rana Savvi, who have been so generous with their time, with their connections, with their access. So when I was researching The Lion and the Lily, I know nothing about Lucknow. I had never been there beforehand before I started all my work, which took almost more than 4 years. But she said, look, I'm from Lucknow. I've lived there many years. I will take you there. You do your field work, and you will learn what you need to learn. And through her, all her friends adopted me as if I was a long lost cousin who had come back to Lucknow. They extended that same generosity and support that she, showed them, that, okay, this is my friend, show her everything. They hosted banquets. Like, I cannot tell you, like visiting royalty I was received in people's homes, the kind of food laid out. They even invited Mirasis, the very last band of singing women, to entertain, to show me what it would have been like to have had a singing troupe entertain you. They, little and large, humble and elite, they all took me into their home. So for me it is an extension of Rana's protection, and her love for me, that I am able to do things like that. And whenever I ask her for something like that, she is always willing to do things like this, as is true for a number of other women. And I particularly do say women because I have found a solidarity within women that is definitely tangible. Women in the field will often look out for another woman. So Ruby Lal has been very kind to me. Catherine Schofield, the musicologist, always answers my queries. Kavita Singh, before she passed away, she was one person who told me, because I once asked her a question and I said, listen, I don't know if I'm entitled to say this one thing, I'm writing this book. And she said, Ira, stop it. You can now put aside your imposter syndrome. You are, well equipped. Look at the work you have done on Akbar. From now onwards, you can say what you want to say. I trust, your research process. And for me, that was invaluable, that sort of blessing that I got from Kavita. And in fact, the very highlight, I think, even today, of my academic work in terms of, say, what anything has to do with art history is the fact that I once showed her an image. And so she has this wonderful interpretation of what we are calling, let us say, the terrace paintings of Lucknow. There was a whole series of paintings that came about in the late 18th century showing these beautiful imaginary terrace scenes, the row upon row of terrace, beautiful sparkling white terraces within a palace, almost an earthly paradise, and women are singing, they are dancing, they are performing acrobatic feats, men are listening to music. Impossibly beautiful scenes, clearly showcasing the Nawabs of Awadh and how, wonderfully they had created the city of Faizabad and then Lucknow. Kavita Singh had this marvelous interpretation where she showed that in the background, in tiny figures, so you almost have to sort of blow up that bit of the image to see it, there will be a marching line of soldiers. There will be a figure who looks like the Emperor Shah Alam II. There will be, battles happening far in the background, which probably relate to the fact that in 1764, the Battle of Buxar happened. Shuja-ud-Dawla, the Nawab of Awadh, was defeated. And from then on, he would never get involved in Delhi politics in this manner. So Kavita said that, listen, I believe that the forefront tells us something about pleasure using Mughal tropes, and the distance shows us danger using Mughal tropes. So all the people doing things like washing and cleaning and digging and construction activity are in the background, and you have this marching line of soldiers. And I told her, I said, could it possibly be related also to the fact that one of the ladies, Nawab, Begum, and then before her, another lady, had been insulted, by the Mughals. And so, they didn't want anything to do with the Mughals anymore. They were pushing them in the background. And she said, yes, that could be a possibility. So for me, that was like, wow, I have come up with something, that an art historian is willing to take on board. So she was so generous in her praise for me. Other, people similarly have, have been a source of moral support, which is absolutely essential. You cannot endlessly keep your self-confidence, your belief in yourself going without that support. You can do it to a certain extent, but eventually it falters. So if a writer, doesn't have that kind of community of other writers, thinkers, travelers, I mean, even travelers, like so many, I know, like Asif Khan Dehelvi, who does, tours around Delhi, he similarly, always encourages me, tells me of certain books that I have not heard about, and I will go out and seek them because he sees Delhi through a different angle. Through, a regular historian, for example, would not see Delhi in the way he does. So this entire community has been absolutely essential for me. It keeps growing, thankfully, because my work seemed to become more and more unwieldy and require all sorts of support and, the contact of more and more people. So I'm very grateful for that.
I mean, the world is complex, so all good work must be unwieldy. So I want to dig into, the solitary part of this. Like, I want to understand what are sort of your daily rituals. How do you get down to writing? How do you discipline yourself? And especially in the context of the fact that you're also a wife and a mother. Like, there's this guy called Mason Curry who had written a book called Daily Rituals. And it was about the daily rituals of artists and writers, but all men, mostly men. And then he got soundly criticized for that, and credit to him, he then came out with a book called Daily Rituals, Women at Work, where he focused on just women. So it is radically different for women than it is for men, because, you have to then call up the delivery guy and say ki parcel bahar rakho. You have to coordinate with the cook, and you have those two kids who need your attention, and you can't just lock yourself up in the study. So give me a sense of what the texture of your life was like, and how you built up to, what kind of routines you managed to put together for yourself.
Yeah, that's a really, really valid and important point, is that for women to do work like writing is entirely different, from men. And to begin to change that, we have to start putting the onus of caregiving, of homekeeping, of child raising. We have to share this equitably with men. There is just no way around that, Unfortunately, I think I read a report, a UN report, so globally 3/4 of unpaid care work falls on women. So whether we are talking about child rearing, but also looking after elderly parents, also looking after your community, somebody who's ill, it all falls on women, and they literally prop up systems where there should be, social services to do this sort of work. So women are constantly time poor. And this is an absolute reality unless and until the time where men are, stepping in to take over some of that burden. So for me, how that translated was that even though I am privileged and I do have help in the home to do some of the, harder work, but the child rearing, as I was telling you, because I was a perfectionist, I worked against myself and said, like, for the first 10, 12 years, I want to do everything for my children myself. Something I am telling women out there, please don't do this. There's no need. But I did that. So say when till my kids were about 12, 13, till they started going to middle school and then high school, there was no question of my writing per se. What I was doing was thinking. So, I was thinking about what happening in the world, what are the influences, what is shaping women's lives. So I was doing that sort of work. It was really only when my kids became able to do their homework on their own. They go to school, they come back, they do their homework. I talk to them for half an hour when they come back from school, but then I let them get on with their homework, with their activities. I no longer felt the pressure to oversee every bit of their lives myself. And so then I was able to bring in a routine, and the routine is really strict for me, Amit, because I find that is the only way to resist the many, many incursions we have on our lives, right? So I begin my working day like pretty early. By about 8:30, latest 9, I'm at my work table. I work till lunch, after lunch, I continue working. I read for a little while, something other than my work. After lunch, I work again till about 7 o'clock. So that's a pretty standard fixed thing. I try to do it through the weekend. So I have explained to my husband that just because he is around doesn't mean I'm there to chit chat, to gossip, to, poor guy, he is extremely, extremely, understanding and very proud of my achievements. So that's great. Not every woman has that. But initially I wouldn't do that, obviously. So when he was around, because he has long working days, I would also be around, to be there for him. But now I'm like, okay, now I am being selfish. Everybody has grown up. Everybody is capable of looking after themselves. So instructions, in India, luckily I have someone to look after all of that. So I've told them, you will, when my door is shut, whatever is happening, whatever delivery, whoever, if you've run out of whatever it is, I'm not interested. As long as the house is continuing running, don't disturb me outside of these hours, because I find that otherwise there's so much work required for nonfiction. If you start giving into the temptation of a cup of coffee with a friend occasionally, going out a lot or attending this event, that, because that's also something that starts coming up once you're a writer. You'll be asked to come for a launch, asked to come for this thing, which may seem to you that it is work adjacent, but it is not. It is time, consuming. So I have found that the only way that works for me, at least individually, other people do things differently, is to be extremely disciplined about the time that I spend on my work.
So I'm going to ask you about two different kind of balances. And the first is the balance between the necessity of leading a solitary life to actually get writing done, and also the importance of being out in the world. Like, I had done an episode of my YouTube show on this phrase I love, which I had discovered, the surface area of serendipity. And the argument there was that the more you expand your surface area of serendipity, the more you're likely to get lucky in terms of meeting interesting people, being exposed to interesting ideas and conversations. And being an extreme introvert, I decided that I have to make a little bit of an effort to get out there and meet people. So if someone calls me to a conference, I'll generally go because I'll just get to meet people, and that's something I should do more of. Otherwise, it is very solitary. But at the same time, it's really important to say no to a lot of that stuff, especially as you grow older, because there is work to be done. And, so how do you balance this? And does it sometimes frustrate you that your friends are out, they're having a good time, and here you are stuck at home in front of an empty page?
So, okay, let me not get carried away. Also, I do a lot of fun stuff as well. But I think in a writer's life, in India especially, what marks the seasons of our writing is when a book comes out. And then we have all the literary festivals. So what's happened with The Lion and the Lily is that there are festivals now in India that start in November and end in end February. So for 4 months, if you want to, you can go from town to town, city to city, attending many literature festivals. And I know a lot of writers do that. Even I do that, though I will be perhaps curating the festivals going forward. Like Manu tells me that it's an important part of his writing life is to go to the festivals, meet the people, So we do that every 3 or 4 years. If that is the pace of your book, every 3 or 4 years, you'll be immersed in this huge, tide of humanity where you meet your readers, but not only, you meet other writers, which is so important because you get ideas, from other writers. Another space where I meet people is during the research process as well, because I do only a fraction of it online. doing archival work. Then I'm out in the museums themselves, and then I'm out doing field work, because all of my work is to do with places where people have lived. So I try and examine those places as much as I can as well. So I'll go with another writer friend, go to those cities, to those monuments, speak to the people around it to get a sense of what is happening. So there is that happening as well, but you are right in the sense that it often does tie back to my work. I am, more indulgent of going out and meeting people if I feel like somehow it will help in some way with the book I'm writing. So I just find that for me, at least, being very narrow-minded in that sense, being very focused on what I am writing, is what helps me get the work done. It helps me get my books written in time because, it can become otherwise extremely long-winded. We can spend years looking at a particular subject. There's so much out there. Things are so complex in India. So to be able to withstand that sort of the beguiling, danger of going down certain routes endlessly, then you kind of tell yourself, okay, I will go down only this much, and then I have to start the writing itself. And to be able to do that, then you have to be very strict with where you're going to spend your time, even in terms of meeting people.
That's actually the second kind of balance I wanted to ask about, the balance between doing the research and getting down to writing. Like, one, the reason you do this is the reason people in the world of ideas and writing books do all of this is just the sheer joy of jumping down a rabbit hole and you're finding out more and more and more. And that's the fantastic part of it. And often it doesn't even seem like work, but there is a danger of taking it too far. So how do you decide? Like, is it something that, when you reach that stage that you have enough and you should start, do you just know it? Or do you have dialogues with yourself and keep going further? How do you, find that particular balance between getting the dope and writing it down?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and I think that you are able to hone more and more as you write more books, and you're able to tell yourself, stop, because otherwise, especially on topics like art history, I can research a thing endlessly. So for The Lion and the Lily, I have folders and folders of information on art history, which I have never, used in my book. What I am doing is using it occasionally now when I have lectures or presentations about it. But I even went for a 3-day conference in Germany on the manuscripts produced by one particular Frenchman who was living at the court of the Nawabs of Awadh in the late 18th century. Absolutely excessive amount of, research in that area, not required at all. Partly done also for my own satisfaction because I do enjoy it so much. Another thing that I have got, but it can also lead to another idea for a book. So for example, when I was studying The Lion and the Lily, there's this part of culture at that time which was commanded by the courtesans, by the tawaifs, and they had this extraordinary impact on music and poetry and dance, in India, which we have forgotten, and we have instead taken it and given it onto the male ustads, and we figure that the ustads are the ones who have been gatekeepers of Indian culture, whereas the tawaifs for many centuries were the ones who were practicing it. That became very fascinating for me. I looked at Sabha Devan's documentary. I read the Tawaif Nama. I read Dubra Ghosh's Sex and the Family in colonial India, and all sorts of books. And then I was like, listen, stop, because how much is your reader going to be interested in this one particular aspect of Nawabi culture when you are pretending that you are writing a book on the French influence as well, right? So make up your mind. So then I stopped myself and I was like, okay, if I want to go further down this, I will write a separate book. And that is perhaps something that I'm going to integrate into my next book. But now I have a much better idea that it's almost like an alarm that goes off in my head when I'm like, okay, Ira, this is self-indulgence. You are doing this because you're enjoying it too much. Makes very little difference to your reader whether the art in this period was more, in this shade of color, or whether they were using more of those shadows. Nobody cares. A lay reader doesn't care. So now I often ask myself, does a lay reader care? about this line that I'm following? How much will a lay reader care? How much does it add to their knowledge that they're willing to take on? More than that is self-indulgence. They don't have the time to read an enormous, unwieldy book. So it's becoming much easier. I recognize in myself the time when I am beginning to obsess and endlessly go down a route which will not find its place in my book, which I'm doing simply because I'm enjoying it.
So now there's a third kind of balance I want to ask you about, because these questions just keep popping up as you speak, which is about the balance between creating something that will satisfy others and creating something that where you are just following your heart. Like, one piece of advice that I give both my writing students and creators everywhere is that be inward driven. Start with what you love and then work on that, because if you're just going to try to see what is trending or what do people want, you're chasing the lowest common denominator. Everyone's doing that. That's a sure part to mediocrity. So you got to start where you are. Like, if I started asking lay listeners how long should a podcast be, I would never kind of end up with this. So at some level you have to follow your heart, but at some level you can't also be self-indulgent. You want your work to find an audience. You want your stories to be heard by others, because and to come alive not just in your own heart but in the minds of others. So how does one kind of think about that? Like, a related question of a fourth kind of balance is of course about readability and rigor. Though that's perhaps a separate question. So let's go for this first. That how do you handle this? That one approach a writer could have is, I will write for an audience of one. That person is me. I will write the kind of book I would like to read. If I want to spend 100 pages talking about the wives, I will jolly well do that. And personally speaking, as a reader, I would really appreciate that also. In fact, I would appreciate that more. But the other kind of balance is that, listen, I'm not Robert Caro. I can't write a 1,000-page book. I got to do what I got to do, and I have these constraints. So how do you think about that? How do you manage that?
Yeah, so that is something that I am thinking about, I think, more and more. Because, see, at the end of the day, of course, I am first writing for myself. That it is just an intensely selfish and self-absorbed activity is to write, I feel, I am writing because I love words, and I'm writing history because I love bringing those people and those times back into the modern era. I love to be able to, for me, it is almost like alchemy. I am creating something which a witch would have done in the past, magic. I am bringing to the 21st century alive a person who lived in the 16th, 17th, 18th century. So for me, that is intensely satisfying. And I could do that, as you say, I could write 100 pages on the wives. But now also I want to be read. I'm doing this important work. I do think it is important. I do think the things I'm bringing out are worth reading. I'm doing it for a purpose. I do want to be read. I do want to be read as much as my male counterparts or other writers. Why not? So I do know now, pragmatically speaking, that people will not read beyond a certain amount, unless you are, obviously a certain kind of writer, very talented, all of that. But people have constraints on their time, how much money also they want to spend on a book. So I want to be able to write reasonably lengthy books, but not too lengthy, not over requiring a knowledge of certain areas, whether it's art history or others. I want to make all of this accessible to people. I am not an academic. I am not writing for only historians in a silo where I could be indulgent and write, the 100 pages on the Tawaiffs. So now I do balance out what I'm doing with a sense of, now, apart from myself, now I do have my invisible reader alongside, a very good invisible reader who is willing to, indulge me quite a bit. But nonetheless, maybe a young person who doesn't have that much money is not going to spend $1,000 on a book. It's difficult for them. And I want to reach a young readership as well, So there are those pragmatic concerns that come into one's mind when you're writing for a while. I don't want to go on endlessly on one subject which is of great interest to me at the expense of, say, another point which does need to be said as well. And I tend to write more and more complex books because the world, now, I think when you write history, you're not just writing the story as used to be early on. This king did this, and then his son became king, then that king did that. Now you're writing about the cultural context. You're almost writing also geography, because you're writing about how climate is impacting certain events. You're writing about sociology. You're writing about so many different aspects to create a rich and vivid lived world. So if I'm going to do all of these things well, then I can't afford to be going down those rabbit holes to the extent that I would want to do it. So I think I'm now able to judge that much more cannily than I would have done before. And pragmatic concerns are now alongside the artistic desire to write the best, obviously the best book I want to write. I also have notions of how long, how much, how much to go on about certain things much more clearly.
I have an orthogonal question that actually emerges from this, which is that how do we know what readers want? Like, the conventional wisdom is that readers are not going to read too much, and etc., etc. And I realized a few years ago that the conventional wisdom about other forms of the arts, like whether it is audio, whether it is podcast, whether it is YouTube, is all wrong. Every little bit of it is wrong. Everything they say about short attention spans, people want shallow, don't go on for too long, you got to hook them early. All of it is wrong. Actually, the engaged reader craves depth. They want to go deeper and deeper. I mean, you and I are readers also. And when we read, if something is good, we just want more of it. We don't want less. One of my great discoveries in the podcast space was Dan Carlin's Hardcore History, where I discovered Blueprint for Armageddon, which was his series on World War I. And that was 5 episodes of about 5 hours each, something like that.
Wow.
26 hours of just him talking solo, no sound effects, no music, nothing. And it was so riveting. It was so amazing. And my sense is that, a lot of the classic history books are long and deep and so on and so forth. Ditto with, for example, crime fiction, where you have the fashion for 400-page, 500-page books. So I wonder, how do we know this stuff? Or is it just conventional wisdom that everyone just takes for granted because, hey, this is what we've always believed? What is your sense? Because you actually interact with your readers on the festival circuit and so on.
I do. And I feel that up till now, I think I have fooled people into thinking when they're reading my books that they are able to read them, even if they have not too much time on their hands, even if they are, not setting out to read a big book. I think I break things down. My chapters are really quite small. I find that an easy trick to use, my chapters are almost standalone things. I started that with Akbar as well. You could read one chapter of Akbar and then go away, do other stuff and come back to him and not feel like there was a break in the story. And yet each chapter was adding in layers to your knowledge about the man, about the time, about the people, the women, all of that stuff. So I have been quite careful to do that. And I think it helps people get through a pretty dense material if you present it to them in a certain way. Also, I'm very careful about how I write, because, we were talking about the research process. So I spend 50% of my time on a book doing the research and a full 50% writing, because I want it to be as perfect literarily as possible. It has to be the kind of book I would pick up, and I only read literary fiction when I read fiction. So I want it to be a beautifully constructed book. I want the words to be the best words I can use. I want the sentences to be perfect. I will fight with my editor endlessly on syntax and the framing of a sentence because the rhythm is wrong, supposing she makes a change to it. It's incredibly important to me that it read correctly, so that is very important to me. I think it is what has kept readers faithful to me, because they feel they don't get a sense of reading a very dense and heavy book, because they say it flows really well. We are pulled into the time and bada maza aaya, so that my job is done. But beyond a certain length and complexity of book, then you have to really be a master craftsperson to be able to go beyond that. And I don't know if I can do that, without losing the central thread of what I am trying to say. So already with Akbar and The Lion and the Lily, I think, 350 pages is a fairly dense book. I would not want to go beyond that, because then I feel you're going into a different category of writing, and I want to also write as many books as I can. I started late. I have to catch up on a lot of time. So I want to, I have many ideas. Every book leads me to many, many other ideas. And I want to write several more books that I think are important. So to be able to do that, I can't write an endlessly long book and endlessly self-indulgent book. So that is also one of the concerns that keeps me honest.
Wise words, but you're absolutely a master craftsman, so I object. I will push back against your saying you're not. This is again imposter syndrome. Like what? By now, I thought you'd be past it. The next question of balance is about readability and rigor. Your books are, of course, extremely readable, but at the same time, they're pretty comprehensive and, everything is kind of there. And how do you sort of balance those two? Because I would imagine that you are only putting in maybe 10 or 20% of all the research you've done. There must be so much knowledge that you have, which is not kind of there. And, when I do whatever I do, whether it's my writing or my podcast, I try to make it as resource heavy as possible in the sense that my show notes tend to be really long because I will link to everything that we might have mentioned so that everything is just like a click away and all of that. It feels that the journey is not just to tell the reader a story, but also to give them the resources to actually go deeper if they want to, which you also do. So how does one balance that? How do you think about readability, and are there any models? Are there any writers who you think do it particularly well?
Yeah, that's a tricky one. 10 to 20%. Yes, for Akbar, probably even, more than that. I think I probably used 5 to 10% of the information I had when writing Akbar, so when certain readers asked me, Arey, but there's hardly any fighting in Akbar, where all his, great wars. And I'm like, dude, give me a break here. Like, Abul Fazl wrote his history in like 6 enormous volumes, and it's so many, battles. How do you choose? So for Akbar, it was really a question of balancing the battles with his religious quest and his cultural influence and the paintings and all of that. And that was incredibly hard to do. It's a good question, and I don't have a pat answer for how I do that. I think each book is individual. Each book is its own journey for me. I don't have, say, a blueprint that I am going to use for my next book. I think it all depends on what is essential to me in a particular story that I want to tell in a particular time frame. So in The Lion and the Lily, as I was doing my research, I came upon things that I realized I wanted to talk about, not just the French. And so it became a much broader book than just the French influence. I realized that the 18th century is the time really when the British started co-opting our own systems, that were already in place, that our Nawabs were using, other rulers were using. Like, for example, the spy system, the intelligence network. The Nawabs had an extensive intelligence network by posting readers and writers in everybody's courts and having them come back and forth to the Darbar and read out those reports. The British learned that a little later, after they had made a catastrophic mistake with Tipu Sultan and were very badly beaten because they didn't realize that there was help coming for Tipu Sultan. He was getting provisions coming to help him. And that was very interesting to me. So I thought I would explore the way in which this happened. Initially, for example, they were very critical of Indian rulers using what they thought was the gossip of old ladies. Now, you and I know that old ladies have the best gossip in India. They have all the information. They are the spy masters, right? The British refused to do that. They were like, we will not debase ourselves by having a spy in the harem. Till the day where they realized that they jolly well needed a spy in the harem if they wanted to know what was happening behind the scenes. And why they wanted to know what was happening behind the scenes is that they wanted to know whether Asaf-ud-Daula was capable of fathering children, right? He was actually a homosexual. So finally, they realized that they would have to debase great, English ideas of dignity and justice by sending a spy into the Khwajasaras, the great eunuchs of the ladies Zananas. And it is during this particular time, in fact, that the whole process shifts and the British become expert at controlling intelligence networks. So for me, that was incredibly interesting. I had not set out thinking I'm going to write about how the British start putting, spies into, use old ladies, old crones as they call them, with salacious gossip as part of the information network. So sometimes a book happens and the structure happens as you are writing it. And so there is no one blueprint, really. Unfortunately, I would be a terrible mentor for anybody, carrying out, a program to teach people how to write. But I find that each book writes itself and you discover the sorts of things that you want to focus on. And if you are lucky, all of it falls into place and makes a cohesive whole.
And how does one think about language? Like, to me, the balance that you found is absolutely perfect, but it's sometimes dangerous for a writer to think about being too simple because they underestimate their audience. And, you also want a certain rhythm to your sentences and how they sound matter, and you want a certain kind of flow. And sometimes it's okay if there's a long sentence and it's complex and it's packing in a lot because that is the demand of the moment. So how did you kind of arrive at your craft? Like, in a sense, if I was given your 5 books in a vacuum and asked to guess which is the first one, no offense meant to the book, but I would guess it was a Draupadi book because, since then one can actually see the confidence and the progress and the consummate writing style really kick in. So give me a sense of that evolution of your writing style, as it were.
Yeah, that's something that I really enjoy doing, is thinking about the writing itself, So one thing that I have, in mind when writing is that I want it to be very vivid. So I want to create, it's almost like cinematography, I feel, at least I get that sense. I get very vivid scenes in my head that I want to create for people. In terms of writing style, so Hilary Mantel was, incredibly influential for me, the way in which she was able to bring things to life. But what I feel is important, I think she has talked about it as well, is that even the language I use, I feel should not, like when a reader is writing my books for example, set in the 16th century, they shouldn't come across or stumble across a word which snaps them into the 21st century. So it is very important for me to not use words like, say, skating across something, because skating is a modern term, it's a modern activity. So, I try even down to the word level, not use words that have been created in the 20th century onwards, say, I don't want anything to jar. So timeless words, let us say. I want my writing to be lyrical because that's the sort of writing I like to read. Even if it's history, I don't see why that can't be. So initially there was some criticism, that this is not how historians should be writing. This is almost on the border, this is almost historical fiction. And how can you imagine what a place? But even when I'm imagining what a place looks like and feels like, it is based on research. So a particular scene I wrote in, for example, Daughters of the Sun, in which Jahanara Begum is meeting Aurangzeb. I did research. I went back to see what the climate, what geological conditions, what the climate was like in that time, how it had changed, but what it was like in that season, in that time, what are the flora and fauna you would see around. I have not created anything, imagined anything, but I have created that sense of that world. And for me, that's very important. And, it luckily, despite some pushback I got back initially, I stuck to that because I felt that was very important for a lay reader. And you cannot expect lay readers to feel for your the people you're writing about if they can't connect with them on a human level. So for me, that remains very important. Each sentence structure should be as perfectly constructed as possible. At the same time, as you are saying, in certain bits of the book, I am imparting a lot of information. So sometimes I think definitely some of my, perhaps all of my books have bits of it which are a little too heavy on the information, because I've been too wary of leaving out important things. I'm like, okay, what if this historian now criticizes me? What if that person, because they're always experts in India, even if they're not historians, right? They'll be experts on certain subjects. What if they question what I've said? So I have tended to overcompensate and given it too many details. Now I am more confident, so I will not be doing that going forward. And I think Lion and the Lily has less of that than Akbar had, for example. Now I feel I can it's enough that I have done the research. I have my files, I have my sources. If people want to look at that, they can go and check it for themselves. But I don't have to write it down each time. So the writing for me takes up fully 50% of the time. Once all my folders are there on my table and I have all the information, I will play with it in my mind endlessly until, like a Lego, set, it falls magically one day into place. And in my mind, it is already a finished product. And then I have to translate that onto the page. And that can be painful. And the only way to fight that really is to write very regularly, because it becomes a habit. It's almost like muscle memory. The more you write, the more you are able to write, the more easily it comes. And for me, reading good literary fiction is very important, because I keep learning new styles of writing. I keep coming across people who write beautifully, who have great structures to their novels or their books. So these things go parallel, the reading and then sitting down and finally getting ready to write.
Sorry to throw jargon at you, but what kind of knowledge management system have you come up with for yourself over time? Like for me, a game changer was just discovering Rome Research, which basically mimics Zettelkasten, the old German system of index cards and etc. With you can have nested entries and all that, and that was just a game changer in terms of organizing information. So how do you manage the information you collect, and in what form is that information collected? Like, are you taking handwritten notes on notebooks? Are you taking snapshots on your phone camera of old documents? How's that playing out?
Okay, I'm going to have a talk with you after the podcast to understand what are these things you are using, because I have no idea what you're talking about. So yes, it's very laborious for me. It is going to, so the manuscript that I go to museums to get, I take snapshots of. Luckily now we are allowed to take photographs on iPhones. So a lot of photographs that I take, I transfer them onto my laptop, make folders, and then transcribe them onto Word documents, whatever was important. So note taking basically is what I do. On the laptop, all type. I take very few handwritten notes because I can't read my own handwriting. So it's all photographs and then typing out the notes. Then once all the notes are typed, I go through everything I have got as notes. I get rid of whatever is not needed for a book. So I put that into another folder, which is like, I label it random thoughts or unwanted for the moment kind of, information. And I narrow down my information into something which is a little bit more manageable. And then I print it all out because I like to have it in front of me, because I like to physically then move those pages around, almost like, constructing a building. So then I have it on paper in front of me. And then the last stage is writing notes on the papers and deciding what the chapter layouts are going to be like and taking it from there. So pretty old fashioned, but except that now with the typing and the photographs, we can do things so much faster.
Lay people often believe that when it comes to doing history, there are a bunch of sources out there. You just have to put in the work, figure out what those sources are, get access, study those sources, do your note taking and write. And it's never that simple because the sources are madly complicated. Like The Lion and the Lily begins with this beautiful image of 1947. The British are leaving and there's a pall of white smoke above Delhi, and that white smoke is them burning documents. And you point out how, for the colonial power, whenever they are leaving a place that is now independent, this is common. So I'll quote from your book where you write, instructions were issued that waste from the bonfires was to be reduced to ashes and the ashes further broken up. In Kenya, documents were loaded into crates and dropped into the deep ocean. When simply destroying these documents was not enough, Operation Legacy was implemented, in which only civil servants of European descent would identify sensitive documents to be removed to murky archives in Britain, and all trace of their existence was then wiped out clean. in their countries of origin. In The History Thieves, writer Ian Cobain identifies this need for secrecy as a very British disease and argues that the mass obliteration and hiding of these documents was deemed necessary so that, quote unquote, the British way of doing things would be remembered with, quote unquote, fondness and respect. And stop quote. And later you also write about how after the 1857 uprising, there's a similar thing that happens and documents, paintings, archives are destroyed in great smoldering masses in Delhi and Lucknow, quote unquote. So for you, finding sources is particularly hard because, number one, we are under the colonial, the sway of the colonial narrative of history, which you spoke about in the first half of this episode, where this is a British narrative, this is what we've got. The Nawabs of Awadh were effete and incompetent and etc., etc., all of which you busted. But then the question is that they have destroyed so many sources, their sources are all over the place. How do you get to the sources that give you a broader view, not just in the context of going against the colonial narratives, getting sources from elsewhere, but also in the context of figuring out sources in which women feature, in which everything is not male gaze, male gaze, male gaze, or even if it is, you at least there is something, some hints of what life was like for women. So how, like, this is really like a 4-book journey effectively for you in just doing this investigative work of finding the damn sources to begin with before you can note down anything. So tell me about this.
Absolutely. And that's a fun and sometimes frustrating part. And one of the really fun places that I have found to begin with just the British narrative, but from a different point of view, or let us say a differently interpreted story, is British men's letters to their wives. Wonderful source of what the British experience was, but less curated, because obviously these are not official letters going back to Calcutta or to the East India Company House in London. So they are much more honest, and they are more willing to show vulnerability when they're writing to their wives. And so I get a better sense. And I did this both for Warren Hastings and for John Shaw. Both of them were governor generals to India at the time, and I'm looking late 18th century. And the things that John Shaw, especially Governor General John Shaw, writes to his wife about what he is doing in Lucknow, because he comes at the time of Asaf-ud-Daula, is really quite eye-opening, because whereas he is on one hand, he is considered this very austere, upright, honest man, an evangelical Protestant, who is part of this clique back home in India of evangelicals who are fighting against, slavery and all these wonderful things. But when he is writing to his wife, he is confessing that he is having to behave in a manner that he would not have thought acceptable. And he says, look what I'm having to do with Asaf-ud-Daula. Asaf-ud-Daula has been a friend of ours. He has allied himself with the British. He has never created any trouble. But look what I have done. Look how I am, almost in amazement at himself and asking for his wife perhaps to forgive these actions. And I found that, really, really very useful for me. So these are some sources that, go a little bit against the grain when you're looking at British sources. Then when you are looking at, how women, what women are doing in their lives, for example, there are always books, Amit, but it's just that they are ignored. We know that now through the history of women in the world, women have been scientists, they have been mathematicians. We have just been told that they have not, because their work has been written out, right? So just like in Daughters of the Sun, because of Ruby Lal's work, I had known of Gulbadan Begum's biography of her father and brother Babur and Humayun. It had just never been used by historians until Ruby Lal really examined it, right? So similarly for Bahu Begum, in fact, the same, guide, Delhi-based guide, Asif Khan Dehlvi, told me about this book written by Faiz Muhammad Baksh, who was an insider to the Zenana because he was an ADC to one of the great Khwaja Saras. And he was operating at the time that I was interested in. And he writes a biography of the Khwaja Saras and therefore Bahu Begum and Nawab Begum. Now imagine this. We have a book from within the Zenana written by an educated man telling us all the goings on that are happening, all the fighting between the Khwaja Saras, the eunuchs, all the, the things that Bahu Begum says. We have things like the language she uses. She uses really sometimes reminds me of Akbar. She uses, almost the language of a fish market lady rather than a very elite, lady of the court. So she tells she tells her brother Salar Jung that, oh, is he doing this? Is he acting against my wishes? Beat him with a shoe filled with mud, filled with filth. So she uses really robust languages when giving out orders. All kinds of things I came across using this source. Another way in finding out about little known things was looking at the French sources. So this is something that I set out to do because I knew that the French were active in India in the 18th century, mid 18th century onwards. They were there in Awadh, and I was able to access sources. So William Dalrymple was very kind enough to tell me about a family archive that is there in a region of France called Chambéry, because one of the great adventurers who fought for the Marathas at that time, but spent some time in Lucknow, came from Chambéry. So through, William's introduction, I was able to get into those archives and saw the letters he wrote to his wife, who was a Lucknow woman. So we have the back and forth of these letters between these people. So I used those letters as well. So there are places, and then again, as I have done for Daughters of the Sun, there are the buildings because they patronized buildings. There are paintings, a lot of paintings. Now, for the first time, or let us say, in the kind of numbers that we see in the late 18th century, are images of women. Early on, we didn't see those kinds of images of women. Why are women being shown? How come it is possible suddenly to have paintings of women to these kind of in these kinds of numbers? So one art historian has suggested that it is possibly because Bahu Begum was a patron, that we don't know that and there are no records of that, but maybe elite women were patronizing paintings as well. So I look at that, I look at culture, how it came about. I look at poetry because a lot of poetry came out, some of it flattering, some of it critical, of the Nawabs. So all of this is important. But so again, I do the same kind of medieval detective work that I did earlier, but the sources do exist. It's a fallacy to think that there will never be anything found on women, for example, if you're going out to write about women. They are there, it's just that they have been left by the wayside.
There's this lovely line I love by Alan Bennett, which I often tell my writing students in a context of show don't tell, where he says, "What is history? History is women following behind with a bucket." And just in terms of an image that shows a subsidiary role women have had to play and how they've had to clean up the mess some men have left behind. I mean, that's just such a great image. Let's talk about your books. In both the book on Akbar and then The Lion and the Lily on Awadh, you've busted simplistic narratives, which I completely was in thrall of because that's all I knew. There's one sort of common theme that I found running through them, but before I get to that question, I want to read out a passage from another great book I'm reading. So for my listeners and for you, there's a wonderful book called What is Islam by Shahab Ahmed. Have you read this?
Oh, I don't think I've read it. I'm going to make a note of that.
Yeah, it's a wonderful, wonderful book by a scholar who sadly died of leukemia when he was 48, died much too young. It was presented to me by my friend Umair Muhajir, and I'll read out a passage from it to get to the point I'm getting at, where right at the start of the book, he writes, "Some years ago, I attended a dinner at Princeton University where I witnessed a revealing exchange between an eminent European philosopher who was visiting from Cambridge and a Muslim scholar who was seated next to him. The Muslim colleague was indulging in a glass of wine. Evidently troubled by this, the distinguished Don eventually asked his dining companion if he might be so bold as to venture a personal question. 'Do you consider yourself a Muslim?' 'Yes,' came the reply. 'How come then are you drinking wine?' The Muslim colleague smiled gently. 'My family have been Muslims for 1,000 years,' he said, 'during which time we have always been drinking wine.' An expression of distress appeared on the learned logician's pale countenance, prompting the further clarification. 'You see, we are Muslim wine drinkers.' The questioner looked bewildered. 'I don't understand,' he said. 'Yes, I know,' replied his native informant, 'but I do.' Right, and it's a beautiful passage, and the book overall is about how it is silly to define Islam or look at Islam as some monolithic thing based on a particular reading of the Quran or one particular holy book, that instead you have to look at it in the way people live their lives in Muslim countries. That in India, I would say there are as many Islams as there are Muslims. How do we actually live our lives? And one thread that comes across in both your books on Akbar Mughal and Awadh, is that Islam is constantly shifting and adapting, if one may even call it. Islam is shifting and adapting. In fact, in The Lion and the Lily, at one point you write, the Shiism of Awadh used codes that were familiar not only to Muslims but to Hindus too, and would unite the population of these cities through the fervor of the rituals that would come to define them. Whether it was a structure of the Imambara, which would echo that of the Baradari, the Muharram processions that would recall the Hindu processions such as Durga Puja, the Jagannath festival and Dasera, or the annual ritual fasting and the visible demonstrations of piety that would bring together different castes and communities. So the sense that I'm happening here is that culture is very much an open source thing, and whichever religion or whichever outside culture comes is just naturally fitting into it. Like I think of Hinduism as an open source culture, open source religion. And, Manu in his latest book has a beautiful introductory chapter, A Brief History of Hinduism, which I think is like an absolute masterpiece of a chapter where, that open source aspect of it, though that term is mine, I won't blame him for it, but that open source aspect of it really comes out how in this Puranic period of 2000 years, every local custom is happily being integrated into the larger narrative. And in both your book on Akbar and in The Lion and the Lily, there are beautiful expositions of exactly how this is happening in great detail. So tell me a little bit about this, because people, especially today in these times, have a very monolithic view, not just of Hinduism, but also of Islam, what Islam is. Somebody was visiting my home and they saw this book, What is Islam? And he just laughed contemptuously and said, "Arey, I will tell you what is Islam." And I'm like, how can you, your books have such nuanced narratives, both of them. So tell me a little bit more about your sense of what you discovered about this.
Yeah, that was really exciting in The Lion and the Lily to discover that myself, because the Nawabs were Shia Persians. They were immigrants from Persia after the 1722 collapse of the Persian Empire. And so they come with this sense of their Shia identity, their Shia Persian identity, which is obviously something that is important to them. But immediately when they come into Hindustan and they see things around them, they begin to adapt to the local conditions. And very early on, we have a sense of these Nawabs now aligning themselves firmly with their Hindustani counterpoints and the Hindustani, civilian population, rather than, again, the outsiders who are coming and going. So, for example, when Ahmad Shah Abdali, invades, I think it was the 1761 excursion. He does this many, many times. He appeals to Shuja'ud-Dawla to come to his side. So does the Mughal emperor. And they both, what is fascinating is that both the Mughal emperor Shah Alam II and Ahmad Shah Abdali appeal to Shuja'ud-Dawla saying, you must fight the enemy, the outsider. Right? So Shah Alam's emissary says, listen, this Ahmad Shah Abdali is a foreigner. Join us, Hindustanis. Together we will get rid of him. Ahmad Shah Abdali says the same thing to Shuja'ud-Dawla. Says, come on, my Muslim brother, join me and we'll fight the foreigner who is, who's not the true Islamic monarch. In the end, Shuja'ud-Dawla joins Ahmad Shah Abdali not for religious reasons, because he wants to beat the Marathas at that point, who are the big danger. But when he is encamped alongside with Ahmad Shah Abdali, we get a sense that he is really troubled by the way the Sunni Ahmad Shah Abdali is conducting his life. So he makes sure to carry out a very noisy commemoration of Muharram that is going on in front of the tents of Ahmad Shah Abdali, because he is showing him that, hello, I'm here with you fighting this battle because it suits me politically, but I have nothing to do with your religious alliances and affiliations. So very noisily, and in fact, Ahmad Shah's soldiers are so enraged by this open show of Shia, power, that they want to kill their own allies. After the battle, Ahmad Shah Abdali wants to cut off the head of the fallen Maratha leaders and, send the heads off back home. And Shuja'ud-Dawla tells him this interesting thing. He says, we local rulers in India have to get on with our Hindu counterparts. We have to get on with our Hindu brothers, and we cannot behave in this manner that you are suggesting. please allow them to be to be cremated according to the Hindu rites. So really an extraordinary statement that is there, and that shows that, he is adjusting to the Hindustani countryside, to the people around him. And the Shia commemorations that they bring into Lucknow and Faizabad is completely unique. It is not happening in Iraq. This sort of procession that is taking place, it is more like you have quoted from my book, like the Jagannath procession, the Durga Puja procession. This whole idea of a procession is very Indic. It is what we do during celebrations, during rituals, so the Muharram in a similar style is taken out in a procession, and the taziyas that they make are also an Indic elaboration. It does not exist in this way, in Iraq. So in India, they build these little ephemeral structures meant to denote the tombs of Imams Hussain and his followers. And they sometimes look like a Mughal tomb. Sometimes they look like a temple. Sometimes they look like a little juggi jhompri, because they are poor people also adding their little 2-bit. So everybody interprets this little tomb in the way that they see fit. And this enormous procession goes through the city, visiting all the important religious sites. Sunnis join in. The Hindus also take part, much to the amazement of foreign observers who say that this is very extraordinary. But even our cook, who is Hindu, has gone and joined this Muharram procession. So they go and they then immerse these little makeshift tombs, often into water, like you would in India, instead of looking for a Karbala. So you can see how the Nawabs are sort of creating something out of their local environment, out of the culture that surrounds them, in a way that is acceptable to other people, so that the Hindus also feel, yes, we are part of this procession. Yes, we can also take part in it. Yes, we can also sing the songs or chant the elegies. We also there's something in the Indian ethos that responds to this idea of the martyrdom of Imam Hussain, of a small but righteous person dying for what he believes in by a much bigger force, right? So this idea of justice for the weaker but righteous person, a lot of local Hindus as well start to join and become part of these commemorations. So the Nawabs are very aware of this part of it, and they are not imposing something upon a population, but instead taking markers from different bits and pieces of religion and making it into almost more than a religious occasion, a cultural marker. And Hindus will then go and take some of these structures, they take some of these objects and some of the ornamentation even, and put it onto their temples, because it is just something which is culturally familiar to them. So for example, the fish insignia, which is the insignia of the Nawabs of Awadh, they have been awarded it by the Mughal emperor. It is a very high status insignia, the Mahi Maratib. You find it in little Jain temples, Hindu temples today in Faizabad, because it had become a cultural marker of the high status of the cities. So I found it really fascinating, and I would also recommend a book called it's called The House Divided by Barnaby Richardson, and it's very interesting because it traces the way in which the Shia Sunni schism happened right in the beginning, and how it has left us in the mess that we see around the Middle East today and all of the various conflicts. But in India, at least through the 18th century, it was a place which was really like a cauldron of different religious markers, different cultural markers that became a symbol really of Lucknow.
Let's talk about the Akbar book now. Why did you decide to write a book on Akbar?
So the book on Akbar, I had written Daughters of the Sun, and I had found something very fascinating that happened to Mughal women, is that initially under Babur and Humayun, we have women like Khanzada Begum, like Gulbadan Begum, Dildar Begum, all these matriarchs who came in with Babur, who were extremely visible, extremely peripatetic. They were constantly going off on travels on their own, sometimes with the men, sometimes for their own reasons. They were very politically visible, Gulbadan wrote a biography. Then during Akbar's time, they somehow become much more invisible. And at the same time, Akbar is a man who is particularly sympathetic about the status of women. He writes about it. He makes Abu al-Fazl note down the fact that he wants the marriageable age of girls and boys to be raised to 14 and 16. He says that nobody should be pressured into committing sati. He laments the fact that under Islamic law, boys get more than girls. He is very openly a feminist in that sense. His own daughters, when they are born, he makes sure that they are celebrated with the same fastness that the boys are celebrated. He wants to make no difference between his girls and his boys, which I feel, is even today it's extraordinary. How many, men can say this in today's India, that they will celebrate a daughter's birth with the same joy and the same ostentatiousness as that of a boy's. So in many ways, a very forward-thinking man where women's rights are concerned, yet they disappear. So I wanted to understand a little bit about the process that this happens under. What is the thinking? What are the cultural norms that are coming into place? At the same time, my publisher, David, was very excited about a book on Akbar. He had long been looking for somebody who would write a biography of Akbar because, if we think about it, considering he is one of the great figures of Indian history, there aren't that many biographies, standalone biographies written about him. If we look at contemporary writings on Elizabeth I, for example, who is the exact contemporary of Akbar, there are endless, dozens and dozens of books on Elizabeth I. I think since the 21st century, there has been a book a year, I read somewhere, a book a year on Elizabeth I. Henry VIII, loads of books. Joan of Arc, so many books. We don't have the same amount of contemporary writing on our, historical figures. So David had thought it a good challenge as well to write something about Akbar. And the last reason was, again, coming to being a child of a parent, is that the two great figures in my father's life, historically, he was a student of history, were Ashoka the Great and Akbar. So he named my brother Ashok, and I thought writing a biography on Akbar would be not a bad gift for a daughter to do.
If you were a boy, would he have named you Akbar?
I hope not. I'm not sure how I would have lived with that, but yeah.
Or even though you're a girl, he could have named you like Anne Akbari. That sounds.
He could have. Amit.
Yeah. So, what I loved about your Akbar biography is not only that it tells a story in a very accessible way that anyone can understand, but that despite this, it succeeds in bringing out the multitudes within the man, right? A mistake we often make when we look at historical figures is we imagine we have a static image of them in our heads. We'll do that with Gandhi and we'll say, oh, he said this racist thing in 1904, or we'll look at Ambedkar and point to some other aspect. But the point is, these people change throughout their lives, and we are also fortunate that some of them, like Gandhi and Ambedkar, chronicled that thinking aloud, blogging as it were, throughout their lives. And Akbar is a similar character where he is changing throughout. He's making mistakes, he's looking back on his mistakes, and he's saying, oh, I fucked up, I should do this. So obviously you would never use 21st century language like that, but so tell me a little bit about that process, and also what happens when, like, sometimes when you're researching a character like that, do you also develop an affection for him? The person becomes your friend. You have a sense of protectiveness and ownership towards this really nice person you're discovering. So what was that like for you, discovering Akbar's multitudes and then writing about them?
Yeah, it was really extraordinary, and it's exactly as you say. I did not want to because Akbar is such a talismanic figure for us. He is so much part of our consciousness, our national consciousness. I really wanted to not present him as this perfected man, which Abu al-Fazl also, strove very hard to create, this perfect man. I wanted people to be able to see, how did he get to be the man he eventually became? What was his thinking? What were the challenges he he faced in his own life, the vulnerabilities he had to overcome, perhaps, And so it was very clear in my mind that I wanted to show him warts and all, if you like. It was also a criticism that I got in when I was writing Heroines. Somebody wrote to me and said, or it was maybe a critique in the papers, that they all seemed too perfect, the women. If there was one critique they could make, was that they should have been more, faults in them. We should have seen more weaknesses in the women. And I took that to heart. I think that is a very fair point. So going forward, I have tried to do that. And in Akbar, it was fascinating because, as you say, he talks about it himself. He will say, in my misguided youth, I married too many women. Now I am trying to figure out what to do about that. There are too many women in the harem, and he first goes to the mullahs and he says, what, recourse do I have under Islam? I have married so many women. So the Sunni theologians, who are, pretty foolish men, the ones who were there initially, they tell him, well, it is highly illegal what you have done. You can only have 4 nikah women and the rest are illegal. And they should have known better, because they soon found themselves in Mecca, apologizing for their evil ways. And Akbar then decided that under the Shia system, you have a system of muta marriages, which is actually a contractual marriage for a certain period of time, but it makes it legal to have many women in your harem. So it is something that he says he later regretted, that perhaps he carried that feeling to an excess when he said, now I look upon all women as my daughters in India because I am their father, their king. Certainly, as a youth, he wouldn't have felt like that. So he married a number of women. He also regrets the fact that early in his career, when he was a very young man, at the end of certain battles, he forced certain people to convert to Islam. So we know that does take place. And he regrets that very much, because as he goes forward, as he marries Rajput women, as he comes into contact with his great Rajput Mansabdars, he sees a different way of being. He starts interacting with Brahmins, with Pandits, with Hindu theologians. And he comes to this amazing conclusion, which I find even in the 21st century is remarkable, is that every religion is either equally true or equally untrue. No one religion can hold sway over another. If one is true, then so must all the others, because those people are believing in it implicitly. And he tells his governors that to harass somebody over their religious beliefs is very unlawful and contrary to what your moral code should be. So do not harass anybody for their religious beliefs. He comes around, he creates the notion of sulekul, of universal peace through understanding, which again is a remarkable thing to do, to say that, and he questions Islam continuously and irritates the mullahs endlessly by saying that how can a religion which is so new as Islam, which came about only in the 7th century, how can you claim that it holds sway over older other religion? That just doesn't make rational sense to me, So he uses scientific techniques. He uses reasoning. He conducts extraordinary experiments. For example, he does this thing where he sends, it sounds horrifying to us today, but he wants to know whether there's a universal language that people are born knowing. And he sends very young toddlers into a space called Gung Mahal, I think, where their nurses are not allowed to speak to them at all. And when he goes after 2 years, he finds that they are all dumb. They can't speak because they have never learned language being spoken. So it's interesting to see how he challenges received wisdom constantly. So that was one of the great joys, in writing Akbar, was discovering him as a human being. He has a very volatile temper. Sometimes it goes out of hand, and he regrets that also. When he's a young man, he does some pretty violent things when he is just overcome by anger. But it just it doesn't make him less great, in inverted commas. It makes him more human. And definitely I felt very protective about him, as I do for everyone I write about. It's absolutely a part of being a writer of history, I think, is that to a certain extent you fall in love with all your characters, and you want to do them justice. But doing justice doesn't mean whitewashing them. It is bringing them to life in all their glorious complexity.
In fact, that insight about religion that Akbar came to would fit right in with what Richard Dawkins says, where he says that if you believe in one religion, you're an atheist in all other religions. So,
Correct.
so when that's so similar to that. I feel like, what happens with history is that the people that you hear of, whether or not one believes in the great man theory of history, but the men who history is about are really men who were very fortunate to be born into a particular family. You're born a prince of the Mughal Empire, you arise to the throne, you might be mediocre, you might not be mediocre, and it takes an extraordinary accident of circumstances for someone who is a great thinker to also simultaneously be happen to be born in a position that history will note he exists at all, which is basically in this case the Emperor Akbar. So, do you feel that he was an outstanding figure like that? That it is not just his position and the innate curiosity, which is perhaps natural to all of us, which sets him apart, but that he was an exalted thinker. I wonder how you would classify the other Mughal emperors, for example, in terms of how intellectual they were, how mediocre they were, were they outstanding in other ways? And I also wonder that how does Akbar arrive at his worldview? Like, even today, it takes years and years and years. When I look at my own case, I was well into adulthood before I had a solidified sense of what do I believe in, what are the frames through which I look at the world. And I had all the books in the world and all the education and all of that to enable me to do that. In Akbar's time, like, I don't know if there are any books, if the printing press is being used widely enough, if he's reading books, who are his influences. It then becomes a matter of circumstance and serendipity, the people you happen to speak to, the people moving through your court. So how is he being formed? The formation of this man interests me. So both these angles, that one, would you say that he happened to be an outstanding man who was born in an outstanding position and not just one of them as one would expect, and therefore a happy accident of history? And two, what sense do you have of how a person is formed? Where does one's beliefs come from? Where does one's values come from? He's got Sunni priests who are saying one thing. It would be so tempting to consider their vision of the world, which after all does explain everything as every ideology and religion does, and then just go with that. But instead he keeps himself open and he's thinking, and we'll talk about the cultural globalization of the court after this. But just in terms of the influences coming in and how he's forming himself, what's your sense of how that happened?
Yeah, so that's a really great question again, Amit. And, thinking a lot about this, I do think that he was a remarkable man with extraordinary resources so that he was able to do all that he was able to do. One great source that we have, because if you listen to Abu al-Fazl, then he did no wrong, right? But luckily we have this extraordinary man called Abu al-Fadl Badayuni, who was a great theologian, an intellectual, extremely educated man, but he was orthodox. And he was delighted when Akbar became emperor because he thought, at last we have a great, Mughal emperor, a great Muslim emperor who will lead this country the way that it should be led under, Muslim king and all of that. When Akbar, turns out quite different, he writes a covert biography of Akbar, which is only printed, which only comes to light after his death. But it is a very useful source because in its own way, even though it is criticizing Akbar, he has meant it as a criticism because he's saying that no Orthodox Muslim ruler should be doing all of these things. He actually tells us all of the things that Akbar is doing, which then, can let us believe some of Abu al-Fazl's writing that yes, Akbar was doing this. He was trying to pray to the sun. He was learning the 1001 names of Surya. He was doing vegetarianism. He was forbidding Muslim people from eating beef. He was doing all of these things because he did not want to hurt Hindu sensitivities, So we have a sense of Akbar being a very remarkable man because all these writings about him. Even the Jesuit missionaries who come there, they are trying to convert him. They write extensively about him, and we get a sense of the sort of man he is. They are also, absolutely amazed by the energy and the curiosity, the willingness he has to allow Jesuit priests to come and attend the Ibadat Khana discussion, this, weekly discussion that he has set up, and say all kinds of outrageous things about Prophet Muhammad. Imagine that, 16th century, and you have Sunni theologians sitting in the same room. But they're being allowed to say apparently execrable things about Prophet Muhammad, so much so that somebody has to take them aside and gently say, please tone down your rhetoric. Mar jaoge. Something will happen to you if you carry on like this. But Akbar allows it. So what is, I think the way in which Akbar does this is he's enormously curious. He is enormously interested in the world around him to an extent where he wants to, it seems sometimes, become one with that element outside him. So when he encounters for the first time elephants in India, he's a very young boy, he wants to ride them, but he doesn't just want to ride them, he wants to ride them when they are in the peak of must, in the must season, when they are almost completely enraged by being in must. And he rides them almost like he has this sense of testing himself to see what kind of man is he. Is he really the courageous man he wants to be? How courageous is he? What does it mean to be a courageous man? Is that enough? So everything he does is like this, done to extremes, done in a visceral manner so that he is experiencing that thing. So when we come to his intellectual, spiritual, religious pursuits, he does it in the same way. So initially he has all these books read out to him. Okay, so every evening he gets the great works, and from the time of Babur, the Mughals have great manuscripts in their library. There's no printing press at this time, so everything has to be very painstakingly written out by hand, by calligraphy. So it is a very expensive process, but they have all the best thinkers, and he has all the great books of Persian literature, philosophy read out to him, and he understands it. Philosophy, poetry, all books in that genre. But he wants to go further. He wants to learn about Hinduism. So he uses very unorthodox manners. Like, for example, in his palace, so he has this window from his bedroom where he can lean over, and he has a charpai put on the ground, a Brahmin placed on the charpai, and the charpai, through a system of pulley, is brought up to his window ledge. So that you imagine this scene in the evening. Akbar is leaning out of his window. This Brahmin is being pulled up the side of this enormous palace on a charpai, and suspended midair, this Brahmin is being told to expound the theory of Hinduism to Emperor Akbar. Imagine this scene where you cannot invent such a thing, right? So he learns through this source. He learns through many other sources. This Ibadat Khana that we have is in the 1570s. He institutes this, and he has every Thursday. So this is not something he does once in a while. Every Thursday, he has philosophers come. Initially, it is only Sunni theologians. Then he calls the Shias. Then he calls the Jesuit missionaries. Then he calls the Brahmins. Then he calls the Jains, who also come to his court. So all these people are given a chance to argue. So imagine it is as if you have once a week, every week for a very long time, you have witness to the best debates with the best thinkers in your country. Imagine how much you will learn. You also, it is he also here where he becomes a skeptic, because some of them say some very silly things. So the Sunni theologians say things like, it is haram to wear gold, ornaments. It is haram to wear orange color. And Akbar can see that it is patently untrue. Nothing happens to him if he's just wearing orange robes. He likes orange robes and yellow robes. So he gets increasingly annoyed, he gets disillusioned. The Islamic theologians often end up just abusing each other, one of them accuses the other of having too many hemorrhoids, surprisingly. And so this kind of level of discussion immediately makes the scales fall from his eyes. And he realizes if these are the great thinkers of Sunni Orthodox thought, then clearly something is the matter, and this is not the answer to all the issues in the world. This is not the very best that there can be. So by being disappointed in certain people, he learns to look further afield. How does he get access, apart from the Brahmin suspended on the charpai, how does he get access to some of this thinking? Is through this extraordinary experimentation of the Mehtab Khana, the translation bureau that he brings in the 1580s. So this is the first time this happens in the world. So he has Persian scholars come into a space. He has the Brahmin Sanskritists come into the space. He has his best translators also there. And the Brahmins are told to summarize the great books like the Mahabharata and the Ramayana into in simple terms into Persian. And the Persian scholars are listening to these ideas that are being told to them, explained to them the philosophical ideas around all of them. And the translators are sitting and writing down these ideas into the Persian version of these texts, the Nama, for example, which is the Persian translation of the Mahabharata. These have to be presented to Akbar every evening and read out to him before he approves of it, because by then he has a pretty, robust knowledge of these texts. So he approves or disapproves of the texts, and they eventually become these foundational texts of the Mahabharata and the Ramayana and various other books translated into Persian. So he is doing the hard graft of getting these books out into his court so that all the Persian speakers can also have access to the same thinking. So these are the ways in which, sometimes the Europeans come by and they say, oh, there's a harem. Oh, Akbar has 5,000 women in his harem. He spends all his time with women. And I think, just look at how much he's accomplishing, how much he's doing in terms of, never mind battles, in terms of culture, in terms of religion, in terms of his thinking. If he was spending all his time with the women, where was the time to create the great empire that he left us with, right? So he is a man who is extremely disciplined in his thinking, in his use of his time. He really doesn't fritter it away on, TikTok and other such activities. He is really putting in the hard graft to make himself a better person and to gain all the knowledge that he possibly can before coming to a rational conclusion that satisfies him.
I'm just wondering what would have been a TikTok of his time. Like earlier we spoke about how the cinema of his time was someone telling him these stories and the big paintings of the Hamza Nama come in front. So TikTok might be like one Mughal miniature at a time very quickly,
Yes.
Just being put in front of his face. And I'm thinking, if David Dhawan made a film on Akbar and Govinda played the title role of Akbar, there is a song for the scene of the Brahmin being raised in the Charpoy, which is Sarkailo Khatiya, if you've ever heard it. But here's my next question. In the first half of this episode, we spoke about the Hamza Nama and about how Mughal art is now expanding by taking in these influences because he's getting these Rajasthani artists and other Hindu artists, and he's kind of looking inward. At the same time, in this book, you beautifully describe how he's also looking at the outside world. You have the Jesuit priests coming, and you have thinkers from everywhere coming till the court is basically the intellectual hub of the world. And I think one might say the intellectual hub of the world because, people in the West would look at Akbar as some exotic figure in a faraway country. But, Akbar's influence and power was far greater than his contemporary Elizabeth I, as you've pointed out. So he was, in a sense, the big leader of the world in one manner of speaking. I want to ask you about how this changed the culture of the time. Like a belief that I have about society today is that politics is downstream of culture, in the sense that political parties are just supply responding to demand, and the big changes happen in the culture first. But this only holds true in a democracy. If you are a monarch in older times, the influence is not just one way, where you of course are adapting to the local culture, and as you pointed out, all of these guys did that, the Nawabs and the emperors. But also you can shape the culture as well. It's a two-way process. And I'm thinking that if Akbar is doing all of this, where he is getting thinkers from around the world, where he's, letting ideas have sex, as Matt Ridley would say, where the Sunni theologian is going up against the Jesuit priest, then to what extent did that percolate down into the broader culture of the day in such a way that a later Aurangzeb can't really change that? The changes happened because Akbar did something. So what's your sense of this?
So that's a super interesting question. Yes, I think, to begin with, I think we forget how extraordinary these, religious experiments were, these gatherings. When we think of, as you were saying, his exact contemporary, Elizabeth I, was prosecuting Catholics in her own country, from within the same Christian fold. Her sister Mary was prosecuting and killing Protestants as being heretics. Europe was in the throes of those religious wars and that persecution. But at the same time, Akbar is in a space where he is allowed for all of these people. The Christians are allowed to build their churches. They are told, go ahead and convert people if you want. Imagine that, right? So all of this has become very much part of the Mughal royal culture. But he also takes practical measures to make it also part of his administrative Mansabdari structure. So we know that when first Babur came into India, there was a huge Central Asian Turkey element to his, to his great generals, to his warlords. But very soon he realizes that he is vastly outnumbered in India. And so, there are obviously soldiers who will be Hindustani. But what Akbar does is that he realizes that having a very strong Turkey element, or later a very strong Persian element, because there are a lot of Persian immigrants who keep coming into India as well, is very dangerous, that each of these elements has to be balanced with the other so that no one element becomes in a position of excessive power and becomes to be oppressive to the places that they are governing. And he is now bringing on for the first time Rajput into the Mansabdari system. So he is co-opting them into the system so that they are equal stakeholders in the Mughal Empire. All his great Rajput generals, Man Singh, Bhagwan Singh, Bharmal, they all become part of the Mansabdari system. And not little by little, very quickly, the Rajput element to the Mansabdari system is equal in balance to check with the Turkey element and the Persian element. So all of these three constantly balance each other out so that no one side can claim precedence over the other. No one side can say, we are the original folk, we came with Babur, so therefore you must give us that kind of prestige. Akbar is completely against that. He wants to make it a system where all of these people are equal stakeholders. These Mansabdars are then sent out as governors into all the subhas of the empire. All of India is divided into subhas. As more land is incorporated into the Mughal Empire, it is made into a subha, and the same Mansabdari system is then set up in place in those districts. So the same thinking and the same way of evolving is also spread to all the different corners of India, all of which is part of the Mughal Empire. So we have a system at the end of Akbar's rule where there are as many Rajputs as there are Persian origin people, say, or Central Asians. So this is something which each succeeding emperor holds on to. Even Aurangzeb, who we know, has to react in certain ways. So one reaction of Akbar's experimentation and the amount he puts the Orthodox Muslims under strain is that there is a pushback after his death. These, the ulema who used to be the Muslim clerics who used to hold power in the time before Akbar, they react after Akbar's death, and so each successive emperor has to adjust for that unhappiness amongst the Muslim clerics. They have not become part of this wonderful experimentation. They have not imbibed the spirit of Sulekul. They want to regain their ascendancy. And so Aurangzeb especially tries to give in to a much greater extent to the Muslim clerics. He brings back the jizya, for example, which is something that they really wanted brought back. But even Aurangzeb he is in fact, the emperor who has the most number of Rajput Mansabdars in his Mansabdari system. He incorporates even more, Hindu elements into the empire. So all of them pragmatically realize that this is the way to keep a stable empire, is to co-opt all these different religions, all these different, areas of India into the Mughal Empire.
Wonderful. I'll leave it to our listeners to go and pick up all of these books, including Akbar. We could speak for another 9 hours and not do it justice, but we won't. So let's talk about The Lion and the Lily. What fascinates me about The Lion and the Lily is that, there's this piece of advice that Peter Thiel gives to people who want to do startups. And he says that do something that would not happen without you. Like, for example, the scene and the unseen would not happen without me because only I can be mad enough to do 12-hour conversations, right? And it seems to me that The Lion and the Lily is in that sweet spot that only you could have written it because you happen to know French, you happen to be Indian, and knowing French is a critical part of writing that book because so many of your sources were actually French that you had to bring that gaze to it because it's a gaze that has fundamentally been erased for reasons we'll come to. But give me a sense of how that book happened and how you got down to, reading about it.
So I guess if Akbar was to a little extent a gift for my father, then The Lion and the Lily, I had my mother in mind. So my mother, when she came to India, we were talking about it in the first half, she had never traveled any place south of the Côte d'Azur. So she, in her mind, she thought, okay, so India will be like the Côte d'Azur, like the Riviera, French Riviera, a little warmer and with maybe more palm trees. That was her reckoning of what India was going to be like, a rude awakening when she arrived in Calcutta. But through her and through my exposure to France, because, we were sent to France every summer, and people when they heard that we were from India, they had a certain very exoticized idea about what India was like. So they would ask me whether I went to school on elephant back, whether there were tigers everywhere, or then, of course, the idea that India was a very poor place. There was absolutely no understanding of India. And yet, France had an empire, and that empire had included bits of India, at one point. I vaguely knew that, but I didn't know more than that. I was just astounded by the lack of knowledge. And also in India, when I started asking people around, people were like, what, we had the French over in India? We didn't know. The people have really forgotten, both in France and in India. So I thought that would be a very interesting angle. It would allow me to finally bring a bit of knowledge that another Indian historian may not have had access to, because I've always felt I don't speak Persian, so it is very unfortunate to write Indian history. You really should be able to access primary material in Persian, though now increasingly far fewer people do speak Persian, even amongst historians. But I felt, okay, here finally I will be able to use my French my French skills. And of course, like we were discussing a little earlier, I did get a bit waylaid by other issues which came up during the study, the research I was doing. But being able to access some of those French language sources. So there were books which are untranslated at the time of my writing the book. For example, a history by a character called the Comte de Modave, who was a French aristocrat and a soldier. And he was traveling through India in the 1770s. And he meets Shuja-ud-Dawla. He writes an extraordinary book because he's very educated. He's a very intelligent man. But as his biographer has written, he fails spectacularly at everything he does. He ends up, in poverty, and he dies in India. But he has a very insightful gaze, and he writes about Indians with a lot of sympathy. He writes about the Nawabs. He is furious at the British. He is frustrated that the Indians cannot make out the difference between a British man and a French man. He's like, what nonsense is this? Because when he goes to people in Delhi, and he is expecting everybody to be talking about the Battle of Plassey at that point. Say this is after 1757. So he's like, everybody should have been talking about Robert Clive and what he has done to Bengal. Instead, they laughed at him and said, "Isn't he your bhanja, your uncle, your somebody or the other?" They think it is one big family of whiteys, right? So there are these extraordinary documents, several of them. Many of the characters I have developed in the book. Jean-Baptiste Gentil, for example, who was 12 years at the court of Nawab Shuja-ud-Dawla and has an extraordinary collection. One of the 3 great collections of late 18th century art was patronized by a Frenchman. So I was able to use these untranslated documents, and it was, a source of great joy because so it is not the British point of view. It is yet a European point of view, but it is different from the British as well. They view India differently. That was a revelation for me. The French, at least post mid 18th century never were aiming for territorial empire. They were wanting to trade. And when they saw the inroads that the British were making, they wanted to help local Indian rulers to withstand that pressure from the British. They found it outrageous that a country as evolved as India should be one that the British were trying to take over, So they were wrong in many ways. They thought India was the great unchanging India, but, this eternal India, the idea of the eternal unchanging India. They had a very romanticized idea of Indian philosophy and, religion and so on and so forth. But they were very respectful and admiring of of what India was. And they found it outrageous that Britain was trying to just simply conquer it territorially. So that for me was a very interesting angle to bring into, to bring into a book so that people could access that and also, add to the conversation that we know about colonialism and post-colonialism. So that was, I think that is something that I have brought in the book, but through that was also a realization is that India was a very cosmopolitan place in the 18th century, and what we think of as French and British and Indian, they were not such straightforward identities that people were willing to borrow, to exchange, to wear for a certain season and then discard something for a certain season. So there was a lot of crossovers and changes that happen. And there's a great book actually around this period, which is Maya Jasanov's Edge of Empire. She talks about the great collectors of the 18th, largely the 18th century. And we do have this sense of these Europeans coming into India and collecting objects willy-nilly, even unto their own body. So they will wear certain clothes at certain time. They will wear the turban and the Jama and sit and listen to a naach, and try and live that experience of being a local Nawab. And they make these huge collections, which they then take back to Europe and which changes Europe forever. These objects which return, these Indian Nawabs which return to Europe change, those countries forever. So that was very interesting for me to realize that there is this group of people around the courts of the Nawab of Awadh who are not simply British or French. They are something in between, and Indian as well. And they are all willing to exchange and meet over common grounds, if you like. So it was really, really a fun experience to be able to use the French for the first time, and coming across, like I was mentioning earlier, some of those letters written in French as well was and knowing that they had never been seen by sometimes even scholars in India, let alone a lay person, was very moving.
Yeah, and imagine if they had colonized us, the counterfactual, we'd be speaking French in a Haryanvi accent, for example. But if that's even possible, I think...
Better to leave that to the imagination only.
Yeah, the brain explodes. Nothing wrong with either French or Haryanvi accents. One of the things one realizes reading beautifully nuanced books like The Lion and the Lily is that even the monolithic view that we sometimes have of the colonialists are actually false. Like they have many, many motivations. Every Englishman doesn't want the same thing, and every Englishman is not a Frenchman. Every Frenchman doesn't want the same thing either. At one point, you point out about how this gentleman named Duplay gets a letter from the French company, from the directors, where they are saying, we don't wish to become a political power in India. We only want a few small factories, no victories, no conquests, just a lot of trade goods and dividends. Stop quote. And they might well have added, chill out, dude. And Duplay is recalled back to France, where he invents the 2-story luxury apartment. I made that up, but I wonder how that got its name and if he had something to do with it. So give me a sense of the multiplicities of sort of incentives that are playing through here as well, that all these guys want different things, and not all of their urges are nationalistic. Like in a different interview, you've pointed out that it's not so hard and fast that you think of yourself as fighting fighting for England. These are like IPL teams. You could just go on either side, and that's a beautiful analogy that you used. So well done for bringing the 21st century into at least this. So
And for bringing sport, which I can assure you I never watch, but I brought sport into the 18th century.
well done. I mean, that's probably not a gift to your mom or your dad. Maybe your kids, if any of them play sport, or your husband perhaps. But well done bringing.
Not even.
Not even. Okay. So give me a sense of what's happening here with how all of these Englishmen and Frenchmen look at it, and as you point out, happenstance of what's happening in Europe in that century and in America changed the French outlook substantially because they lose a 7-year war in Europe, and their colonial ambitions therefore go on the downswing. They help the Americans win the American War of Independence. All those dynamics are also playing themselves out. So give me a sense of what's happening. What do the Frenchmen want, and how do they see the Englishmen, and what do the Englishmen want, and how do they see the Frenchmen, and how do they all see each other? It's like a three-way turn-off, right? Is that film with John Travolta where they're all pointing a gun to each other's heads? Yeah.
So exactly. So it's very interesting because from the mid 18th century, especially after they lose the 7-year war, as you were saying, their ambitions change entirely. So they have to sign peace. France overall loses, but they win in terms of the global territories they are given. They divide the world according to British and French empires. But in India, all their factories, the British lose no time in destroying all their factories, Chandanagar, Pondicherry, all of that. So all of the great generals that you had till then, a lot of the soldiers, adventurers that you had till then in the French factories are now at a loose ends. They're now looking for, what to do in their career. How are they going to manage? What are they going to do? So many of them now go to the great Indian rulers because they're like, okay, the Mughals are up to nothing. We don't want to join a side like the Mughals in Delhi. Who is the rising power now? And so they go to Tipu Sultan. They go to the Nawabs of Awadh, and Awadh especially attracts a lot of French people. Shuja-ud-Dawla has met Jean-Baptiste Gentil at the Battle of Buxar already. So he brings him with him back to Lucknow, and Jean-Baptiste Gentil brings a lot of Frenchmen along with him. And he revolutionizes the Nawab's army along French lines and all of that. So a lot of these men now, from now on, because France's ambition has changed, they will be freelancers, freebooters. So you have somebody like Benoit de Boigne who then joins let me not get this wrong, he joins the Marathas. And he becomes a great leader for their Hindustani brigade that he raises for them, wins many great battles for them. Somebody will join the Jats. René Madec joins the Jats because they are also a force in North India. So whoever is willing to pay for French expertise, French generals, French soldiers, the French are willing to go there. We still have a governor general in Chandanagar called, what is his name? Chevalier, Jean-Baptiste Chevalier. And he is still desperately trying to rally his forces. So he knows that one battle has been, lost, the 7 Years' War, but he figures that this war is a long one. And he keeps writing letters to all these various adventurers and tells them, my plan is one day to go to Bengal, which has been usurped by the British at this point, after Plassey and Buxar, and get back Bengal for the Indians, give it back to the Mughal emperor, and kick these wretched Britons out of India once and for all. He has recognized them for the potentially dangerous nuisance that they are. And he will occasionally write to all these men who are fighting for the Marathas, fighting for the Jats, and say, be ready. I may call on you. I am trying to develop a plan where we will go to Bengal. So a lot of them write back and they are a little perplexed because, they are making good money with the Jats, they're making good money with the Marathas and the Nawabs of Awadh, but they're like, okay, fine. If ever it comes to that, my sword is yours and we will do that. Of course, it never does come to that, and they never do mount a counter-offensive. It just never happens that is politically feasible because France no longer wants to have any such thing in India. France is reeling towards the 1789 revolution, so is in no position to do that. But these characters, so it is not so simple as saying this is a Frenchman, he will fight for the French cause. So you have someone like Antoine Paulier, for example. So Antoine Paulier is what we would have called perhaps a Frenchman. He is French speaking, he comes from a French origin family, but this family has moved to Lausanne in Geneva today. So they feel that they are a little bit different, and they have converted to Protestantism. So when Antoine Paulier arrives in India as a very young man, he's only 15 or 16, he realizes that France is actually on a losing wicket. He changes his name to Anthony Paulier to make it more anglicized, and joins the English East India Company. And he said, okay, I speak English as well. He's actually quite a polymath and a polyglot. He learns English. He speaks fluent English. He joins the British. He fights for them. But at a certain time, he's also an engineer and an architect, but his grade in the army goes no further than, I think, colonel. And he's very unhappy about that. And he writes to say that because I am a Frenchman, so he still considers himself a Frenchman, though he is fighting for the British, speaks English, has changed his name. Because I am a Frenchman, they will never consider me one of their own. So I want to now work for the Nawab of Awadh. So he tells Hastings, who is a friend of his, to send him to the Nawab of Awadh as an architect and a surveyor, which Hastings does. And then Antoine Paulier comes to the Nawab, finds that the lifestyle around him is extremely agreeable, takes on all the accoutrements and the style and the fashion of an Indian Nawab, including having a harem. He also sets up an atelier like a Mughal elite person would do, patronizes the second biggest, largest commission of books and paintings by a Frenchman. We will technically call him a Frenchman at this point, and lives a life of enormous ease and luxury in Awadh, while having once been part of the East India Company. And the Nawabs are happy enough to have him there doing little odds and jobs, building buildings for them, and, looking after various bits and pieces for them. So you see that people actually do not have to abide by a very black and white system of how you can be. You also have some of these writers telling telling their bosses that, okay, fine, we will fight for you, but don't make us fight against the French, supposing they are French origin. They'll be like, we'll fight everybody else, but it looks a little bad if we are fighting against the French. So don't make us fight against the French. We'll do everything else. You see? So you can see that their sense of loyalty is pretty loose. They are pretty flexible in terms of who they're willing to fight for, who they're willing to spy against and for, because that is also one of their jobs, is to take notes about what is happening and maybe tell the Governor General, the French Governor General, or tell the British East India Company, which is the case that happens far more often. Especially Antoine Paulier is often sending back lots of notes back to Calcutta to tell the Governor General what's happening at the court of Awadh, and putting in his 2-bit of recommendation. So you have this entire gamut of people who are hovering around the Nawabs because of the wealth of the Nawabs, trying to get a piece of that action. A lot of them, it has to be said, are doing it for the money at the end of the day, or for career advancement. So that's why Antoine Paulier goes over to the English, because he thought he had better career advancement. And it is often very pragmatic considerations like those ones. Very little to do with loyalty towards a country, love of a country, patriotism in that sense. The British, on the other hand, have a more cohesive idea of what it is that they are doing in India. We were talking in the first half as well about how they are able to, at this time, bring about a certain understanding of what it means to be a British elite man. They make it more acceptable because they have had excesses like Robert Clive. They have had, controversies around Warren Hastings. So now they want their leaders in India to be above suspicion, above corruption. So they say everyone going there now must be upright, honest, austere, and conduct their lives in a certain way. So they position this as opposite to French excess, French corruption, French, just general Frenchness. So they have a clearer idea of what they think the French are and how they might differentiate themselves from the French. So you have a little less of exchange happening with the British officers in India.
I'm tempted to pirate your book and add a couple of pages where I describe why Antoine Polier changed his name to Anthony because a Haryanvi guy couldn't pronounce it properly, which is, I think, very plausible. Or we could make AI make you say that on video.
Say it.
Yeah, I'm going to do that just to irritate you. So here's an orthogonal question. You spoke about how their loyalty was loose. And I think that can be interpreted as both a bad thing and a good thing. It can be interpreted as a good thing because nationalism being so toxic, if you're not ruled by fealty to one of these nationalistic powers, that's surely not a bad thing. But at the same time, you do need something to be loyal to, and presumably there's no set of values guaranteeing that either. It's just whoever's making you the best paid mercenary. So what's your sense of that? Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Again, you can have both because, for example, Jean-Baptiste Gentil, who works for the Nawab, right? So he's being paid by the Nawab. So he's doing it for money. But somewhere in his mind, he's reconciled the idea that the Nawab could theoretically oppose the British, right? So he could be working for France's benefit. Yeah, so he somehow in his mind justified his post in Awadh, and he's making enough money, but not excessive amounts of money. He's making just decent amounts of money. So in his mind, it is quite clear he's still serving France's cause. He's not doing anything that is disloyal to France, even if he's not able to, convince Shuja'ud-Dawla that there has to be a great war against the British. He also continues to have very good relations with British generals. He sees nothing wrong with parleying with British generals. It's not something where you have to be enemies on the ground. On the other hand, you have a character like Claude Martin, who will be more familiar to lay readers because he is a famous man in Lucknow. He founded the La Martinière schools. Now, he is a man whose actions are so egregious that they are really, at the end of the day, they become only about money, only about acceptance into a certain society. And to do that, he is willing to change any amount of sides, to betray any amount of people. So he is someone who comes to India. He's a Frenchman, French-speaking Frenchman, Catholic. He comes to India as a soldier, but he immediately defects after the first defeat. He defects over to the East India Company and joins them. And his entire career is spent trying to advance his cause with the East India Company with the least amount of trouble to himself. So he remains in Lucknow for decades while still technically being part of the East India Company, getting his salary from the East India Company, also getting a salary from the Nawab because he is put in charge of the armory and, ammunitions. So he's getting a huge salary from the Nawab. He keeps trying to get more and more money from the Nawab by selling him all kinds of dubious goods, meant to be luxury items, bad paintings, glassware, all kinds of things. He tries to fool the Nawabs into parting with their money. At the same time is writing pretty vicious letters about the Nawabs to the East India Company, telling them, oh, these people are terrible and how can they rule their country? You must come and take over. I mean, he is just the most vile of men. And the only loyalty he has is towards himself and towards his wealth. He dies one of the wealthiest men, I don't want to misquote, definitely in Hindustan, but broader than that. He's an enormously wealthy man. Despite having no children, nobody to leave all of this wealth to. He seems to be enamored by wealth for the sake of wealth itself. So it depends, to come to your question, it depends on the kind of human being we are, encountering to say whether it is a good or a bad thing to not have that sense of loyalty, to a nationalist sense of loyalty.
So my third last question. See, I've planned this so well. My third last question, I've taken so much of your time already. My third last question is about the other big, on the one hand, your book, of course, deals with this beautiful triangle, the French, the British, and the local folks. But the other big revelation for me was about the Nawabs, because in popular culture, that beautiful film Shatranj Ke Khilari onwards, the Nawabs of Awadh have been painted as effete people who are interested in culture, but they don't really forget politics or realpolitik or warfare and all of those things. And much credit to them for creating the Lucknowi culture, the adab, the Ganga Jamuna Tehzeeb, all of that. But that's all they are. Basically, they were wimps. And frankly, I would rather be an F8 Nawab who's a wimp than some kind of warrior killing hundreds of people. Except that these Nawabs were men of culture who did create the Lucknowi culture and the Ganga Jamuna Tehzeeb, partly to set themselves apart from the Mughals, but they were also warriors, they were thinkers, they were strategists, they contained multitudes, and obviously winners write the history. So colonial history, as even in those times, the British would have to paint them in that negative way so they could justify taking over their empires. But they were actually pretty remarkable men. So tell me a little bit about how you discovered this. Did you know this from the start? Did you know this going in? Or, how it unfolded and what the reality is?
Yeah, no. So I didn't know this at all. I had the same idea that perhaps you did, watching Shatranj Ke Khiladi, having this certain, notion, romanticized, exoticized idea of the Nawabs and their court. But there was this talk I heard by Veena Oldenburg, and she says that the uprising of 1857, it continued in Awadh for far longer than in any other country in the world that was opposing the British Empire. So that right there tells you something about what was happening in Awadh, and that it was something quite extraordinary. She also said that I think 2/5 of the great buildings of Lucknow were destroyed by the British after the takeover, after 1857. So for me, a great sign of how powerful a place has been is by the quantum of the violence enacted upon it by the British. So if the British really come down hard on a place like they did on Shah Jahanabad, it means that this was a huge symbol of resistance and power to them. So Awadh clearly was that, with 2/5 of its places destroyed, replaced by churches and cantonments and clubs, and by the fact that for 17 months the resistance continued in some form or the other. As we know, Hazrat Mahal was unbeaten and she went on to Nepal and never compromised and never accepted a peace deal. So something extraordinary was happening in Awadh. I just didn't know exactly what was going on. But it turns out that, as you were saying, these Nawabs, right from the time of the founder Saadat Khan and then Safdarjung, whom Delhi walas will know because he is buried in Delhi and there's a famous mausoleum in his name, and then his son Shuja'ud-Dawla, these were really the great warriors of their time in India. There was nobody else to compare. So when Shah Alam needed to be rescued, when he needed help, the first person he came to was Shuja'ud-Dawla, when it was Shuja'ud-Dawla's time. Safdarjung was considered the great military general of Delhi. He and his wife Nawab Begum were the it couple of Delhi, like Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie of their day. They were the last, in style, but also in power. So extremely powerful military man. Shuja'ud-Dawla also very charismatic, somebody who inspired loyalty and confidence. Even the French people visiting him, the Comte de Modave, met him and said, what an extraordinary man. The only man capable, it was thought, of standing up to the British. He was the only man whom they thought capable of doing that. When he was defeated at the Battle of Buxar, primarily because, he hadn't been tested to that extent, certainly by a European trained force. And so what Indian armies were like, what Mughal armies were like at that time, was a sort of amalgamation of disparate groups. So you would have one group led by the Gosai, the ascetic chieftains. Then you had one group led by some Sheikhzada from some Talukdar. You had some other group led by some Mughals, So you had this disparate group of people who were answering to different chieftains. So there was no organized response to an action. So Shuja'ud-Dawla realized that his forces were just about defeated. They were defeated by a sliver. And when he came back to Faizabad after the debacle of Buxar, he poured his energy instead, the same amount of, military nous that he had, the finesse that he had, he poured into buildings, he poured into creating a culture, he also poured into defense. He had a whole series of strategic forts lined up to be built by French people. He retrained his army completely. He disbanded all the elements who had performed badly at Buxar. He used French, soldiers to train his new army, completely changed the ammunition, the arms, armory, everything along modern lines. So he was quite a visionary man, a man willing to learn from his mistakes. He was only in his late 20s at this time. A man willing to learn from his mistake, a man who had till then, so one British officer who travels there at this time is very dismayed and horrified, and he writes back to Calcutta and he says, this man who up till now had been reared in the lap of luxury, who used to spend his time hunting only, swimming, company of women, enjoying Naach, enjoying tawaifs, he has transformed himself and has become this incredibly energetic man who is becoming alarmingly powerful in his subah. He's like, this is something that we should wake up to. This man is now very dangerous. We thought he would continue to be like a typical Indian ruler, sink into luxury, sink into decadence. He is not doing that, it is a matter of surprise. Unfortunately, he lives only 10 years and he dies in 1775, but he leaves a very robust system in place. And he leaves it to his eldest son, Asaf-ud-Daula. And when I was doing my field research in Lucknow, a few years ago, that's the first time that I was told that, listen, okay, you're looking at Asaf-ud-Daula and Shuja-ud-Daula, but do you know, I hope you will talk about the fact that he was homosexual. And I was like, okay, I had no clue that he was homosexual, but if that's what I find in my research, of course I will write about it. And you kind of see it obliquely when the British are talking about him, because they are entirely flummoxed by Asaf-ud-Daula. So they want to write about him in demeaning terms, because that is just a strategy they followed whenever they had the aim of eventually taking over a place, is to show the leader to be ineffectual and, incapable of rule. So they start writing about Asaf-ud-Daula and say, oh, he spends his time with the women again. He is always in the zinana. He is a debauched man. He is, he just loves the company of women. Then they are clearly automatically writing this without much proof. And then later on, when things get a little more garbled, they are unable to really spell it out for the authorities back in Calcutta. And they say there are things happening at the court which we cannot even bring ourselves to write. It is that shocking. So clearly by then they have realized that perhaps it is more young boys that are attending his court than a lot of women. So yes, then we have Asaf-ud-Daula coming. And yes, he is a homosexual. Yes, he creates this, everything that we now know as Lucknowi began with Shuja-ud-Daula, the love of tawaifs, the patronizing tawaifi culture, the music and the dance, attracting poetry, attracting the best poets from Mughal Delhi, the best painters. He establishes, ateliers, encourages other people to do so as well. All of this begins with Shuja-ud-Daula, who was also a warrior in his time. It is continued under Asaf-ud-Daula. And Asaf-ud-Daula also tries very hard to be militarily up to, facing a British onslaught. He knows he's very canny. He is somebody who is extremely shrewd, extremely intelligent, and uses the limited resources he has in terms of, political might. He knows that now things are circumscribed to a much greater extent than they were during his father's time, because he is made to sign new treaties when he becomes Nawab. But he is extremely canny and diplomatically very suave. And he uses all those skills to keep the British at bay, so that it is really only by 1798, upon his death, and when Wazir Ali becomes then the next Nawab, and then after that Saadat Ali Khan, that they are made to sign treaties which really give up a lot of their independence. And that's where I stopped my book, because up till Asif Uddaulla's time, he refuses. He is put under tremendous pressure, and every time the British have to back down, because he is so firm. He stands by what he has been promised early on. He's so steady in that, and he plays them off against each other. He uses whatever he can, all his resources, and he is never made to sign a treaty that is truly, truly disabling.
It's a wonderful book. If it was a web series, who would you have play the role of Shujauddaulah?
Oh, tricky one. Who has the best mustache in town? That's your question. Somebody, who would it be? As it is, they cast Hrithik Roshan as Akbar, and I had my doubts about that. When you think about Akbar as short and stocky, and I don't know, who would you cast as Shujauddaulah?
Ranveer Singh would.
Yeah.
The moustache would look good, and he would have that charisma, and
he
all
would,
of that.
You're right. He would be.
Moving on to my penultimate question. So, which is, what are you working on now?
So I am working on loosely the biography of Begum Samru, who was a late 18th century, early 19th century character. She was a Tawaif, because I told you I got fascinated by Tawaifs. I listened to Sabah Diwan. I was like, how can I write about all of this? So here we have a Tawaif in the mid 18th century who marries an Austrian adventurer. He dies quite soon. She inherits his lands and his army, and she goes on to lead them in battle and also rule her, constituency, or her Subah of Sardana outside Meerut. She converts to Catholicism, uses the fact that she is now a Catholic ruler to be able to parley with British men and European men. And remains an independent ruler till the end of her very long life. So I feel that, we need to talk about her more.
I enjoyed talking about her with Sabah Diwan in the episode that we did together. And who would play the title role here?
Oh, wow. She's a fascinating character, because despite the fact that she must have been very beautiful when she was young, and she was a Tawaif, and she was courted by important people, a very fair woman, very petite, with beautiful hands and feet. But she curated her image so well that we only have images of her as an elderly matriarch. So clearly she saw her youth and her beauty not as a source of power, or rather as a power that she had once used, was now done with. Now she had far more than that. And so she was willing to be portrayed as the wise, powerful old woman that she now was. And I think, we were talking about having to be beautiful and thin, even for today's young girls. This is an old, and the British write, very derogatory. Oh, she's a wizened prune of a woman, and this and that. But they don't realize that she's asserting her power of being painted like that. She's saying, yes, this is who I am, and I am powerful. You are coming to my court. So who would we cast to play her, who has that kind of gravitas while yet hinting at earlier beauty, I don't want to, forever make myself unpopular with any Bollywood player, but though she's, of course, much, much younger. Vidya Balan, somebody like that, perhaps, even though she is much younger.
I was once really struck by Louis Buñuel's last film, that Obscure Object of Desire, and one of the things in that which he did was he had multiple actresses playing the role of the the main female protagonist. So I think
I think that's a good idea.
The old Begum Samru could easily be like, I would just think of Shabana Azmi or Zinat Aman for the old one, and for the young one, I don't follow Bollywood that well to be able to have an opinion on that today. But for the old one, Tabu also as a middle-aged one.
Yes, she would be great. That's it. That's done. I'm going to write to all of them now.
Done deal. Give me 1% of your 1% commission. So, last question for me and my listeners. Give us recommendations for books, films, music that you love so much, that bring you so much happiness. You want to share them with everyone?
Books. books, let me tell you about books. I have some here. So I really like Helen Garner. I don't know if you've read her. She's an Australian journalist who then started recording some of the great sensationalist cases that she was following, and then went back and wrote great books about them, exploring the humanity of the people in all of these stories.
This
and
House of Grief.
This House of Grief and Joe Cinque's Consolation are the two that I really, really loved. Joan Didion is always a joy, The Year of Magical Thinking. H is for Hawk, of course, by Helen MacDonald. Grief is the thing with feathers, I think, by Max Porter, was also something I really, really loved. Then I really love this style, which is, so it's not historical nonfiction, but it is based on historical facts. So there are these writers who write about important historical events, but fictionalized, so that they really examine those kind of very important moments. So you have a thing like, there was this book called Burial Rites by Hannah Kent, and she examines the very last people to be executed, I think, in Iceland for murder. It's a man and a woman. So it is in the early, sometime in the 19th century. They're executed by, the head being chopped off. And they have to wait till the spring, till the weather is right, because then they have to bury them. So they have to wait for the land to thaw before they can carry out this execution. So this poor woman is kept for this entire winter, this long, dark winter, in a farmstead, which is looked after just by a farmer and his daughter. So she examines and imagines this long winter that this woman is waiting to be executed. And it is a beautiful lyrical masterpiece. Who else has written? I do like Maya Angelou a lot. I like Toni Morrison a lot, because they challenge the way in which English, can be written, that there are other ways to write in as well. Along the theme of historically important events is something called The Wonder by Emma Donoghue, I think. So she looks at this phenomenon that happened in Europe, where young boys and girls, mostly girls, were starving themselves in a fit of religious ecstasy. I guess we have the same thing with Jains, who allow young girls sometimes to starve unto liberation or unto, starvation by death, whichever way. So the same thing were happening in Europe, and she examines this whole process in this book called The Wonder very beautifully. What drove possibly young girls to do this, to imbibe this religious fervor and to stop eating? Why did they stop eating? All of those complex thoughts. A very beautiful book. So I really, really love that. Kavita Singh, Real Birds in Imaginary Garden. Even a non-art historian can access that book. It's a real tour de force, with an art historian just exposing through a few paintings the complexities that existed in Mughal art. So for a layperson, we just look at these paintings and think, what is the meaning in them? When you read a book like this, it changes the way forever you will, look at, examine these miniatures. So that's a wonderful book. I also really liked, in terms of history writing, there's a book called When Montezuma Met Cortez by Matthew Restall. So he again does this trick where he is turning the gaze around, and instead of looking at Cortez as, capture and conquering of Montezuma and his peoples, he turns it around to see how Montezuma and his people must have reacted to somebody like Cortez. What did they think? How did they react? What were these actions that they took, which were interpreted in a certain manner by the Europeans? What it must have meant in their own culture. So it is a fascinating book which teaches you to look at history in a different way. So that's another book that I would recommend. In terms of movies, anything earth-shattering? I did like the Great Indian Kitchen, which I mentioned, earlier on, the Malayali version, I think the first one, that I found really, really mind-blowing. And something that I watched recently that I liked a lot was Stolen, I think it's called, where a little baby is stolen at the railway station. She's sleeping with her mother, and she's stolen from the arms of her mother. And then, the whole story carries on from there, where this mother is trying to find her child back, and she tries to enlist the help of these two, middle-class men who get caught up in it. And it's a very fast-moving narrative, which exposes, many truths about Indian society even today, which is really worth So I really liked watching that as well.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. And before you go, I must make you promise to come on my show again 30 years later. That will be our best episode. Ask why.
Why?
Because old crones tell the best stories. So that's your
So
line.
they do, Amit. So they do. I'm going to use that as a strap line from now on.
Yeah. You're not old
See you
enough
in 30
yet.
years.
See you in 30 years. Thank you so much. This was great.
Thank you. This was so much fun. Thank you so much.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. Ira's work is incredible, so head on over to your nearest bookstore, online or offline, and buy all her books. You can follow Ira on Twitter at Mukhoty, and you can follow me at Amit Verma, AMITBARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Scene and the Unseen at sceneunseen.in and every podcast app of your choice. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Scene and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to sceneunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.